There we go. We are live.
They don't want to hear
I,
us.
I mean, make sure that the mic is unmuted, right? Step one. All right, we are live here at Oddwillow's for their ProQuest. Very excited about today. This is going to be, I think, our second or no, this is our third or fourth event here.
Yeah,
Always a really good time.
we this will be my second time on camera, but
Hmm.
yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. This is always a lot of fun seeing just a wide array of heroes out there just duking it out. It's really exciting.
Yeah, gonna be a good time. We, do you know how many players we have? I think it was around 30.
30 exactly.
30 exactly.
Yeah,
Okay, so
a little
five
bit lighter
rounds.
than our road to nationals, but I know a lot of our regulars are actually heading to Taipei to
Yeah.
go to the world premiere. So some people that normally are here that are missing that wish they were here, but I guess they're just not going to be able to experience the awesomeness that is ProQuest.
Their loss.
Hmm.
We do have our round ones paired right now, and our players are sitting at the table. So we are going to jump over in just a second. I hear that there's a lot of Florian in the room.
I'm not surprised. I was exposed recently to what I call the dirty Florian, which is the just sit there and get 90 rune chance and then release them on you. So there might be some of that, but um, that said, Florian with what Aurora gone now, and who is Florian's predators?
I hear Syndra, which I also hear there's a lot of in the room.
Oh,
It
interesting.
looks like our
Okay,
players are starting those. Let's jump into it.
awesome.
We have Florian versus Arachne slip through the cracks for our round one matchup. Dustin is pretty local. He's been to a lot of the Oddwillows events. And then Yasunari, I believe, is from Chicago. So a few Chicago people drove up in order to make it.
I always remember Dustin from coming up with Riptide and then making it to top two.
He
Like that
has
was
been on
awesome.
Riptide for a long time. I'm surprised that he's on Florian right now and not Riptide. Looks like we're getting started. I believe Yasunari went first and just elected to Arsenal. So we see that Tunic ticked up there.
Notice you've got the fancy dice now.
Yes, we got those from the last stream here. Ty Cards was generous enough to give us two sets to stream with.
That's
So,
awesome.
yeah, our players will be using those. The link for them is going to be in the description of the stream. So, if anyone's interested in picking up some of their own, they are there.
Excellent.
All right, and we got an early Channel Mount Heroic down. That card is very strong. It's going to buff up the next turn for Dustin, and maybe a couple turns after that if he can keep enough Earth Pitch in his pitch zone. We'll see what Yasunari can do. Savor Bloodshed,
Mm.
very good, but Florian is not marked.
So he's gonna have to have something that gives a mark. Now, can you use flick knives on your dagger to mark him just before?
That is something that he can elect to do. If Dustin doesn't respect this, he can throw the dagger before damage is dealt, mark him, and then he'll get the card draw. That will leave him without one of these Hunter's Cleaves, though, so he will likely be looking for
The Chilsera, is how do you pronounce that? Chilsera?
Chelicera, I
Chelicera?
believe.
Okay.
Either that, or I think they're running Pick Up the Point
Okay.
to do the retrieve.
Yeah, excellent.
Oh, and it looks like we are going to be flicking. There won't be any draw here, though, because we're blocking for 6. So I wonder if there's some sort of buff. It doesn't look like it. So just electing to go down a dagger and passing.
So for anybody that didn't watch our last stream, I'm the lovable idiot because I play Ira and I pretty much only know Ira, so I'm going to be asking a lot of questions. So Rob here is the expert that knows literally everything as far as I'm concerned. You're like a god among men when it comes to knowledge.
I don't know about everything.
But yes, I will be asking a lot of questions that you may also know the answers to. Feel free to put in your answers in chat because we like seeing engagement and things like that. But yeah, like I said, I'm coming from an IRA and ninja only background, but I've had to get used to what people throw at me, and so I'll try and use some of my understanding, but then ask questions about why they may have done something versus another thing.
So it looks like Dustin elected to just send a Enlightened Strike for the +2, and then an additional +3 off the channel.
Hmm.
That didn't put an Earth card in his pitch zone, so he is now off of the Channel Mount Heroic. Yasunari decided that he didn't want to block any of that 10 damage, so he is at 28 right now. Kiss of Death, very strong card
This
in.
card, oh my god, like out of everything I've run into when it comes to assassins, Kiss of Death plus the 0 for 6 essentially on was a tarantula toxin.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, it's so infuriating.
and
He
then
didn't have it there though.
we see the pain in the backside here. If this hits, he's going to be able to flick a dagger. Kiss of Death is a dagger right now on the combat chain.
Oh yeah, so then
Uh,
it would hit and
yep.
do one additional damage.
And if this doesn't hit, we still have the flick knives available to flick the Kiss of Death. Very strong combination. Yeah, if you can put a toxicity
Hmm.
in front of the Kiss of Death, really strong combo. I don't know if Arachnes are still doing that. I remember they were at the start of the set release. I just think that's super fun.
So it looks like we got some decompose going on. So he's going to cover for 4, so 1 over.
And I didn't see all of the targets. I couldn't tell if we got 3 Earth in there or just 2. But we are starting the process of turning Florian online. And I believe we're just going to be ending on 7. Yes.
So interesting of like I've always kind of accustomed to picking the draw card and then getting something in arsenal as potentially higher value when I play versus just pushing the straight 7 damage. Is there a reason you think he would opt to go 7 damage on this instead of saving a card?
Um, Likely. So he has 1 card left in hand here. Likely, if he chose to go again, either card, the one that he bottomed, the one that he's holding, he just wouldn't be able to use effectively. So
Oh,
just
he
choosing,
still has one in hand.
yeah, just choosing the 7 to
Ah,
set up an arsenal here.
all right, we're getting warmed up.
Oh,
It would help if I could. Oh, hello.
choosing to play Spreading Plague as a reaction. We blocked 2 cards on this E-Strike, so 2 Blood Rot Pox, and we're going to flick the Kiss of Death.
Hmm.
So this is representing 4 damage, uh, unless he can pitch. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Dustin went down to 1 card in hand. So at best, he can pitch a blue to stop one of these, if it's a blue. If it's a yellow or red that he was hoping to set up an arsenal, then he's just going to be taking 4 damage here. Very strong play from Yasunari.
Yeah, double pox. You don't see that too often, but it's just that damage that you kind of ignore until you regret taking it after the
Yeah.
fact.
So let's see what Dustin chooses to do. It looks like he's kind of posturing like he wants to pitch this card, so I think it might be a blue.
And I really like one of my favorite cards being the pain in the backside. As an IRA player, I'm just throwing 1 extra. It's like a 0 for 4 basically.
Exactly.
But with the advent of or the addition of Kiss of Death and daggers that actually have on hit abilities and stuff like that, that's just so powerful.
All right, so we saw Dustin use his tunic to swing the Reaping Blade.
1 card left in hand. So there's no way he could pitch enough to handle both of the blood rot.
No. So there we see the blue. We're going to prevent 2 of this damage, but we're still going to take 2. Dustin still has a pretty healthy life lead here, though. Let's see what Yasunari can come back with. I believe I see a Jestanic in hand. Very strong card. Can represent some immense surprise damage. You think you're just getting hit with 1
Hmm.
from one of these blues, and then all of a sudden it's 6, if not more. Some of these blues get buffed the more you play. And I think I see one of them there. It's a double trouble.
When I'm going through somebody's discard pile, that's definitely one that I'm looking for when they're an assassin.
Justinic is a very, very strong pushed card. Okay,
This is
so
body.
our desired body coming in for 3 go again. We're gonna see a block. And I believe this double trouble is gonna come in. And this is one of the ones where if you react, I think twice, it's gonna get its own buff plus the buff from Justinic. However, I think the only second buff we would have is flicking another dagger, which would leave us with no daggers.
Mm-hmm.
There's a take up the mantle in hand, but if I'm not mistaken, take up the mantle is going to cost one.
There's the
Oh,
Justinite coming out.
take up the mantle is zero. Okay, well
Yep.
that's amazing. Um, God, how much damage is this? It gets plus
Plus 5,
so
plus
six,
3. No, well, he's not marked, right?
coming in for 10. So I believe it gets plus two off of the take up the mantle, and then
Yep.
plus two from its own ability.
If he was marked, it'd be plus 3, right?
I think so. And then he can choose a card to transform it into. Um, so yeah, I mean, it looked like
That's brutal too. Being able to just be like, "Hey, 10 damage. Oh, by the way, it's no longer that card."
right.
Oh my goodness.
So Dustin only able to cover up six with the reaction that he had. So actually, yeah, six. So four damage coming through. We banished two cards off the top. I think at least one of those was an Earth card. So just helping Florian's cause here. Um, I wish there was a dice on Florian to show where we're at as far as decompose. Oh, there's one on his banish zone. So
Yep,
we're at three right now.
3.
Okay. So the first banish was just two Earth cards, and then we only hit one right
Hmm.
now. We see Dustin pitch this Strength of Four Seasons. This is a newer card that Florians have been playing. The new lists have been running a lot of these two cost blues that get buffs from their own abilities. So in the late game, when you have Tunic up, you can activate Grasp and turn on these other abilities. Instead of representing five damage off of your blue with the Reaping Blade Grasp, you can be representing upwards of like seven or more damage off of a blue.
So it looks like he tossed the rune chant, and I think he took it because I don't see anything in his pitch.
Yeah, I believe he took it.
These are live, right?
Yep,
Okay,
life total should be live.
excellent. Why is it a Jarl?
It looks like Yasunari maybe just forgot to select his hero, but that's okay. We're aware that he's playing Arachne. Thinking on blocks here. I can't tell if there's any cards left in Dustin's hand. I don't think there is.
Leave no
So I
witnesses.
believe we're just following this up for
Just
three.
pushing damage.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no cards in hand, so no arsenal. So two card seven, not bad, but not a lot of damage that Yasunari like really needs to care about.
And just putting out a couple Arsenal attack cards. He hasn't been running Arsenal because Dustin's been kind of back on his heels. So why have all these Arsenal attack cards if there's nothing to attack? Oh, but or you could just have another one.
And see, this Command and Conquer, it's just damage.
Just push,
Like
yeah.
Dustin doesn't have an arsenal, so this doesn't need to be blocked out. It doesn't need to be blocked out fully. We don't
No
need to
go
commit
again. So
any armor.
you could just
Um,
have a four card hand next turn if he chose to take that 6 damage.
a little unfortunate, but we'll see what Dustin decides to do. He has felling in hand, so if he wanted to, he could block this out down to two cards and then send the felling. Decompose would take him to the four, so he'd be coming in for eight. Felling, very strong card. If I'm not mistaken, I think I see a Rootbound Carapace in his hand, so a little awkward timing with this Command and Conquer.
Arsenal is overrated. I kind of agree because it's not safe by any means.
Especially against an assassin, they have a lot of arsenal
Oh
disruption.
man, yeah.
I'm curious what color this Rootbound was. Okay, it must have been red. If it was yellow, I don't think there's a world where we wouldn't pitch it to grasp. So
So he threw out the two Earth cards. Then what does he need? A non-attack action?
he's going for three Earth cards. That's going
Okay.
to take him to six in Vanish. So his next Decompose will guarantee him to hit the eight threshold.
Gotcha. So then this
And
is coming in for 8, and it also it forces a card out of his hand now, right?
yes, so Dustin just put a card from his hand on the bottom. Yasunari needs to do the same. Felling coming in for eight. We know that Dustin put a Rootbound on bottom. Oh, we have a famous YouTuber in chat, AgroBlaze96. Very famous, has a YouTube channel. Go check him out.
Not quite as famous as me, I'm just saying. Everybody's heard of Ben from
All right. And did we just take the 8 damage? I think we did. We didn't. We still have 3 cards in hand.
Oh, it's taking it down to 16.
Yeah, Yasunari being very aggressive with his life total here. All right, we're gonna get back one of our daggers,
And how do we pronounce it?
Chelicera,
Shalicera.
and into an upsticks.
So he could have used upsticks to do a recursion of his other dagger, but he wants the go again then, right?
Yeah, and he would have had to pay to retrieve.
That's true.
I think the idea here is to use the tunic to send the Chelicera, since it only cost 1 instead of 2. And I believe that's going to let us set up the last card in hand in Arsenal. And I didn't get a look at it as he was choosing the felling target. It might be a Codex. It was an infect. Okay, and we see Dustin commit the face perg here, making him discard that. Usually, when we use face perg, sometimes you end up overblocking a little bit, but
Mm,
it's made up for the fact that you make
it's the
them discard.
disruption, yeah.
He was actually able to block all 8 on that attack,
Nice.
and get him to discard and draw a card. So that was a very, very good timing for him.
So with the infect, let's say you didn't do the face purgatory on that one, would that effect in fact have made a difference, or would that have
Um,
just been Arsenal?
I think it's just, oh yeah, it would have just been Arsenal. I think he could have played it. No, the Chalicer didn't have go again, so I think he's just looking to Arsenal it,
Yeah,
and it's just damage. It's if you don't block it, it's represents 5 damage because you get the Blood Rot Pox.
sure, sure.
But getting value, he gets to draw the card. He sends this E-Strike for 7 because he drew the extra card. Now he's able to set up a card in Arsenal.
I gotta say though, if you're ever gonna get purgatory, the best time is when it's just a meh card,
Yeah,
like that. It sucks setting up some big awesome thing with Ira, and then they're just like, "Hey, you don't have that card in your hand anymore."
I believe there was a Codex in Yasunari's hand, but
Hmm.
he probably bottomed it to the felling. Trying to set up something like that in Arsenal, very strong. Like if
Mm,
you get that ripped out of your hand by felling, that feels pretty bad.
yeah, for sure.
The infect, I'm sure he's okay with it. All right, and we see the pain in the backside coming in. We're gonna try to get a meta breakdown of heroes after round 1. We'll get everybody to report their heroes and then see how many are in the room.
Hmm.
I don't even know if there are new players in the room right now.
I didn't see any when I was going through deck lists,
I
so
feel like the news that I know of are playing Florian right now or are not here. So I'd be interested to see how many news are registered.
is it too late for me to jump in and play? Because news drive me nuts.
All right, well-timed shelter, blocking the leave no witnesses.
Agar Blaze, was he the one that we played with around the table at your house?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, it
that
was.
that was very fun. That was a good time. We should do that again sometime.
Yeah, definitely a lot of fun. That was an older stream from a while back, but
Yeah,
we played the round table
we're gonna have to do it again with the new
Smash Palace.
Smash
That'd
Palace.
be fun.
That would be so
That'd be
fun.
super fun. Maybe we can set up here and do it.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, 30 players on the dot, so only 5 rounds. I think this is the first 5 round event that we've streamed here. There always have been 6.
Yeah, normal like for Road to Nationals, we had 46 people,
Yeah,
but a lot of people out of town. I know some people flew over to Taipei for the world premiere. A lot of hype around this next set.
definitely.
And as a store that is thematically pirate, I'm we're if you guys are in the area, you're gonna want to come to our pre-release because we go all out for stuff like this, and this one's just kind of like the stars are aligning. We're gonna do costume contests and everything. Everybody's gonna be wearing pirate garb.
All right, so Florian is now online. We have 8 Earth cards in the
Ooh,
Banish Zone. We see
tricky,
Saber
tricky.
Bloodshed into Kiss of Death.
With that flick knives available.
Kiss of Death is a dagger, so it's getting that +4 buff. We can flick the dagger in response to a block, threaten to draw the card.
Now you can't flick the kiss of death while it's on the active chain link, though, right? So he would have to get out of
Correct.
this chain link. Like he can flick the mark though.
Correct. He
Yeah.
flicks the clave
Yep.
to mark him, and then threatens the card draw on the Kiss of Death.
And then what if he blocks out the Kiss of the Death? Do you think he has anything that can then allow him to flick the Kiss of Death?
I don't see any cards in hand, so
He's used
no.
I think all of his pain in the backside, but it looks like
Yeah.
he's done there.
He would have needed another card in hand to play after that to then flick the Kiss of Death, and he was out of cards in hand.
Ultimately, just threatening a lot of damage and a card draw on top of it. Dustin threw his hand in front of it.
And we see the first Florian activation with him online, making 2 rune chants and sending this Reaping Blade, so converting 1 blue into 5 damage.
When you're down to 10 health, 9 health, and he's starting to make double rune chance now, this is going to get brutal.
Yeah, Dustin doing a really good job of protecting his life total this game. He has a very healthy life lead. It'll be difficult for Yasunari to come back, but it won't be impossible.
I mean, theoretically, especially making the double rune chance, you could almost, as for Dustin, he can almost just block out
Block three
and then
cards,
still throw.
send 5.
Yeah,
Very strong strategy. I wouldn't be surprised if we see 2 3 blocks come in front of this E strike and do the same
just
thing.
keep protecting it. Yeah.
If he did that, he would have 2 cards left in hand, and he has his Tunic up. So this is that situation that I was talking about where he uses Tunic and a blue to make 2 rune chants, and then sends one of these efficient blues. He can be sending 7 or 8 damage this turn.
With barely anything in hand.
Yeah. Yep. We
Yep, there
see
it is.
2 3 blocks come down, so likely taking 1 here.
What is that he's adding to it?
Take up the oh no,
No,
spreading plagues. So
spreading
giving him
plague.
two
He's gonna try
two blood
and,
rots.
which at this point, Dustin probably would just take it if need be. Still block out two and then take it.
Oh well,
Oh,
this
there's
is
more disruption.
this is better too.
Oof.
We just get to send a felling, 8 damage and rip a card. Felling very very strong in these late game scenarios.
Dustin's really set himself up for a nice, almost just easy cruise because I don't see with such a low life total. There's not much Yasunari can do to take a bunch of damage, throw a bigger hand back. Now he's fighting for his life at this point, hoping that Dustin bricks, but
Yeah, we see him give him a 3 block here. He still takes 5, so now he's down to 4. Dustin is going to take 4 off of these blood rots, but he still has a very healthy life lead here. So we'll see what Yasunari can do with 2 cards. I see a Kiss of Death, and I can't quite tell what that last one is. I believe this should have go again. He didn't put the dice down for it, but I think the first stealth attack on both sides of the board gets go again.
and he would need to be able to get the +1 damage out of it. He'll need to get off
He'll
this
need to
chain
have a
link.
second chain link,
Yep.
yeah. All right, we see a canopy shelter come down.
There's Tarantula Toxin.
Oh,
I hate that card so
brutal.
much. It's
It's
0 for 6, man, and I know it's
on
situational
Kiss of Death
on Kiss of Death.
specifically.
Yeah,
Yeah, very, very good. So he's going to take the 2 block away from the canopy shelter. Dustin should be making 2 might tokens here from the Florian ability. But now this canopy shelter is blocking for 0, and Dustin will be taking 7 total, 6 off of the Kiss of Death, and then 1 off of its ability. Looks like maybe he doesn't have a might token with him, so he's using one of our stream spectral shields as a proxy. He does not have 2 spectral shields on the board. Those are might tokens.
yeah. I think Usanari knew that he needed to push this hand to get any hope for a comeback here, so took the damage down to 4 health, put Dustin down to 15, but he's still probably feeling pretty good about his position.
Yeah, I mean, starting the turn with these 2 might tokens, like this is probably going to be quite a bit of damage that he's representing this turn. Oh, and there's a
Oh,
Channel Mount Heroic.
jeez.
That's disgusting. So his first attack is going to be +5. I think there's a Swarming in hand. I think we're going to see Swarming into Grasp into Reaping Blade if the last card is a blue.
I mean, what does a brick hand for Florian even look like at this point? If you're hoping for a brick
I mean,
just to be able to
he
survive,
uses
you
his
just
blues so well. Like I feel like there aren't that many. I guess too many blues. Like if Yasunari just passes and gives him 4 blues in hand, it can be hard for him to convert. Um, but What are we going to be doing here? I believe it is a swarming. It is
Yeah.
swarming all modes active, so coming in for 4 plus the 5, so 2 rune chance and 9 damage. And we're going to be following this up with the Reaping Blade for 3.
And then what happens if swarming hits?
He won't be able to protect from arcane damage for the rest of the turn, but
Okay,
there
but
won't be any more.
yeah.
Um,
But still, throwing lethal with the Reaping Blade just takes another card.
so took the 2 rune chance. We're going to block out the swarming, and we're also going to have to block
That's a
out the
hand.
Reaping
Yeah.
Blade. And we're giving Dustin the 4 cards. And again, this could be one of those scenarios where like he can't use 4 blues effectively. But with the channel in play, he can probably still rip enough cards from Yasunari anyways. And there was a felling there. I saw a felling, I saw a Fruits of the Forest, so he could always pitch the fruits to just gain some life before he plays the felling.
So pass back. So just draw up, pass back.
I think
Dustin's
we're
just
going to
gonna
see
drop some nasty stuff here.
Grasp activation into felling. This, I think, will be too much damage for Yasunari. I don't know if he lives past this turn. So 1 card will go away. He can block 9 on the felling, which is coming in for 11. 2 will be coming through. His armor can only block an additional 2.
So he's gonna lose a card from hand, have to pitch to save.
So yeah, the I think the rune chants kill him here.
Yeah.
Because his armor and the 3 cards that he's left with is enough to cover the felling. He will not be able to stop the rune chants.
So sequencing, I mean, he'll probably throw something to stop the rune chance, but then
Right,
the felling will get him
right.
because otherwise he just dies straight out.
And I think maybe that's what he's talking about right now is like his cards can stop the attack, but not the rune chance.
Mm.
And we're blocking for
There it
8.
is.
Yep,
Yep.
3 damage coming through. So Dustin takes this one. Florian wins round 1. Very good game. Florian kind of just cruised through that game. Like it seemed like he had something to do every turn. He was able to block efficiently and still send damage, and I think that's one of the things about this deck is just it's very efficient. It uses its
Yeah.
cards very well.
It can play that mid to long range just so well. Just keep your health total high and just wait until things turn on, and then the rune chance just become untenable.
Yeah, yeah, very well played by both players.
Hmm.
We're gonna go ahead and bring the stream back over to us. We have 23 minutes left in round 1. So in order to kill a little bit of time,
Let's go.
if you guys haven't seen an Oddwillow stream before,
I mean, it's technically a second cycle stream, but
correct, at Oddwillows.
that's true. That's only been done here. You've only done the
The
games here.
games, yeah, yeah.
Really? Oh, that's awesome.
So,
Exclusives.
just to help with the downtime a little bit, we came up with some games to do in between rounds. We will also be doing a couple of giveaways. We'll do a giveaway at the end of round 3, and
Okay.
then we'll do a giveaway at the end of round 5,
Hmm.
right before we go to top 8.
Excellent.
We'll announce what those are later.
I like
Um,
the way you do the giveaways too. So
I think it's fun,
yeah.
and I've seen other people do it that way too. But yeah, it's fun. I will let you pick your poison. Which game would you like to play first? Do you want to do
Did you
the
do any new games yet?
no? So
No.
we have
Okay.
the zoomed in images,
Okay.
and we have the misprints.
Ooh, they're so fun. Let's do zoomed in because I
Zoomed
think I'm
in.
gonna do the worst at it, so I want to end on a higher note.
Okay. All right. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna show you a zoomed in image of a card art. I believe I selected a 100 by 100 pixel square, and you need to let me know just based off of that hyper zoomed in image what card I'm showing you.
And you said that these should be cards I
They
know,
should be cards you know.
but they're not gonna necessarily be tuned to Ninja specific, which is what you did last time.
Correct, correct.
Okay.
I gave you some softballs last time. This one's going to be a little bit harder.
Just wanted to note that I did horribly with softball.
I'm
So
going to minimize the chat that we have open so that
okay, I'm gonna
if
minimize mine
chat
too,
plays along, they don't spoil
and
it.
definitely play along.
So we have 5 images that we're going to show you, and then we'll go on break until round 2 starts.
All right, let's
So
see.
your first image, can you let me know what this card is?
Is that a horse? That is a horse. It's not. So I'm thinking of horse cards. Uh,
This is a newer card.
yeah. So it's not the first thing when I think horse that pops into my mind is Spoils of War, but I don't think it's that
Newer card.
newer card.
Within the last couple of sets.
The last couple sets. Uh, so not heavy hitters.
No, that's too far back.
Too far back. Okay.
Ooh, someone in chat got it already. I will also say it's not a horse.
What the?
I think it's a goat, a ram, maybe.
Oh, okay, okay. That doesn't help me at all.
No,
Is it being ridden?
it is being ridden.
Okay, then it doesn't matter. It's a rideable animal with four legs. Um, as long as it's not like a centaur or something, which isn't it technically in high seas? Or no, the
Smash
Smash
Palace,
Palace. Yeah. So
Bastard Pack Guardian.
I
Calling it.
I'm calling it.
This is
Don't tread along.
Travelog.
Oh, jeez.
All right, you ready for the next one?
I'm shamed. I am shamed.
All right, what's this card?
Is that Ira?
This is Ira.
Yeah. See, if I didn't know that one,
I was
that I
really
would
hoping
be
you wouldn't, because that would be
that would be
hilarious.
embarrassing.
All right, 3 more.
Ira's my bae. Friendship ended with Katsu.
Which card is this?
Oh no.
I will.
This looks like it's like a Verdance card or a
Um,
Florian card. Not Florian, would be
could be,
some sort
could
of
be.
Earth card.
It is an Earth card. I will
Okay,
give
it
you
is an
that.
Earth
It's an
card.
older Earth card.
Um, if you ever wanted to like really screw me up in these games, just start throwing Vincent cards out because they all look the same in my brain.
That's
I
how I
have.
feel about the ninja cards. That's why I showed you all the wispy men,
Oh yeah, I suppose
the
the world
cloud
like
people.
every time a Vincent plays a card, I have to be like, okay, which one is this? Like, is this giving you health? Is this pulling cards out of my hand? What is this?
What are we thinking here?
Sigil of Solace?
Mm,
No,
that's
well,
not an
that's
Earth
not an
card.
Earth card.
Yeah,
No.
a couple of people in chat got it already.
Well, you guys are so much better. So, like I said, I'm a lovable idiot today. All right. I don't know enough about Earth,
Okay,
so
this is
so
Sotomayor.
tomorrow. I don't think I would have gotten
All
that.
right, it's played in some Earth decks.
Okay. Okay.
2 more. What is this card?
He's pulling something.
He's pulling something.
He's pulling really hard on something. You always see the really interesting
Yeah,
details when
if
you
you
play this
actually
game.
look at the art, there's
It's
a lot of
awesome.
details like hidden in the corner sometimes.
This looks like a hunted card.
This was not a hunted card, but it is a recent card, and it was a very good meta card. So check out.
I don't need to hear that. No, it's fine. Uh come into this so unprepared. All right, I give up.
Give up.
Yeah, I give up.
This is weakest link.
Oh, okay.
Which again,
Okay.
when you look at this card, you kind of look at the big goblin monster, right?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
don't
yeah.
really
You don't
notice that
really notice the
this
guy
guy down here
pulling it.
is
Yeah.
fighting for his life.
Yep.
All right.
Doing a good job.
Last card for this one, and then the
Hey, at least
next
I got Ira. I'm just
you got
saying.
Ira.
I've got the important one.
We'll have 5 more at the end of the next round. What is this card?
Ooh. So that the angle of the blood spray leads me to believe that it's dagger or sword and not smashy mace.
Okay,
That's what I'm getting there. We're
good deduction.
yeah. I'm thinking slashy, not beady.
Someone in chat got it.
Of course. Is it a ninja card?
It is not. It
Okay.
is not.
Okay.
It is a warrior card.
It is a warrior card. So swords or hatchets or okay. How recent?
Heavy hitters.
Heavy Hitters actually is the first set that we did here at Oddwillow's
So you
first
should know this
release.
then.
I wasn't paying very close attention back then, but man, Heavy Hitters has so much like arena combat cards.
Yeah.
Uh, it could be
Oh,
Hey,
that's a good hint, Josh. This is a staple warrior card.
a staple warrior card. Cut and slash?
It is not.
Is cut and slash even a card?
Nope.
I was thinking of some attack reaction
If
called
you
cut and
just
something.
mix any of
Cut
those
slash slice
synonyms,
slice and dice.
it's probably a flesh and card, a
It's
flesh and
probably
blood card.
yeah. All right, I give up. What is it?
Calling it.
Yeah, I'm calling it.
This is
Blade
Blade Flurry. Look
Flurry.
at this guy in the corner.
But you gotta like the deduction though. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah,
I was
no.
on it.
Good,
That's
good,
blood splatter, angle,
good
sword.
reasoning for sure. But yeah,
Yes,
look at
yes.
I never really looked at the fact that she's like stepping on this man.
Oh man, she's got her foot on him.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
All right. Well, we are going to be taking a short break. We have about 15 minutes left in the round, and then we will be back for round two. So we will see you guys shortly. Don't
Yeah, we're gonna get
go.
our breakdowns too.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
we'll come back with hero breakdowns too. And then we'll try to pick out a really good round two match. So don't go too far.
sounds good.
See you soon. We are back for round two of our ProQuest. We do have a hero breakdown, and then we are actually going to be
Charts.
we're going to be watching New versus Florian. So another Florian on stream, different Florian. This is going to be David. He's actually part of the Second Cycle team.
No bias whatsoever.
No bias, no bias. But yeah, we're going to be watching a new Florian matchup, and they should be starting shortly.
Is
I
this
think
the
they're
same new that took forever? Oh wait, there is
there's
only
still
new.
only one new, but they were playing against a Victor, so that, I mean it's kind of a grindy matchup.
Wasn't it?
No, they were playing Josh on Victor.
Oh,
Yeah.
got it. Yeah.
But let's go over some numbers. As they're getting ready. So we have 30 people here today, 17 different heroes registered.
I love that.
I would have expected Florian to be the most represented deck.
It is not though.
There's a lot of Florian enjoyers in the area, and it's a very strong deck right now. We only have 4 Florians in the room. We have 6 Syndras beating out Florians. 6 Syndras in the room. Syndra, pretty good matchup into Florian. A lot of people decided to bring the deck. After that, we have 3 Fangs.
So very heavily draconic.
Yep. And there was a Fang mirror in round 1, so one of them lost, as that would go.
So Fangs are not undefeated.
At least one of them is. And then we have a couple 2-ofs, Azalea, Verdance, and Vincent.
Azalea is close to LL.
She is. She's above 900 points right now. And then everything else is a 1-of.
Except I guess you could say Arachne is kind of a 2-of.
I mean, they're different.
Mario and
Do you
Slippy.
wanna read those off, or 1-ofs?
Yeah, so we got Arachne Slippy, Arachne Mario, Dash IE, Jarl, Kano, KO, New, Prism, Riptide, Teklevosin, and Victor.
And Victor. And we know that the Victor lost to the new last round. So good numbers. Syndra definitely not what I expected, but it'd be interesting to see how many of them convert.
I know some of the Syndra players, and they just absolutely love that class and that hero. So I personally haven't gotten into Syndra just because Ira's my bae, and so much so that I guessed the card correctly.
Just off of the lanterns.
Just off the lanterns.
All right.
So what was I doing on the break?
Studying cards.
Staring at February and stuff and looking at meta cards and stuff. It's not going to help. It's really not going to help. I thought it was a horse. It was a goat.
According to Ethan, Teklo beat the Kano round 1, which is crazy. I don't know if we can confirm that.
Yeah, Teklo is.
It's probably Brandon.
Brandon Robinson.
Yep,
Yeah,
that makes sense. That tracks.
Results.
I'm gonna go ahead and switch us over to our gameplay mode here because they are probably gonna be starting right now.
Teklo beats the Kano.
That's crazy.
Pretty sure Matt's running Kano today.
All right, well let's go ahead and see what our players are up to. So we're just finishing shuffling up. Oh yeah, let's update names here. And update records. Both of our players are 1-0.
So Andre, new player, go figure. First time I met Andre was
he's not a new player. He's been playing for a bit.
You throwing my old stuff back at me. You're not even a dad. You can't do that. Andre, the first time I ran into them was actually at the Battle Hard in Milwaukee. And me playing Ira, I do very poorly in a new. And of course, you choose your positioning or whatever. And I was paired into Andre, and I'm like, oh no, this is terrible for me. And then like they screwed up the pairings or they repaired. So then I'm like, oh great, I don't have to play a new. And then I played him next round anyways. I'm like, oh no.
I'll be very interested.
I made it close though. I made it close.
I'll be interested to see how this matchup goes. Usually New does very well against these blue heavy decks. But Florian, I don't know, like once you get a lot of blues in his Banish Zone, like I feel like that's when he goes online. New is usually good into Verdance, but I don't know about the Florian matchup, so I'm excited to watch this one.
So immediately, obviously nothing in graveyards, so you can't exactly do the decompose here, but immediately throwing out that's a D-react, right?
Yep. And I think he's just trying to fuel his graveyard with Earth cards. We see him
Yeah,
play the life here just to gain one. He didn't hold that for his turn to make the rune chance. He just wants Earth cards in his graveyard.
gotcha.
And that could be because New will banish these cards instead of putting them in the graveyard. So when these chain links resolve, they're going to go to the banish zone. So it can be hard for the Florian to get the cards into the graveyard in
Okay,
order to activate the decomposes from hand.
makes sense.
So just using this opportunity to get these cards into the graveyard while he can.
Then Andre just threw the dagger and basically Arsenal passed right
Yep.
away.
And we see 3 reds pitched to make a rune chant and swing 3.
Two of them D reacts too,
Yep, 2
and a
shelters
felling.
and a felling. Felling good for saving for the late game.
Mhm.
And David wanting to keep this card to put in Arsenal.
Suppose in this matchup, you know you're going to second cycle, almost
Yes.
guaranteed. So
Yes.
uh,
Well,
pitch stacking
everybody
is huge on this.
everybody playing on stream right now is at second cycle.
Get out of here! I'm not inviting you back.
You are at
uh,
second cycle right now.
that's you're an Oddwillow, sir. Well, the motto is be odd, and you are doing very well.
All right, we see this pain in the backside used by many of the classes in this game.
Hey, look, a trot along.
Yeah, look at
It's not a
there's
horse.
a ram there.
It's a ram there.
All right, easy 3 block here. It looks like we only elected to bring 1 dagger. We have that arcane lantern in the offhand slot. We don't need to worry about flick knives in this matchup. New doesn't bring that.
Hmm.
And then a surgical for 4. Very strong on hit. And there's a card left in hand and a card in arsenal, 1 floating. We could see a buff here, but David not even worrying about blocking it out completely. I'm imagining he has a D react. Oh, just taking the 1. So he's gonna let Andre look at his hand and take a card. We see a blue and a swarming. Chooses to banish the swarming. And yep, life total ticked down there. So we have the blue in hand. This is likely just going to be Grass Reaping Blade. It's what Florian does best.
Just throw the
Yep.
one. Eventually becomes 2 every time.
Yep. So before he goes online, we get 1 card 4s. After he goes online, we get 1 card 5s. And
How many Earths
only
does he have in
I
hand
believe
so
it's just
far?
the one. It's the one
Okay.
that the surgical just hit.
Hmm.
It was a Rupon Carapace.
So does that mean he could also choose to block stealth cards with Earth to get it down there?
He could.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he could feed Earth cards to Andre's stealth cards
But
and try to go online sooner.
having them in his graveyard was helpful because then he has decomposed cards.
Correct. Yeah, he
Okay.
needs them in the graveyard if he wants to activate the decompose abilities. So it would help his hero power, not necessarily the cards in his hand.
Okay.
Only 1 AB on Andre's side, which I think is correct. But if David is on something like Channel the Millennium Tree and he's amping these rune chants to 4,
Hmm.
that's a lot of damage that can sneak past. So just something to make note of. I don't know if David has it in his list, but I think Florians, for the most part, have been playing it.
Deciding whether to block this the go again dagger is always a challenge for me because it's like, oh, it's just 1
I
damage, but
hate the
it's
go again
effectively
dagger.
2 because it's on hit buffs the next attack.
Beckoning Mistblade is so annoying. I'm going to be so happy when New leaves.
Me too.
I think a lot of people are.
That's the last one out of the
That would be all of the
missile.
Mystical
Yeah.
heroes. All right, so it looks like we let this hit. So banished a blue off the top, and then banishing a card of the same color from graveyard. I believe he's going to gain a life because of this. And finishing with an E-Strike. This is probably 4/7, but we could have seen him choose draw a card and set up an arsenal. Oh, and we got the fancy
Ooh, is that the sink
biscuit
below?
sink below.
I like that. I like the all dark card.
I didn't like this card when I originally saw it, but I
Yeah.
think it's grown on me.
Yeah.
Like I would get a set of these.
I mean, if I had to choose, so between this and then the assassin card or the new card, where like her arm seems like obnoxiously long.
Yeah,
Like I like this one better.
yeah. The other fun one is the Fate Foreseen promo from the APAC promos
Hmm.
where they're holding I don't know what it looks like a fortune cookie, but I don't think it's a fortune cookie.
Yeah,
That one's fun too.
I love that they do some of those
Yeah,
because they're so
yeah,
fun.
super cool. I think they came out with one recently for Snatch too. That looks really cool.
Mm, it's one of my favorite cards.
Ooh, and we see a give and take played. That's not a card that you see played very often. So it's going to be a 1 for 3 go again. And when it gets blocked by an action card, you can loop something, I think. But I believe we'd blocked it with a reaction, so no trigger there.
Mm.
And then just following this up with the Reaping Blade and a Rune Chant. Give and take is interesting, especially with the Channel Mount Heroics in the deck. That's a lot of extra go again, which the deck doesn't have a crazy amount of. You get the Rune Ragers, you get the Swarmings.
Hmm.
So extra go again on a 3 block, just to have stronger CMH turns is pretty. I like that.
Hmm. I do notice, by the way, that the dice are much more heavily used than the tokens were in terms of the damage output.
Yeah,
So that's a good addition to the stream.
I agree. Thank you to Ty Cards.
E-strike for 7.
And I don't think there's any more cards in hand. So it looks
It's
like we're
mostly
going off
push.
Arsenal. I wish David had a dice there for us to see how many.
For the Earth banish.
Yeah.
Is this an Earth card here? I don't think it
No, give
is.
and take is a generic.
I think the only thing. Oh, well, this is banished down here,
Yeah.
so he's got to trot along and banish. Not going to help much.
We see 5 block come down. We have the Autumn's Touch and the Flourish,
So that gets some more Earth into graveyard.
and we see a Summer's Fall. No effect on this. It looks like we're attacking with the blue. We are essentially just sending this for 4 and getting Earth cards in our banish zone.
Summer's Fall,
Which
one of the ones that I couldn't figure out. Right?
are we online? I can't tell. I guess we'll find out when he activates his grasp next. But coming in for 4, not a crazy amount of damage. Andre could put a 3 block in front of this if he wanted to, if he has an extra card in hand. Leak 1 damage, and still come through with a pretty strong 3 card hand. I think I may have seen a Justinic in his hand. That one's always fun for some surprise damage.
Mm.
I hate that card.
Now we've already seen. So David probably runs 6. Is it Rootbound? The D-React?
It would probably be somewhere between 5 and 6. I
Okay.
think they're on the yellows. I don't know if they run all 3 yellows. Paint on the backside coming in for 3. It looks like we're letting this hit, which
So then,
will let the Mistblade hit as well. So he would have +1 and go again on his next blue attack, but he might not have the hand to actually take advantage of that.
did the was that Art of Body,
Art of Body Mind, or Art of Desire
Art of
Body.
Desire Body? Did that get the
Um,
+1 on it then, or no? Because
it didn't because it's not
it's not
blue.
a blue. Yeah.
And then he also isn't able to gain the life because of Reaping Blade. The Justinic not usable in that hand
So
because
that
neither of those
probably ended
cards
up
were
in his
blue.
arsenal then.
And it looks like he drew a Codex and
Okay.
chose to Arsenal that. So
Gotcha.
he kind of IP'd himself that turn, but still presented a decent amount of
Would
damage
have been
there.
a hell of a turn to get hit with Plow under.
Yeah. And we see David respond with a Channel Mount Heroic into a Rune Rager. So coming in for 6, into a Swarming, coming in for 6, and then Tunic Reaping Blade for 3. Germinate in the arsenal or in the pitch zone means that this CMH is going to stick around. We took all of Andre's hand, so David is going to have a full 5 cards to work with on this turn. Oh, except for the
The
Codex,
Codex.
the Codex and Arsenal. And there's a leave no witnesses there.
Yep.
So Dave or Andre gets to threaten David's arsenal right now. Um, we'll probably see a card. Okay, he has a sync
Yeah,
blow.
the
I was
Syncbalo.
gonna say
Yep.
we could see a card and grasp go in front of this if we needed to. But the clean four block here, very good.
Yep. Still had to push it though, because leaving that D-React in there
Yeah,
for
and
later would
he
suck.
gets the ponder, so he gets to refresh his arsenal slot. David does have a frailty, so if he chooses to send the reaping blade this turn, it is going to be at -1. But still 4 cards to work with. Ideally, we're going to want to get 2 earth cards into our pitch zone if we want to keep this card around, keep the channel. But that means that we're only sending one of the cards in our hand. So maybe not getting a very aggressive turn if we try to go that route. So Strength of 4 Seasons into the pitch zone, activating Grasp. Okay, it
So he
looks like
is
we're
not
not
active,
online yet.
not online. Yeah.
And then pitching.
So he is pitching the 2 Earth cards, so he
Yep.
gets to keep that for one more
So Strength of 4 Seasons should be active. There are at least 4 Earth cards in Vanish right now, I believe.
for sure. Yeah.
So I think this is coming in for. I think it is 6. David has been on stream plenty of times. He needs to be better at using the dice.
I just complimented them
He
too.
knows better.
I just complimented them.
All right, 3 block coming down, and then a sync blow.
That should fully cover it.
Oh, the channel mod heroic. So it's getting even more.
Oh yeah.
Yep. So Andre took 2 there. And then we're going to channel 2 earth cards to the bottom of the deck. And the CMH will stick around. Andre working with a 3 card hand here.
It probably won't stick around past the beginning of the next turn though, right? Like God.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be able to get 3 earth cards in Banish and have an effective turn.
But he will
So,
have it for use for his next turn.
correct. So I think this is going
That
to be the
adds up.
last CMH activations that he'll get. Art of Desire, Body, or Art of Desire. These change based on color.
Yeah, body
So
is
this is
red,
this is mind, right?
mind is blue, and then yellow is soul, I believe.
Desire? Is it Desire
Aren't they
or
all
Body?
like that? Or well, desire is the design and the color is body, mind, and soul.
Oh, I think you're right.
So mind is always blue, soul is yellow, body's red.
All
I
right.
could be completely wrong. Hey, I
We
knew something you didn't know.
I don't like new. I don't care to learn her cards. So we see a Chi transformed and pitched to the recurring
Is that
nightmare
his
here.
first one? I
It
don't.
is his first
It's
one.
been they've been in there for a while, and
And it looks
I'm surprised
like
he hasn't seen it.
a runic reclamation got sent to the banished zone, and then the Art of Desire ripped a felling off the top of the deck. Very strong card to get rid of.
I do find it interesting that Andre's not running Mask of Recurring Nightmares. Well, what did he have in his mask slot before?
He is running recurring nightmares. He just activated it.
Oh, Jesus. He had it in his hand for some reason. I was like, his head's missing.
Yeah, he took the runic reclamation that turn.
Gotcha.
Give and take. Here we go. 3 go again. Buffed up to 6 from the channel.
And what's on hit on that one?
So it's not an on hit. I believe if he blocks with an action card, um, David will be able to put an action from his graveyard on top of his deck. But New famously runs a lot of reactions. So
Hmm.
there is a way for him to block around this if his hand is appropriate. I think I see a shred maybe at the back. I can't quite tell what that card is. The other 3 do look like actions though. Okay, so blocking 6 here. It is an action card, so we are going to get the trigger. Um, choosing. It'd be interesting if he just chose another.
This is Summer's Fall.
I was thinking another give and take could be interesting. Um, does he get to put 2 cards because he blocked with 2 actions?
This is give and take, right?
Give and take. Yeah, I'm not sure the exact wording on give and take. Um, that would be
So the exact
impressive.
wording is whenever give and take is defended by an action card,
Wow.
you may put an action card with cost less than give and take's damage from your graveyard on top of your deck. So he gets to
So
go
yeah, he put
two,
2 cards down, so he gets to buy back 2 cards. That's
specifically
very
whenever.
strong. And then he follows up the give and take with the CNC for 9 off of the
Oh,
Channel Mount Heroic, and Andre only has 2 cards left in hand, so unable to play any defense reaction that might have gone in. It looks like it was a Siren's Call. Also hate that card. Chose to take the 9 and keep the 2 cards in hand. That was a very, very strong turn on David's end. And we see Andre
just
follow up with the leave no witnesses. There is an arsenal, so it is threatening, but again, we can put a card and grasp in front of this if we want to protect that card.
he's got one in hand, potential reaction.
Tunic is up. It could easily be something like a uh, venomous strike, I think it's called,
Venomous bite,
or venomous
fang strike, venomous bite.
venomous bite,
You
or
really hate me, don't you?
I do. What's the other one?
Slither is the go again, I think.
Some I'm sure it has hiss in its name or something. Oh, it was a shred. So
Oh,
we see
that other
the
card that I absolutely hate.
cover up, but Andre has the shred.
Yes, his is +3.
Oh, it's just called hiss.
It's
Okay.
literally called his.
So without a reaction, we're gonna see damage come through. David letting go an E strike and an E strike off the top. I'm surprised we didn't see the well grounded used here to protect that. I'm curious what is in David's hand that he feels like he can lose that card.
Is that
Uh,
another Summer's
yep.
Ball?
So this is a blue Summer's Fall. We knew he put that there
Yeah.
from the give and take, and I believe this is going to put Florian online.
I suppose he probably wasn't really going to do much with a E-Strike then,
Six,
anyways, right? He
7. Yep.
might have just kept it in his
8
arsenal one more
cards
turn.
in banish. We get to see the Florian flip over to the Marvel side. One of the best parts about playing Florian and Verdance is if you have the Marvel, you just get
Yeah,
to
yeah.
do the flip. So Florian going to be making double tokens, well, +1 tokens for the remainder of this game.
And with how even their
Um,
life totals are, this is gonna, that's a long game left to go to have to fight against double rune chance.
Interestingly, New has the ability to play blues out of Florian's banish zone. So he
Mm.
has 8 in there right now. He
Could
could
you turn them
use
off again?
he could use a
Huh?
chi to play one of the blues from his
Oh,
banish and put him
yeah,
down to 7, and then he won't be online anymore.
that's hilarious. It's interesting just seeing various heroes and how they interact with each other like that.
Bonds of Agony coming in for 1.
Just one. It's just one.
It's just
It's
1.
just one.
Oh, 2 actually. We let the misplay hit.
Okay, okay.
Fun fact, I don't know if you knew this or not. I also hate this card.
I, I am not a fan of this card either because it's usually used against me. This is the 3 reaction card, right?
Yes.
So it could get
So
up to +3.
sometimes it gets to like it gets +3 on its own effect, and
Yeah.
then you have like a
So
Justinic,
you're always looking at least
and then you
5
have a
here when it's turned on
hiss.
by the dagger.
So sometimes it ends up
It could
being
give
like
me like 14 damage.
13,
Yeah.
14 damage.
Oh my
It's
god.
so annoying. But we see the face bird used here to get the last card out of Andre's
That's a
hand.
smart place to use it, I think.
That I think so as well.
Did we see what got taken out? Is that a Justinek?
It's under the bonds, so
Is it this one? Or is
no,
that Bonds?
that's the
Okay.
bonds. It's under it. I didn't see what he discarded there.
That could have been a big disruption using the face bird. And there's the first double rune chant.
Into 4 more rune chants and a life.
And a felling.
This is going to be felling for 6 and 8.
That's a lot of damage. What card don't you hate?
What
Can you tell
card
me a
don't I
card you
hate?
don't hate?
I don't hate Pummel. Pummel's a fun card.
You like Pummel.
I like Pummel.
I don't like Pummel. I
Um,
don't play Pummel Ira.
I don't hate 0 for 4 defense reactions. Those are fun.
You really, some people really don't like
I
those.
love them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't hate Crown of Seeds. I love Felling. Felling is a great card.
I wish there was a response to felling. That's the thing that bothers me is like plow under and felling, how it's just like this happens, there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Like that's why I end up putting uh what is it, the Oasis respites and stuff in my arsenal, because then I at least can throw it out there.
So I believe Andre, I think he used his tunic and this red to AB2 here. Looks like he has a very red heavy hand because he also blocked with a red and a sink blow. Took one extra damage off of that felling. So now we're looking at 21 to 14. Florian seems to be in a good spot. Andre, no cards. He's just going to have to pass. Full 4 card hand for Florian, and we see a Channel Mount Heroic into a Rune Rager. 6 damage being represented. I'm sure there's a
And
blue in hand,
that's an earth card in pitch too, so that
Earth
heroic's
card and
sticking
pitch.
around one.
If this is a blue in hand, which again, very sure it is, 5 damage following this, 2 Rune Chains and a Reaping Blade.
Because then it would do 2 rune chance and then the reaping blades for 3 with the blue.
Yep. So in total, we would be looking at a 4 card 11, but the channel's going to stay in play and it's going to buff everything on the next turn as well.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. Oh, no blue. So just a swarming. So this is also coming in for 6. So 4 card 12. So on rate.
That's
But
6 because
again,
of the heroic.
6 because of the heroic.
Okay.
But again, the channel stays in play.
Yeah, I mean that's not a bad option either. Just because you've already got the heroic out there, and if you have the attack reaction, go nuts.
Yep, and it looks like Andre chose not to block the first attack, so he just took the full 6, going down to 8. And now with this one, I think he's maybe looking at putting a card in and keeping a 3 card hand. Or is he just going to be using 2 equipment, going down to 4? This must be a really strong 4 card hand for him to feel like he can go to 4
Well, I mean, when you're
with a CMH in play.
when you're at that low of at health and Florian's online, you're out of time. You
Yeah.
got to turn into aggro new now.
Looks like they haven't updated life totals, but I am pretty sure he blocked 2, took 4. So he should be at 4 right now.
Okay. And this is a surgical extraction, right?
Yep, so starting with the surgical, coming in 4/4. On hit, he will get to banish the top card of David's deck, and then look at David's hand and choose a card to banish.
I gotta say, I am a huge fan. Now, I hate it when it's done to me, so new can kiss my butt. But I am a huge fan of being able to look at somebody's hand.
Yeah,
And so I absolutely loved when they released Sound the Alarm. You'd run that in my area deck. I know some people don't like it, but I honestly bring it even when I know that they don't have attack reactions, because knowing what they have and what they're planning on doing really changes how I play.
it's even more fun when you can look at their hand and interact with it.
Oh,
So if you can rip a card,
yeah, I
sound the
would.
alarm, nice because you can find a defense reaction, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
So yeah, I can go in, grab a defense reaction. It doesn't come into my hand though. It goes at the top of the deck, but I'm about to draw anyways.
right.
It would be really cool if I got to bring it in my hand and I could throw it in the arsenal. That would
That
be
would be
awesome.
amazing.
But you know what? I'll take it. Uh, but really, the amount of times that's gotten me out of binds just by me knowing what's coming, especially when they don't have an arsenal already.
So we see the Mask of Recurring Nightmares activated. David banishes a card from
Hate
hand.
that card.
He uses Sink Below to cover 4, and then Andre playing Passover. I think we're gonna likely see a new activation here. Otherwise, he has nowhere to put this chi. You
And
don't
I
want to
don't think
arsenal it.
that's going to be enough to turn Florian back offline, right? At this point.
Well, the surgical doesn't have go again. Oh, it
Mm,
does have go again? Where did we get go again on surgical? Oh, I think he may have played Path Well Traveled first.
oh yeah, yeah.
That's the first chi. So then we have something that we can play out of David's banish zone. Nothing amazing. Florian's blues are kind of just mediocre. There's, I think, an
Just pitch
Autumn's Touch for
blues.
5 there
Yeah,
if you wanted to represent 5 more damage. And it looks like we're choosing the Summer's Fall for 4. Again, not very strong. He's not going to be able to decompose because he doesn't have Earth cards in his own. So he's not going to be able to get rid of the channel.
Mm.
It looks like we see the stilettos activated, so we're going to be giving the Summer's Fall go again, and then we're probably going to end on the Autumn's Touch, if I would have to imagine.
Just trying to push as much as possible because sitting at 4 health, you don't have a lot of life left here, and just David probably will just take a majority of it, like block out some, and then just throw more rune chance back at him.
Very heads up play here. So playing the Trot Along, Strength of Four Seasons, I'm going to be coming in for 2. It's going to get go again off of the Trot Along, and then we get to end on the Autumn's Touch. So Andre able to turn that into a pretty decent turn.
Is it too little, too late though?
I think it is. We still have channel in play. David looks like he's checking maybe to see whether or not he's still online. We did take a lot of Earth cards out of Banish. I don't see him flipping Florian back over, so I think we might still be online.
We like you too, Josh.
All right, let's see what David can
At
do.
least we can bond over our mutual hate for you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's awful. Get her out of
Yeah.
here. All right, E-Strike coming in for
Who knows?
who knows?
Because he
There's no dice. He's not drawing a card, so it's probably +2.
could be go again.
Could be
Does he
go
have
again.
anything in his hand?
He doesn't have anything in his hand.
Could
No
be go
tune
again and
counter.
just do nothing.
So 10 damage represented. Andre blocking 9. So Andre going down to 3. 1 card hand for Andre. Let's see
Yeah.
what he can do with
I
it.
suppose if you're going to lose your channel Mount Heroic, you might as well throw that extra 3 in
Yeah,
there with an E-Strike and just take part of his hand out.
if Andre's able to keep something like a Codex,
So that's
but
Art of Desire body.
body, so coming in for 3, looking for red cards. Very easy block on Florian's end.
Mm.
3 blocks in abundance in this deck, but instead blocking with Canopy Shelter.
And that's a block card, right?
This is a block card.
Gives him some might
2
tokens.
might tokens because of the Florian ability.
It's like you almost feel like you shouldn't have thrown that. When they come out with that one, it's like I'm helping you. This isn't good.
Yeah, this is almost like a mini CMH here. So we see the Grasp activated, 2 Rune Chants hit the board into 2 flourishes
Oh no.
into the Reaping Blade.
Oh no.
I believe each flourish is going to be
He
plus
set up
3.
mites. He set up mites with the flourishes he had.
So this
That was a
should
great
be
play.
3, 6, 7, 8. This should be 10 damage on the Reaping Blade and 2 Rune Chants. If I am reading this correctly, which there's no dice on the board.
It's crazy because I feel like the only way to disrupt that would have been to not attack at all. Like how would you know,
Yeah,
right?
if you don't
If he
attack at
didn't
all,
give him the might, then the flourishes wouldn't have pushed the additional damage, right?
yeah, if you don't attack at all, this is using a blue to swing 5.
So the instinct to just throw something actually backfired. That's fascinating.
And we see Andre give up the whole hand. And David just gets to have another 4 card hand turn.
And he just gets to just outvalue Andre nonstop. Because if you can't throw the threats to banish, then you can't even try and mill him out or anything.
All right, starting the turn by making 2 Rune Chants.
If Florian is gonna be sticking around this heavy, I feel like there's got to be some cards out there that could attack armor pieces somehow and disrupt that.
So we see Florian present 6 and 6, not choosing to decompose, just sending 6 damage on the Plow Under. Andre again gives up the whole hand in order to prevent any of the damage coming through, but that just means that David gets to use another 4 card hand.
This is just routine at this point, just going through the motions.
If he can find the right combination
'Cause-
of rune chant generators and buffs, he could potentially just kill Andre in 1 turn.
And that's possible, but it's not necessary either.
Yeah.
Because I think he could just ride this as long as he needs to. Because he doesn't even need his entire hand. If Andre did turn around and actually get to throw something, he's not going to have the attacker actions in hand to be able to surprise him. So he could comfortably overblock and continue throwing value.
All right, so we see 2 rune chants generated. Strength of Four Seasons coming in. It is going to get the buff because there are 4 Earth cards in the Banish Zone. We see the Rune Chance pitched for and 2 cards to block. So Andre actually gets a card here. What can
Oh
he do with
boy.
it?
And TJ, I do not know what's going on half the time because I am the lovable idiot on the stream today. Because I play nothing but Ira. So, uh, but thankfully I can ask Rob lots of questions, and you are a wealth of knowledge. But if they don't use the dice, then none of us know what's going on.
David has timed these defense reactions against these Leave No Witnesses very well. I think every turn that he has sent a Leave No Witnesses, he's had a
Mhm.
defense reaction to stop it. All right, 2 more Rune Chants and a Felling. This is kind of what David was looking for. So automatically take a card from Andre. If he
He
can
could take the rune
he can take the
chance.
Rune Chance. He can go to
Yeah.
1 and then use his last 3 cards on blocking. But then he's at 1. This was a very good turn for the Florian. This is kind of what he was looking for. With new at 1, it's going to be very hard for him to keep a card moving forward. All right, so the Rune Chance finished resolving. Now we get to decide if we want to decompose, which you almost always want to.
Always do. Yeah. Yep. So then is that coming in for 8?
This is coming in for 8. We block for 8.
Oh, there was the
Okay,
mask. Yep.
so giving up the mask to stay at 3, but all cards out of hand.
And not having that mask, especially if he's going to start cycling into chi again, that's rough.
Yeah, I think we've seen 3 transcends this game. So there are 3 no blocks in the deck right now. Well, more because the front sides are also no blocks. We see 2 Rune Chants into a CNC,
A little bit less, a little bit less. Survivable.
and there's one of those no blocks used to prevent the Rune Chants here.
Hmm.
So Andre gets to keep a card again.
Wish I knew how thin the decks are getting here. It looks like Andre might actually be kind of low compared to David, but I don't know if he double sleeves or not.
All right, so Codex comes down. He's going to buy back a Leave No Witnesses. If history is going to be any indication, David probably has a defense reaction for this.
Every time. Every time.
But I don't think he does. I feel like he would have just slammed it, right?
Yeah. This is the first time he's had to actually think about potentially losing an Arsenal.
Looks like we're going to give up the Tunic. So 3 block from hand, 1 block from Tunic. Pretty clean cover up there. Giving up a Germinate.
It's nice being able to do that and not have to worry about some crazy attacker action coming out. Uh, the gloves you have to pay for, right?
The grasps or the.
The learning,
Oh, yes, it costs 1, just like the boots.
yeah,
So it costs 1 as a reaction. He will get a Fang Strike out of it.
which is the +1.
Oh, very good play here from
Oh,
David.
there's the plow. I was waiting to see when these
Trot
plow unders
along
open.
into Plow Under from Arsenal. So this is going to be getting -1 from the Frailty token, but it has Go Again. So this is going to be 5 Go Again, stealing Andre's Arsenal. David still has a card in hand. We could potentially see him convert this into 2 Rune Chance and maybe 2 damage from the Reaping Blade. Trot along a very good addition for these Florian decks. It looks like Andre has another Codex at hand, but I don't know if he's going to get away with keeping it this turn. We do see the 2 Rune Chants generated, and we're going to see Reaping Blade for 2 and 2. We could potentially take the 2 Rune Chants if we wanted to, but instead we're going to be paying into them and then blocking 2 damage on the Reaping Blade.
So yeah, the arousing wave. It's not alluring 'cause it's new alluring, but arousing wave. Pay 1 to get 1,
Yes.
basically.
So Andre, again, used the whole hand to negate any of David's damage, so he is still at 3, but he just continues to give David these 4-card hands. All right, 2 rune chance into a strength of 4 seasons, so 2 and 6.
He could be just hoping
We
that
prevent
he
2.
runs out of
We
gas.
block 6. We have 1 card in hand. Yeah, Andre's deck is looking very thin. Um, I believe we're activating new. Let's see what we can do here. I don't think there's any more trot-alongs in there, so this will likely just be 1 card played. Let's see what we have access to. Flourish. Oh, there is a trot-along. Flourish, I don't think very useful to Andre here. Without any Earth cards in his own banish zone, none of these cards are being buffed by their own effect. It looks like we're just sending 4. And we have a D-React.
There it is. Andre is really fighting for his life here, though. Like
He's done a
he
really
didn't
good
he didn't
job.
roll over. He's got to be keeping an eye on that graveyard
He's been at
and
3 for a long time. He's done a really good job of not taking any additional damage. Um, CMH for David is not what you want to be seeing here.
not when you're at 3 health.
Autumn's Touch now converted into 8 damage. We have to give up these 3 cards, but CMH on the board for next turn could be the end of the game. What does Andre have as his last card? It is a Persuasive Prognosis. There's no way for us to buff this. There's no way for us to give it go again. We could easily use the Well Grounded here if we wanted to, but instead we're going to use the Shelter instant ability to prevent the next 3 instances of 1 damage.
All right, so CMH on the board. We're gonna have some rune chants coming out to take some cards as
If
well.
he has a Felling in hand right now, I think the game just ends.
How many fellings has he played though?
I think I saw 1 get banished. I know he's played at least 1. But this Fruits is going to be buffed to 8, so 2 and 8.
That's survivable.
It is. He would have to use the whole hand and have no 2
And
blocks.
that's 2 earth cards in pitch, so he gets it for 1 more turn.
Yep. But it looks like we are taking 2 off of the Fruits, so Andre down to 1. Was it a no block in hand? It could be a Chi. Oh, it's a Codex. Okay.
Codex. Okay.
So choosing,
So Codex into Leave No Witnesses, I'm
yeah,
sure.
choosing to take the 2 damage in order to be able to play the Codex,
And then so he
which
put a felling in his
which
arsenal.
David is getting a Felling.
And then here comes that other shelter.
I mean, he could also just give a card and Well.
There it is. And now he just gave him a felling. That's going to probably be game right there, right?
Yeah, I mean, with the
Oh, that was the
last
last ditch
2
effort.
cards remaining, you make 2 rune chance and you send 10,
Yeah.
ripping a card from Andre.
Hey, at least Andre was in charge of his own destiny there. He basically did it to himself.
Oh, and look at Andre's
Oh, oh
4
no.
no blocks.
Oh man.
That is rough. Um, that was a really good game to watch. I enjoyed that quite a bit.
I mean, I'm glad that Andre didn't just roll over on that one. He fought to the bitter end on that.
Yeah,
But
so if there were blocks in Andre's hand, you can AB these are enchants.
uh-huh.
One of your cards gets taken, so you're left with 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Felling would be coming in for 10,
So it's
and if they
impossible
were
to block
3
that.
blocks, like there's nothing he could do there.
Oh yeah.
So even if they were blocking cards,
Yeah.
that is the game there.
Yeah.
Which makes me think that using the Codex there, maybe
It's
not the right
sealed in.
call.
Yeah.
But I don't think Andre had any cards left in his deck. Like he was running pretty low.
Yeah.
So I don't think there was a way for him to get back at that
Yeah,
point.
that was probably unstoppable. And if he would have gone through David's discards and banish, I'm sure he would have seen that there's still D reacts out there, which I gotta say, David really nailed those D reacts. When you have a million of them in your deck, it's not that hard.
Yeah.
But
All right, well, let's pop back up to us. This was a bit of a longer game, so we might have to speed round our
okay, all right, all right.
our game here. So you wanted
So
to do the the zoomed in cards. We're just going to stick with that
We're gonna stick with that
for
again.
three.
Okay, all right.
So again, we're going to be playing a game in between rounds. We shouldn't have to wait as long for the next one.
TJ, if you want to see
Um,
somebody not know anything, pay attention to this one because I don't know anything.
all right. So I believe you only got one of the five
Which was
last round,
Ira,
which was
which at
Ira.
least I got that. Like, that's
So
my hero.
for anyone that wasn't here, we like to play games in between rounds. So what I'm going to
Close
do
the
is
chat.
close the chat. I'm going to show a zoomed in image of a Flesh and Blood card as a 100 by 100 pixel of this art, and you need to tell me what the card is. Are you ready for your first one?
Yes.
What is this card?
Oh man, I feel like I've seen this.
You have definitely seen this a lot.
Is it still something that's played right with
Yes,
okay.
not as often, but yes,
What was it heavy in the Aurora
it
decks?
was.
It was,
It was.
yeah. Is this I'm gonna say a card name.
Check out it.
Feel free to tell me that I'm wrong. Is it Flittering Charge?
It is not.
Okay, that's all right. I just had to throw it out there. Am I in the right area
Um, yeah, I mean you're in the right deck.
though?
It is a lightning card, so
Uh,
yes, you're in the right area.
God, it's like this little earthen house
Uh
prancing through the forest. I see the light beams and everything.
Geo says that Jen plays it into you all the time, and you hate this card.
I hate everything she plays anyway. She's playing Fang now, by the way.
Yeah,
I swear to God, she picks heroes just to screw me over. Like she doesn't even care the meta. She's gonna play whatever is worst. Like I'm bad into.
we're calling it.
Let me do one more. Uh, it's not Autumn's Touch, is it?
It is not on
No.
touch. There's lightning on it. It's a lightning card.
Oh shoot, yeah. It's terrible. All right, what is it?
This is gone in a
Gone in
flash.
a flash, and I do hate it because
You
it's
hate this
like you
card?
throw well, you throw a D react in it, and then they're like, never mind.
Yeah. All right, next one.
Is this can it be a weapon?
Um, it could be a weapon. This one is not.
Okay, okay. So, because like my first thought was to Aurora's weapon, but
Kind of looks like it could be.
kind of looks like it could be. It's got a lot of lightning aspects to it.
Hmm.
Okay.
As Aurora does.
As you're saying that's Aurora? Hmm.
I mean, it's an Aurora card.
It's an Aurora card.
Yeah,
Okay. Um,
check out it.
I knew that you were about to say that every time.
It's a newer card.
It, is it? It's not arc lightning. It's
It is not Arc Lightning.
okay. Um, I'm picturing like somebody floating,
Yes, you are correct.
and I don't know what's happening. Is it a fusion card?
It is not. I'm calling it.
Yeah.
This is Skyward
Skyward.
Serenade.
That's really new.
Yeah,
Okay.
and she's
Okay.
floating. And it is Aurora's weapon, technically.
Yeah. Technically. Yeah.
All
Okay.
right,
Okay.
three more.
Yeah.
What is this
I'm
card?
doing very poorly. This looks like arc lightning.
This is Arc Lightning.
Yeah. All right.
If you can't tell, this is our Ode to Aurora round.
Oh, I see. This is the farewell to Aurora. Okay.
What is this card?
And there's lightning on it.
There is lightning on it. I think it shows all cards with lightning.
um, it's not a flittering charge.
It is not Flittering
Okay.
Charge.
I don't know why I keep talking about flittering charge. Is it Fry?
It is not Fry.
Oh. Does it have go again?
Check out it. It does have Go Again. It does not have Go Again.
It does not have go again.
It does not have
Can
Go
it
Again.
get go again through its own means?
It cannot get Go Again through its own means.
Okay, so you'd have to use like an
But it does not take your action point away.
blink.
This is not Blink.
So it's not an action card.
It is not an action card.
Okay. Lightning press?
It is
No,
not Lightning
no.
Press. I don't know if Ben has ever looked at this card art. That's impossible.
I didn't know you were doing Aurora today. I should have known that.
He sees the card and hates it. I mean, it sounds like that's every card.
I suppose when I hate it, I just like blank it out. I mean, you were struggling with news cards, right?
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
didn't know. you didn't know what any of them were in
Uh,
terms of names.
calling it.
So, all right, yeah, I'm calling it.
This is Channel Lightning
Channel
Valley.
Lightning Valley.
All right, last one for this
You
round.
should have put a little bit of the valley in there. I would have had it then.
I think I was going for the lightning theme on this one.
Oh,
So
okay,
they've all
okay.
been zoomed in pieces of lightning.
That makes sense.
So this is also going to be a zoomed in piece of lightning. This one is probably the hardest one, I would say. We'll see if chat knows.
Is this a fusion card?
This is not a fusion
Okay.
card. It is a lightning card. And it is a newer lightning card. So
Is that
from
Skizzik?
Rosetta. No.
From Rosetta, okay.
Check out. I think this is a hard one, honestly, but I liked it.
All right, I give up.
This is electromagnetic.
The other card I hate.
Yeah.
I hate.
Yeah.
It's like I'm gonna block with 2 cards, and I'm feeling all good about myself making them throw 2 cards. Then like I want it back.
Yeah. 0 for 6 defense reaction.
Yeah.
Casual.
Yeah. Absolutely garbage.
Disgusting. All right. Well,
bye, Aurora. Bye.
We have one more round of the zoomed in images, and then we'll switch over to the codex of misprints.
I like Codex and Misprints.
That one's a lot.
That's why I wanted to save that for last because I might actually get those correct because I'm more of a numbers guy than an art guy.
Yeah.
So
all right. Well, that is going to be it for this round. I think we have just a few more minutes left in round 2, so we will be back very shortly with your next round.
see
you guys soon. We're back. We're back for round three. Pretty quick break. Picked an interesting one, I think. We have a Verdance mirror.
The
So we
only
have
two Verdances that are here
the
too.
only two Verdances. They're both 2-0, I believe. Want to confirm that? They should be.
Let's take a look. It was a high
Um,
table, I
it
believe.
was a high table. And I believe one of them is from the Chicago area. I don't know where Alex is
So
from.
April May and Alex Truel.
Alex might be from the Kenosha area. And we are going to be heading over there in just a second. Just getting a couple things ready. This should be an interesting mirror.
Yeah, that is both 2-0.
I don't know. I don't know if I've ever seen a Verdance mirror as far as like coverage. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really sure what to expect from either of these players as far as how I want to approach this matchup.
Obviously, rushing, I think, to get your. From what I've heard, it's whoever gets their stuff activated first kind of takes it.
I can see that.
So a lot of strategic, potentially even non-attack in terms of not wanting them to allow to use their D-reacts to kind of slow them down a little bit.
Yeah, I imagine they might be both trying to race to combo.
Race to combo, and then or race to turning their stuff on, and then and combo, yeah, with the big explosion where you gain a ton of life and then
Yeah,
people die.
a lot of Verdance
Um,
lists recently have been keeping their H pots in the sideboard.
mhm,
I think we're going to see those brought in.
mhm.
Um, I wonder if either of these players is going to have something like Poison the Well as tech.
Ooh,
Verdant's not like super
well,
popular right
there
now.
was only two of them in the entire thing. Like you can't exactly plan around
Right.
both being 2-0 Verdances in a mirror match.
So it'll be
There's
interesting to
not a lot
see.
of health gain anywhere else, is there?
No, there's not.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how much tech is in these lists.
I feel like the only way you can really navigate it is by trying to just not help your opponent along. Like especially with earth cards, right? In general, uh like pushing their cards into their banish somehow or giving them the option to do decomposes and just trying to rob them of that. I'd be very curious to see if they try to navigate it slowly like that while trying to get their own filled up, or if they just try to straight up bull rush it.
Yeah. I'll be interested in seeing how this plays out. Let's go ahead and switch over to our game table here.
'Cause it's rare that you feel blocking is a bad thing, right?
Yeah.
But in this case, when you're putting well, when you're making someone put earth cards in their graveyard because they're blocking, you're presenting damage to them. You're helping them get that graveyard. So it's almost
Well,
it's almost like you're rewarded to not play.
the Verdant's Mirror in particular is interesting because a lot of the attacks that you want to be sending, you want to be decomposing with. There are some like CNCs
Yeah,
and some lists are running like Evergreen now,
yeah,
but for the most part, when you're sending like your Fellings and your Plowlanders, these are cards that you want to decompose when you send them.
for sure, for sure.
And that's the same on both sides. So there may not be a lot of opportunities to block attacks
Yeah,
because you're not going to want to send an attack if you can't decompose it, which means that your opponent doesn't get to block with those cards. So they could kind of get stalled
yeah.
on putting cards in the graveyard. We might see a lot of
IPs.
IPs. We could
Yeah.
see a lot of staff activations. It'll be interesting to see what staffs each of them bring. Waning Moon has been very popular recently, but
Mhm.
some people are still on the Surgeon Aether
Winning
Tide.
mood is the arcane damage, right?
It is the 2 damage if it's on your turn, 3 if it's on your opponent. So we could see just a lot of spells slung at each other.
Because then you don't have to worry about the graveyard.
I think attacks are going to be hard to get off in this game.
Yeah, yep.
So we'll see
Are
how
there
that plays out.
any attack actions that they'd be running? I mean, they might have CNCs, right?
Yeah,
Like
so
a CNC
CNCs,
is a great opportunity to put some earth cards in your graveyard.
CNC, Evergreen, if they're bringing that in,
Mhm.
and that might be it.
Really,
Summer's Fall, if that's in their sideboard.
it almost makes me wonder if you,
Um,
in a mirror match like this, if you'd be better off taking the CNC out because you're never gonna hit with it.
yeah,
You're
it's
never
always
gonna
going to
hit with
take
it,
2 cards to put them in the graveyard.
and you're helping them when you do that.
So it looks like April presenting the Surgeon Aethertide,
Hmm.
so wanting to go for a combo here, whether that be a full combo or a mini combo. We could see her, just amp this for 10.
Looks like gear is mirrored.
No weapon here yet. We still need to flip that over. Okay, so
It's
both on
truly
Surgeon.
mirror.
Also, Alex has his Marvel side face up right now, so we are not doing the fun thing of flipping it over once we're online.
He's just saying, "Look at my beautiful card."
I mean, fair. He paid
It's
for
a
it.
nice card.
He can
Yeah,
show it off.
absolutely.
Alex getting 2 cards into his graveyard right now. Starting by gaining 5 life. That sigil though doesn't
Doesn't
really
help.
matter
Yeah,
because
yeah.
you aren't decomposing instants.
But in order to get the stuff in your graveyard and ultimately in your banish zone, you also got to get it out of your hand.
The
So
fruits that he put in there, very good though. It's a good way to start this.
I should say you got to get the cards into your hand to get them out of your hand. So he's
Right.
got to get rid of that sigil anyhow. Otherwise, it's just taking up a spot.
All right. Well, I believe April just passed. She played the Epot, ended her turn. So let's see how Alex wants to start this. I think we're going to see Surgent into either a spell or I think he's holding a CNC. So he could represent 6 here. But again,
Oh man, I
you're
just
kind of just
don't.
feeding into
I
what
don't.
April wants to be doing.
It's just my gut, and I am wrong often. My gut tells me that throwing CNCs would not be a good play
Here
here.
we go.
Ooh. Okay, well let's see what happens in the end. I will be shocked if any of this damage goes through,
Yeah, I
and
think
I would expect to see 2 Earth cards come out to block here.
April looks like she's posturing to put at least one of the Earth cards in her graveyard. Yep, so blocking for 6. We kept a Heartbeat of Candlehold in hand, so a blue.
Because you still have to outpace them too. If you're going to be playing this slow game, you got to zap them, right? You got to get some damage out. But I don't know. I just feel like CNC doesn't have a place in a mirror matchup like this.
So held the Heartbeat, only using it to send the Surgeon. I'm surprised she didn't use that to block and then keep the Aether Arc in hand. Maybe valuing the potential combo piece for second cycle. The 3 life gain and the Verdance pings off of the Heartbeat, very strong. So could be a reason for that. But I would imagine that prioritizing Earth cards in graveyard would be um, very important.
Mhm.
And Alex pitched a defense reaction. Those aren't going to be amazing in this matchup.
No, definitely not.
That should be at the bottom of his deck right now. Pitched that to the Surgent. See if they catch that. Yep, there it is. And we see a Surgent activation coming in for 1.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
Fertile Ground, interesting card in the deck. Ooh, and we end with a Ring of Roses being put into play. That is a very strong one.
Mm.
I believe that is a Japanese cold foil as well, which looks beautiful. So the first time you would deal arcane damage, you also gain a life. Works on both turns. But once Verdance is online, on
Here's
your
that card for
turn,
2 then, right?
yep,
Yeah.
you deal arcane damage, then you gain a life, which activates Verdance's ability. You send another arcane at them.
That's why it's important that it says the first time, otherwise it
Yeah,
would just be an infinite combo
correct. With itself.
with itself.
Yeah, very strong card. Can be a little tricky to play sometimes because it
Yeah.
doesn't have go again itself.
But it can stick
So
around forever, right?
but
Unless
it
somebody has
sticks around
removal.
unless they Summers Fall it.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, this was a great turn to play it. You pitch to the Surgeon, and then with nothing else to do, you play the Ring of Roses. All right, and graveyards still the same as they were a few minutes ago. Not a lot of cards in there.
Yep. Who picked this match?
I picked a Spanish. I think Verdance is so cool.
Yeah, I mean
Um,
it's interesting. Just you know what this feels like to me? This feels like a nuclear arms race.
a bit, yeah.
Like it's like posturing and poking and prodding, but nobody's willing to throw the dynamite because then it's gonna explode. And
April took one off of the Surgeon here, so not wanting to pitch to AB. And then it looks like Alex may be sending this. Yep, so choosing the arcane mode, getting +1 off of the surgeon. So this is coming in for 5. We have access to
This is
AB.
important in the combo, isn't it? Like if the you typically wouldn't want to throw this, but he's probably feeling that he's going to get more
You
later.
can combo with any arcane spell.
That's true.
Yeah, so it
Because
could be
it's
this.
truly, it's is it the Millennium Tree that matters?
Um, well, it's the rampant growths mostly.
Rampant
Rampant
growth,
growth and the
yeah.
life gain. So we see AB3 here. We only have access to AB3 on each side. Two from the boots, one from the gloves. So two more damage coming through for April. This does get an Earth card in Alex's graveyard, though. Oh, and it looks like April also holding Pulsing Aether Life.
Hmm.
So we might see the exact same play on April's side, Surgent into Pulsing Aether. I believe she's also holding an Evergreen. Yep, Evergreen attacks for 7. But we see it just pitched to the Pulsing Aether Life. Tunic allowing her to meld. So gain 1, shoot for 4. And she is keeping a card in hand.
Ross makes a good point because the Striders can go back in your graveyard and pull something, right? So you throw it now to get your opponent lower, and then you can go back and get it later on demand from
Oh,
Striders.
yeah.
That makes a lot of
You
sense.
grab it from Plume, and then you play it at instant from Striders.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yep. That's it.
I guess you would just need to play around not decomposing it at that point.
True, true. And with how slow things are going in the graveyard at all here, uh, is it a you may or you must when you decompose?
It's a May,
So you could choose to not decompose it, but then
correct.
you're potentially having less value. But even still, like once once you're turned on, you would mostly will be passing your decomposes here, wouldn't you? Potentially,
Potentially.
because they're not
Oh,
really going to be throwing a lot of stuff back and forth
I believe
until the fourth on.
April
Uh-oh.
had an extra card in hand. She was going to IP, but then drew 4 cards, and
Oh,
I believe she looked at them.
that's
So
rough.
we'll see how the judge wants to resolve this. While they get that call taken care of, I'm just going to jump back to us,
Sure.
and then we'll keep an eye on when they're ready to proceed again.
So in an instance like that, when you've seen the card, I believe that allows you, like a typical judge call with that would be to show your hand to your opponent, and then they choose a card to bottom on your deck, right?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's typically how it's been handled. I don't know if that's been updated recently, because they're constantly, looking at how they evaluate these judge calls and
sure,
what they
sure.
want to do to handle them. But the last thing that I'm aware of is that you would essentially reveal all 5 cards to your opponent.
Yep,
Your opponent chooses one, and then I think they can choose top or bottom, if I'm not mistaken,
yeah.
to put it.
I suppose it depends on whether the four that were drawn were looked at or,
Yep.
things
Which
like
in
that.
this case, I believe
They
April
they
picked
put
up
it
the
in their hand.
4
Yeah.
and looked at them.
So, and that's brutal because I don't know, maybe in this matchup not nearly as much, but having the knowledge is power. So knowing what's in their hand and what they're going to throw. But we've been very routine so far. So maybe it's just being able to choose an earth card to throw on the bottom of their deck is harmful in itself. But if everybody's just throwing electricity at each other,
Yep.
basically,
All right. It looks like they just finished up the judge calls. So let's
okay,
jump back. So yep, that was handled exactly how we expected. Alex got to look at the hand, choose one card to go to the bottom. I did notice the card that he put on the bottom.
yeah,
It was a Ring of Roses.
that's a good choice.
It was a
That's a
very good
very good
choice.
choice.
Stalls April from being able to play it for quite a while.
I notice we got a Millennium Tree out now. And then what is he throwing on top of that?
Destructive Aethertide.
Okay.
So this is coming in for 4. If it would deal more than 1, it would destroy April's arsenal, but she's choosing to AB3 it. So only taking 1, preventing the effect, but the Millennium Tree gets to stick around.
Yeah.
And let's see what we want to do here. I believe the card that we held from last turn was this Felling that we see, but you don't really want to send that as your first decompose because you're not going to be able to get the full 4 cards there.
And we got a CNC coming right back. I don't know, man. It just feels weird to me. Because I feel like it's always going to be a guaranteed block. and they're allowing them to choose Earth cards to do it with.
Interestingly, we pitched 4 to play the CNC. We didn't send the Surgeon beforehand. Surgeon has go again, so you can shoot for 1 go again, pitching the blue and sort of posture like you have these other cards available to follow it
Yeah.
up. But instead, just sending the CNC and choosing not to make him choose whether or not he wants to AV.
Huh.
Um, with the Millennium Tree in play, I could see a reason for Alex wanting to keep maximum number of cards in hand.
Sure.
So maybe a free point of damage that was left on the board there. And we see an overpitch here.
So did he opted to take the hit from the CNC?
He did.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. I would have thought that we would have just continued with the path of just block with Earth cards, put them in your graveyard,
Well,
decompose them later.
it looks like it was a sync blow that was taken. And if these if these players aren't attacking each other very much,
Hmm.
that can kind of rot in your arsenal a little bit. So maybe
Oh, so you opted to take the damage, get it
choosing
out
to
of the
clear
arsenal.
it.
Because that's a rough one because you're saving it just for the instances of like felling of the crown or something like that,
Right.
or not a plow under because
Not
that's
plow under,
terrible.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like E-Strike is in April's deck, so that's a good thing to know for extra cards to block.
Okay.
Um, 3 Earth cards in Alex's pitch, so this Millennium Tree is going to stick around for 1 more turn. We just got to send 4 and then send a Fruits of the Forest, which, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's a yellow fruits. So that was coming in for 6.
Hmm.
And April gets her first decompose off.
How many rings do you think? Ring is a legendary,
Ring is
isn't it?
legendary.
So
There's
them
only
putting that at
one.
the bottom of their deck was huge.
Yeah,
Oh
very
man.
very strong there. But April leading in the decompose race. I didn't see how many Earth cards we chose to put in there.
Mhm.
I can't imagine that there's an excess of Earth cards uh, in the graveyard right now.
This is still definitely one of those where it's too early to tell. I feel board state. Alex has a better posture. Oh, well, there's another channel.
I mean, getting through these early might not be the worst thing. I feel like they're a little bit more brutal in the late game
Yeah.
when life totals start getting really low, when you really need to be, conserving as many cards in hand. The fact that these are getting out of the game early could be a good thing.
For who?
For April.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say because they have their value later on for sure, but
However, this Surgent just came in for 7, and April was only able to AB 3 of it, so the next Arcane spell is going to be buffed by 4,
yeah, that's pretty solid.
but it looks like the only card left in
Is
Alex's
that a
hand
mind warp
is a Scour,
or scour? Okay.
and there is nothing to Scour on April's side of the board. So that extra 4 damage buff, I don't think it's going to go anywhere. And if Alex puts this in his arsenal, I don't even know if he's going to have a target for it. He might have to IP this to not put it in his arsenal.
Seems like that's what he's doing.
All right, we lose 1 tree. The other one does get to stick around.
I don't know. I still feel like, well, April is down on health and Alex's board state is better. The Ring of Roses is a huge pain. If April is still winning on the decompose and on the banish pile, it could easily swing back the other way.
She's also done a really good job of setting up her combo pieces. So no health pots in play yet, but we do have the 2 energy potions. Um, Potentially could combo sooner than Alex.
So this is just gaining health here
Yep, so
times
gaining
3.
3. And then I believe this should be melding. Yep, so gain 1 coming in for 4. There's that Scour from last turn.
So which is the card that amps based on health gain?
Rampant Growth Light,
Rampant
which I
growth
don't
light.
think either player has seen one yet.
Okay.
April did just draw a Seeds of Tomorrow, which she has a card in Arsenal. So if there is a big arcane attack, she could elect to send that Arsenal card to the bottom. I think that's what she's doing right now. So this will prevent the next 5 damage dealt to her. 4 of it going to be soaked up by this Surgeon.
I'm really curious to see if Like, could they have sideboarded out all their D-reacts, or is it just one of those things where you have to get your
There may
60
not be the
cards?
room,
You
yeah.
might not have the room.
And we see Alex sending this Evergreen for no value. If this was played from Arsenal, it would have gone to the bottom of his deck when the chain link closed. He played it from hand. So not valuing the recursion there.
Mhm.
Maybe just wanting to get the extra Earth card in the graveyard.
So Ross said that they saw one, April saw one, and they pitched it earlier on. At
Okay.
least you know where it is then, especially if you're not running shuffle.
I feel like Alex has gotten a lot of Earth cards in his graveyard between the channels and the Evergreen. He
But
still
not,
hasn't started his first decompose, so if he were to fire off a Felling or a Plowlander, it's not going to get that buff. But he has cards to work with. All right, April using her Tunic to AB this staff here.
why wouldn't it get the?
You have to have four. You have to have four Earth cards
Oh,
banished.
in banish. Okay,
Yep,
because you would get your decompose still, but it wouldn't
right.
meet the requirement.
So
So we got to
we're
plow under
sending the
here
plow under. We're gonna probably put three Earth cards in the banish, which we
just
do.
to start.
But
Yeah.
because we don't have four, this is only coming in for two.
And now it's a blockable 4 damage that you could throw Earth cards in front of.
Two damage.
Two.
It comes
A
in for two.
single Earth card.
Um, so yeah, it does get rid of April's arsenal.
I mean, this might be a
Um,
good one to just throw your, if you have like a root bound or something to throw the D-react in front of it, just decompose, even if it's over blocking. But I didn't see what April had in her hand.
I believe it was a tree and a fruits.
Looks like
And
she
if you're
opted to
gonna
take it.
block with the fruits, you can also just gain the life anyways. So
Yeah,
not really worth putting the card there. Also, you can pitch this fruits to keep your tree in play.
there you go. So there are
And
some reasons why you'd hang on to the Earth cards.
yep. So we're gonna amp three. I imagine we're gonna see the Surgent sent. But if we want to follow up this Surgent with the CNC in hand, we'd have to pop this E-Pot.
So is this for 4 then?
This is for four right now.
And then, of course, Surgeon for everyone that hits, it amps that amount for your
Correct.
next attack. And is it only the first attack that tree impacts?
Yeah, so tree will impact the next instance of Arcane,
So you
and
typically
then
would see it affecting the Surgeon because it at least will have one slip through. So
yes,
your amp 1 at minimum.
yeah, so the more likely to carry over that damage from the tree.
And pulling a
Um,
blue out of somebody's hand.
I'll be very interested to see if we choose to give up one of these E-Pots to send this CNC. I think it would be a good play. Um, I think I'd rather see that than Arsenal it, and we're gonna Arsenal it. Okay, drawing back up. There is a rampant growth, but not enough life gain to make use of it. So this will likely get pitched or put in the discard to get back with Plume later.
Is it pitching a Mind Warp?
It is a Mind Warp. And April choosing to take the one damage. I see a sigil in Alex's hand. Ooh, coming in with a CNC.
Isn't that literally what you just said on the other side? And, well, without the E-Pot, anyways, but
Yeah, April also has a CNC in her arsenal, but
uh,
luckily there are 2/3 blocks in April's hand, so if she wanted to, she can block this out. We can pitch the rampant growth to send to the CNC, and then arsenal this Sotomorrow. We won't be making use of the tree if we do that, so instead, what we might see is pitch rampant to the staff, and then pitch the Sotomorrow to CNC. That way, we do get the bonus from the channel, and it will stick around.
I think by now April has all of the Earth cards she needs in her graveyard.
I think they both do. I think right now
So
they're just
now it's
looking
going to be
for
just rushing for decomposes.
decomposers.
Um, surprised I haven't seen more. I guess that I would think Arsenal root bounds would be really nice in this.
All right, so here it is. We see the staff sent for four. Alex respecting it. Oh, fully respecting it. We see an AB3 and an activation of shelter, so preventing all four of the damage. He has technically two instances of one damage prevention floating. And April's going to send the CNC, so technically only coming in for
For
five
5,
because of
yeah.
the shelter. I don't think Alex. Yeah, he doesn't have an arsenal, so this is just damage right now.
Yeah, I
And
wouldn't be too terribly worried about it.
oh, we can't play the root bound.
Oop. See,
It's a defense reaction.
I get what you're going for there, but not. Nope.
I think he just decided to,
Take five.
yep, take
Yep.
5. Oh, he took one too many. There we go. All right. 34, 33. Life total's pretty even.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not rooting for one person or the other. I just did not feel comfortable writing April out at this point because there's still so much gas in the tank there,
It looks like Alex's turn is likely just going to be sending this Surgeon, pitching the plow, and then arsenaling his rootbound.
which arsenaling a rootbound is nice unless the other person has a plow.
Correct. But April has felling. And felling, that's a good one to block with rootbound.
Yep. Because you get your decompose and you get 4 block off of it.
That's right. April probably going to be sending this Surgeon again.
This feels like a tennis match.
We're going to send the Surgeon, get the value out of the tree, and then follow it up with a uh, felling. And I feel like you kind of just have to respect these amped surgeons because you don't know what's going to follow.
Yeah, it's almost like a fake out to follow it up with a non spell,
Yeah.
but like yeah,
Because like if you let it go through and they have a pulsing aether or something like
yep,
that, that's so much damage,
it
and you
is.
only have so much AB. You really have to respect them. And then yeah, when they pump fake you with the attack afterwards,
Yep.
it kind of feels bad.
So you're definitely going to be seeing the root bound here, right? So we're going to get
Yeah,
some
I would
decompose
imagine so.
action.
It looks like April has 5 Earth cards in her banish, so if there are 3 Earth cards in her graveyard on the next decompose, she will be
And then
online.
doubling up on it, choosing not to sink.
And then let's see how many Earth cards Alex has. I know he has 3 in there right now. He's choosing another 3. So Alex is currently at 6 cards.
Yep.
April is at 5. But both of them on their next decompose should be able to get to 8. So they're potentially going to be going online very close to the same time. But
They've
with
been managing it very well. Is that's another Millennium Tree in hand?
there's another tree on April's end and a plow under.
Okay.
I didn't see the last card from Alex. I think it might have been a Mind Warp, and he's just sending it to Arsenal. And April, I think, is going to go online this turn with this plow under.
So are we gonna do Millennium to Aether to Plow Under? The same
She
fake
has
out?
just enough resources to go tree. No, she's short. With Tunic.
E-Pots,
With
maybe.
Tunic.
Or Tunic. Okay.
She's able to go tree, staff, plow under. So again, kind of pump faking Alex
They
there,
gotta respect the Aether.
which very strong.
And there's not even necessarily a tally. Oh, we didn't go straight to the
Oh, choosing to scour
getting rid of the
the
ring.
Ring of Roses.
Okay.
And Scour getting the buff from the Millennium Tree. So this is also representing 4 damage. That's a pretty heads up play.
That's so I'm gonna look up Scar because I haven't run through that one.
Destroys auras with cost 0.
Is that something you would typically then have sideboarded for just this matchup?
They just run them as part of their blue suite because there's so many rune blades,
Yeah.
rune chants, all sorts of auras running around. So that tends to be just a standard part of their blues.
And so yeah, then it represented the four. Now it wouldn't buff the next attack, so you wouldn't have to respect it as much. It's done its damage.
Correct.
So you
But
would realistically assume that there's a plow under coming.
yeah,
I'm
with
assuming did that happen or
well, the Scour doesn't have go again, so April just arsenals the plow
oh
under.
yeah, maybe. So it sent the 4 and then they're delaying another turn to use that. Makes sense.
Oh, and we see a cadaverous tilling on Alex's end. This is going to banish
So
2 Earth cards at minimum,
yeah,
and Verdance is going to be online.
yep.
It'd be funny if he flipped his Marvel to the non-Marvel side to represent.
That wouldn't be confusing it. Oh my that's funny.
Oh, and he has the Rosetta set icon to represent that he is online as well.
Gotcha.
I like that.
And then April just needs the three more in Banish, but we could assume, especially with the Plow Under, that that's coming up
Correct.
right now.
And April actually decided to take the 8 damage off of the cadavers tilling there. So very, very much valuing the cards that she has in hand. I see a felling there and a rampant growth.
I suppose you could go online with just the felling too.
I think what we're going to see is rampant growth to the staff, and then you play the plow under and you arsenal the felling.
Yeah,
Um, but you could also do it the other way. You can send the felling and keep the plow under in arsenal. Um, I think I like disrupting Alex's arsenal, but it looks like April choosing to disrupt his hand.
yeah.
And April needs to put 3 Earth cards here, and now we are online.
Flip it over.
Oh, notably, getting rid of one of the pulsing aethers. So, potential target for later, gone from the plume.
All right, so both are now online.
Both
Let the games
online.
begin.
Alex will need to put a card from his hand on the bottom.
Yeah. So attacking the hand instead of the arsenal, which I guess if you're thinking about pitch and stuff like that, that's not a terrible idea either.
And this tree is going to be going away at the end of April's turn. We do not have 2 Earth cards. Verdant's not very good at converting 1 card hands, so this card may just come down to block. I think we just took 8. Life total's very even.
And so what was
25
in
to
Arsenal
24.
for Alex? Was that the Mind Warp?
Uh, is it still the mind warp from a few turns back? It might be. I think we kept a plow under in hand.
So
So
then if you have a blue, could you surging into Mind Warp?
you don't even need a blue, you just need the yellow.
Okay.
Because the mind
And
warp
that's
costs
what
0.
they had. So okay.
I think it is still the mind warp. I think that's been there for a
Yeah.
while.
So letting this hit would be thinking that it's going to be a weak turn or that they're just chipping and passing could be disastrous. Well, you'd still have enough AB to cover it though, right?
You could, yeah.
Yeah,
And there it
there
is.
it
So this
is.
is coming
Okay.
in for 3. So now April kind of has to
Has to block something. Yeah.
block some of this, and it
Yeah.
looks like we're just going to prevent all 3.
Still not that bad of an issue.
You know what I haven't seen from either player? A health potion.
Yeah, I haven't seen H pots at all yet. I don't even think I've seen them pitched.
I wonder if they're in the list, and if they are in the list, do you just not bring them in for the mirror?
So what are we responding with here?
E-Strike likely choosing 7, and we're going to choose to block 5 of it. 3 from the Swell Tidings, and then the mental block discarded to prevent 2. Oh, we chose Go again.
Oh, okay. So then the plow under to get rid of the
No
no
Arsenal,
arsenal. Okay.
no Decompose, but it is still for 6. All right. Well, Alex got the Ponder off of the mental block, so if he can use both of these cards, he will get a free Arsenal. And it looks like we're choosing to start with the Surgent.
So now we're basically on combo watch, right? We're looking to see who's going to try and cook off first.
Yes,
How
but
low do you typically need to get somebody to be comfortable with a one-shot kill?
through the AB, 3 on both sides, with 2 blues, you can prevent 6 damage. So looking at their life totals, you would need to present 6 in addition to whatever their life totals are right now. So for Alex, April would need to do 25 damage. That's a little high. I imagine that you're a little bit more
I was
comfortable.
just going to say, did we see two trees from both of them? I think this is the second tree
This
coming out,
is
or
April's
April.
second. I want to imagine that uh, you want to be comboing when they're somewhere around like 10 to 15 would be
Okay.
pretty good.
Or you could, I guess, force it with trees.
Yeah, you can do it with a lot more damage if you have H pots
Yeah.
and if you're stacking like sigils and things like that. But I haven't really seen that from either player. So I think what we're going to see is a smaller combo when they're at a lower life total.
So our good friend Sage says that some Verdants have actually gone off H pods, copying Majin Bay.
Oh, interesting. And that, yeah, that may be the case here because they've been through quite a bit of their deck and we've seen 0. Oh,
Oh, they're a liar.
there's one of them. Choosing to play the H-Pod, but these don't have go again, so is he just gonna IP 2 cards? Gonna gain a life, set up this rampant growth in the yard, and just pass. He is holding another one though,
Okay.
so looking to set up a second one on the next turn, I would imagine.
So slow burn set up into explosive.
So I wonder if April is just not on H-Pods.
Kind of means you're in borrowed time now. If once the H pots come out, you kind of have a timer to when.
Oh, are we looking at a combo this turn? There's a Fertile Ground in April's hand, and there's a Heartbeat.
So using an E pot, what is that they're sending out?
So they are playing Fertile Ground because she has 4 more Earth cards in Banish. It's going to gain her 5 life.
Okay. Oh,
Tree
we might be
is
cooking here.
Tree is amping 3 already. So this rampant growth is going to represent an additional 5 amp, 6 amp because it gains 1 on its own.
Okay.
So Tree is also going to be an additional 3 amp. So currently we're amping 9,
This is all or nothing, I think, from April here.
breaking the plume to get the rampant growth back. This is going to be an amp for 7.
Yeah, Josh, I'm a liar. That's okay. I'll give you my salary.
I think we're missing a 6 dice from that second rampant growth.
Because it went up to 6 with the +1, right? And then it should add another +5.
Yeah, so 7 plus 6 is 13 plus 3 from the. Okay, so the damage is represented correctly on the Surgeon
Okay.
Aethertide. It looks like the dice on Verdance are representing the amount of life gained this turn. So 17 coming in from the Surgeon. We can AB 3.
Yeah.
We're going to take 14,
Oh God. And that's amp 14 to the
and
next
then amp
attack.
14 on the next
So
thing.
this and there's something in Arsenal. So this
And
might be
there's
it.
still a card in hand. I think this might be the end of
That
the
might
game.
be it. Yeah.
Unless there's a Seeds, Seeds of
And they
Tomorrow.
have their boots still too. So they can play it instant.
I don't think Alex can kill in response. April's at 29. He would need to do something like get seeds back from graveyard using Plume. He can AB 8 if he does that. He would still take 9 down to 10, and then the next thing is going to be amped by 9. It might not even be enough if he does that. If he could go to maybe 1 or 2, depending on what the follow up is,
Yeah.
but that would require him to have seeds in Arsenal, and he would have to give up Plume, which is a very important piece. I don't think he has it, so we're just going to prevent 4 using the shelter. Take 13, and then this comes in for 14.
That's probably it right there. We have some health gain, 3 health gains, takes you up to 9.
I don't think there's anything that he can do. I
So
think,
there's 1 from the shelter, so it's 13.
yep.
Healing up to 9, so that'd be you'd have to cover 4.
And you can't really play this healing at instant speed. Like you'd have to commit striders to do it. You
Yeah.
can't pop these healing potions because they're actions. I think the writing is just on the wall here. That root bound's not going to save you. Trying to find some way to stay in this game, but I don't think there is one. If there was a seeds in the discard, you'd want to do it on the Surgeon. Activating Striders,
Getting the 3.
activating Plume.
Oh, some more health gain from that.
Getting Pulsing Aether?
Trying to gain
Is he
enough
just
health to
going out
carry it over.
fighting?
Yeah.
Rampant gains 1, amps 1, and then sends 5. Yep, just doing some flashy stuff before he goes out. April's just going to take the 5, let the Aether Arc resolve, and Alex takes 14 eventually.
There it
All
is. All
right.
right.
We got there.
Just a
All right.
casual 31 arcade
You
damage.
know what? It was a bit of a slow game in the start, but that was actually really fun to watch. I enjoyed that one.
I feel like
Um,
that's kind of like watching golf, where you have to be a golfer to enjoy watching golf. Because I can imagine anybody else watching this is probably like,
I don't know. I thought it was
it
interesting.
was intense,
Yeah,
but
seeing
I
how they
mean,
chose to like navigate the attacks and such was great.
they both did a
Um,
good job making sure that they kind of reached being turned on at the same
yeah,
time.
life totals were really even for a while.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and jump back to us. We have about 15 minutes before the round ends. We're gonna do our game, and then we're gonna do a giveaway.
Heck
We have a
yeah.
giveaway plan. There's 85 people watching right
I
now,
feel
so
like we should just say that Elias can't win anything.
so don't go anywhere. We're gonna do our game, and then after that, we're gonna do a giveaway, and we'll announce what we're giving away at that point. So let's go ahead and jump back over. This is gonna be our last round of the optical zoom.
Okay. This is
Um,
the Watch Ben Struggle game.
yes.
All right.
So you got
Are we
one.
going with a theme again? Can
I
you
don't
at
think
least tell
so.
me
I don't
that?
think
No
we are.
theme on this one?
You
Okay.
got one
All
correct
right.
in the first round, 1 out of 15, and then you got one correct in the second round, or 1 out of 5. So
Yeah.
you're 2 out of 10.
And that was the Arc Lightning I
That
got.
was the arc
Yeah,
lighting.
go figure.
All right.
Just let me
Are
know if these are cards that I hate, because that helps me dial in.
are you ready?
Let's do it.
Can you
I'm
tell
never
me?
ready.
Oh, sorry for chat. For anyone that has just joined in, showing a zoomed in piece of artwork, 100 by 100 pixel, and then we're guessing what card it is. So tell me what this card is. Oh,
I've
not that
only
one.
been
Not
playing
that
the
one.
game like 2 years, by the way.
Tell me what this card
So,
is.
is that Shelter?
This is Shelter.
Yeah, I saw
Shelter
the
from the Storm.
parrot.
Yeah,
Yep,
I like the parrots.
that's awesome.
All right. What is this card? It's a fun little pose there.
Is he jumping? Posing?
Like falling backwards, kind of.
Okay. It's very like heavy hitters feeling.
This is older than that.
Old in that?
Yeah.
Okay. Like it's Outsiders, right? Of
I don't think so. I think it's older than that too. Chat got it.
course. I have no idea.
No,
No.
it's a really good tech piece into small chip damage, like ninjas
Is
and
it
daggers.
oh wait, hold on. Okay. That's a really good hint.
It is.
Is that was it that all you got?
This is that all you got?
Hey, wow, he's just
Yeah. Look at that guy in the
there's
background.
like what even hit him? Or
All
did he
right.
get thrown?
I think
That's
maybe.
Victor, right?
I think technically it's supposed to be,
It's got
but
his
that's not what he looks like now.
he's got to have blonde hair,
Yeah, I think
so
they retconned his look.
gotcha.
All right, next one.
Maybe he dyes his hair. It's okay.
What is this card?
Oh man,
Another old one.
he's not looking too good.
This is like
Is that a tree
original.
guy or is that just a straight up like
It's
plague dude?
little tree man.
Little tree man. Cobblestones.
This is from one of the first 3 sets.
Oh, that's gonna be rough on me.
Check out it.
Is it like a? It's not like Zen State, right?
Nope.
Is it?
It's a generic.
It's not Snatch. I don't even know why I would think that. Uh, oof. I'm just thinking like Cobble Street kind of thing, but I I might lost. I'm
Yeah.
lost. I'm
All
lost.
right.
Yeah, that's tough.
This is Gorganian Tome.
Admittedly, there's no way I would have gotten it. I've never in my life played that card.
That's fair. That's fair. All right. Next one. We have two more. What is this card?
Back to lightning stuff.
Back to lightning stuff. Not a lightning card though.
No, not lightning. Electricity is like coming from something over here.
Mm-hmm.
Zapping his shield. It's a downward angle, so it's something up high looking down.
This is true. These are all true things.
All right, new or old?
New, very new.
Very new.
Chat got it. It that's probably too good of a hint.
I could use anything I can get right now, man.
It's generic.
That doesn't help.
It's an equipment piece.
Oh, a new equipment piece up high. An equipment piece that looks like that with characters in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. So it wouldn't be like a weapon, right?
The hilarious part is he's great at deducting the card, but actually guessing the card.
That just means I'll be unstoppable once I memorize the images. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to like see like the elements in it. So like
Yeah.
I'm imagining like looking down, but like what equipment card has a full environment?
This one.
Quick dodge flexors. Okay, you know what? That makes a lot of
It
sense.
does, yeah.
Especially because I'm sitting here thinking like, okay, it shouldn't be boots then because they're above the guy, but quick dodge flexors. Okay.
All right, we have one
Now, if
more.
you gave me a hint saying that this is really good at blocking out like
That's
Kadachis,
too good of a hint.
that would have been I would have gotten that.
All right. We have one more, and then we are going to be doing a giveaway.
All
So,
right.
what is this last card?
That is the new Command and Conquer.
That is the new Command and Conquer. Good job. I think you
Yeah,
got
I
three
got
on this
one.
one. I think
I
you got three,
uh,
right? You got
right?
Shelter.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
got this, and you got. You didn't get
No.
Gortom. Yeah,
Yeah,
that I got.
with
Yeah.
help.
Oh,
With
yeah,
help.
yeah. So
Yeah, I needed a hint on that.
you are 5 for 15.
Is that like 4.5?
All right. Wrong screen. Back to us.
Hey, I
All right.
feel a lot better about that
Which one do you want to give away?
one. Ooh, ooh, ooh,
Do you want
ooh.
to do?
I think we
Do
do
you want to
this
save the fun one for
last
last?
because
Okay.
this is thematic to what's coming.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I like that.
What
Little
was the
hint for
last
y'all.
armory deck that came out?
That would have been Max Nitro.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was I kind of like the armory deck. I know he's
yeah,
not great right now,
yeah.
but like I liked the
It's
tools
kind
that
of
he
a
got.
hint of what's to come a little bit.
Yeah. If you picked up that deck, it would be really cool to upgrade your hero. So
Hmm.
what we're going to be raffling off is a cold foil Max Nitro. So what we're going to do,
Get your wrenches, folks.
do you want to get ready in the chat?
Yeah.
What we're going to do is, unfortunately, there's not a lot of hunted to go around. I would have liked to open a hunted pack, but instead, we're going to be.
We were gonna do a Japanese hunted, and that would have been hilarious for us to try and
Neither of
struggle and
us would have
figure.
known the names of the cards. We're going to open up a pack of.
That's like a new version of your game. Be like, what card is this? And it's just the full card, and we're still struggling with it.
EU able to join the giveaway? Yes. The giveaway is open to everybody. We're going to open up a pack of heavy hitters, and you guys are going to guess the foil in this pack. You'll guess when Ben puts in the chat, start guessing. And the first person to get it will get the card. If there's any, spice in the pack, if there's like a Marvel or something, we'll send that along with it. So we're going to open this and we're going to take a peek. Don't start guessing until Ben types in the chat. Also, we are going to be no spice.
No spice.
We're going to be going based off of our YouTube chat screen. So you might see that you guessed it, one ahead of the other person, but on our screen, the first person that guesses it correctly is going to be the winner. So again, it just might show up differently on yours depending on like your internet connection. So we're going on this. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
Hit the button. All right. Let's keep an eye out. This called again?
He hit the look again. Come on, man. Just, I would have guessed Pound Town too. That's one of my favorite
It's
ones.
just a fun one.
It's just a fun one.
After long enough, we will give a hint.
Grains would have been awesome,
That would have been
but
awesome.
no spice.
Give it a few more seconds here, then I'll give you guys a hint. All right, your first hint. Oh, Rico got it.
Rico!
Bigger than big.
You know.
This is a rainbow foil bigger than big. Good job, Riku. I have your address, so I will send you the cold foil max. All right. Stop guessing, guys. We're done. Okay, so that'll be it for this round.
I like how Riku's still guessing.
That'll be
Let's
it
go.
for this
All right.
round. We will disappear for probably just a few more minutes. That one took a good amount of time too. And then we'll come back for round four. Our next giveaway is going to be at the end of round five. We have one more giveaway. I feel like it's a pretty cool card.
I'm
Um,
asking that the next match be a little bit more stabby.
I wanted to put Syndra on this round, but it would have been another Florian. So
That's
I was
true.
just like, I have
Not
to.
only another Florian, but the
It
same
was
one
David. It
It
was
was
David
David
again.
again, yeah.
So I had to change it up a little
If
bit.
that's a hint as to where some of the Cinders are in the rankings right now,
We'll
actually.
we'll see. Yeah. All right. Well, we will be back shortly for round four. You guys don't go too far. All right, we're back.
No, there's no
Um,
Asilios.
yeah, I don't think there's any, right? No
Nope,
registered.
none at all.
We're back for round four. Um, I was trying to pick something like diverse. We had two Florians on stream,
Hmm.
but Florian is just doing well here. The two undefeated matchups both had a Florian.
Makes
So,
sense.
one of them would have been Florian Verdance. I chose the Florian Syndra. I think that's going to be
I need to
a
see some
little,
stabby. I mean, you're
yeah.
fulfilling my
You
request. I
requested it. I
appreciate
think it's
that.
going to be a little bit more interesting.
Little stabby.
Table three, at least one of the players was 2-1, so I don't want to win it in just yet.
Okay.
So we're going to be watching Florian Syndra. Should be a good matchup. David is back on screen with Florian, and then
Okay.
we have Michael on screen as well for the Syndra. Michael, I believe, is a Madison local.
Okay.
So
Oh,
both of them actually
yeah.
Madison locals.
And
So
David's fantastic so far in his piloting of Florian.
yeah, so this should be a good one to watch. How do you think this is going to go? Because I've heard that Syndra could be hard for Florian, but
It's a lot of value.
I think there was a game last round or round two where a Florian beat a Syndra. So maybe it's not a free win, but
Not a free win by any means, but if you can put out a lot before Florian can go online, like that could be huge.
yeah.
It is a lot of D-reacts though to go up against, but I think you combat that by going really wide and just going value, value, value.
Yeah, I think
Syndra can really pump
Syndra
it.
needs to put her foot on the gas and then not take it off for like the whole
I
game.
feel like it has to be more about being a mathematician and less about surprising because I don't think you can surprise a Florian in this.
Yeah.
So you go for value, you go for consistency, good output, and just try and outpace.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and jump over to our table. I believe our players are just about ready to start. So let's see where they are at.
So far, it's been a lot of fun though.
Yeah, no, I think we've had some really good matches on stream so far.
Well, they're getting ready. I'm
Um,
going to bring up some. Let's get some spot checks on some
yeah, who do we have at the
standings.
top right now? So David and Michael were table one. So 3-0 Syndra and a 3-0 Florian. I believe Lee was at table two. He was another 3-0 Florian. And he was playing April, who is now 3-0
All right, let's see
as
here.
Verdance.
So we got a Syndra. We got so in terms of the ranking that it's giving, obviously a lot of them are at three right now. But Michael Shen on top with Syndra with 3 wins. Lee Kimball with Florian.
Three
David
wins.
with Florian, 3 wins. April, who we just saw with Verdance. So those are all the 3-0s
Those
right
are all
now.
the 3-0. So we're only going to have one undefeated at the end of Swiss.
And then Quentin is a Syndra. So
2-1.
he's actually one of our locals, which is
Yep.
awesome. I got to cheer with the home team. Like, I mean, come on, man. Uh, we need some wins here. Chase is a Syndra. Connor
This is Syndra.
is a Syndra. Alex is a Verdance, uh, which we just saw.
Yep. Alex.
Summer,
Oh, Summer.
Azalea. So
Oh,
Summer at 2-1. Brian Hoffman
a lot of 2-1s.
at Fang
Yeah.
2-1. Yeah, definitely at this point in there, a lot of 2-1s. So that's what I like about Swiss is it kind of
Yeah.
gathers people in the middle. Um, Bryce Henschel dash IE. So we're getting a little bit more of the variance at that 2-1 level. So none of you can't count any of them out yet.
No. And it sounds like a lot of the Syndras are sitting just under the 3-0 bracket.
Got a
So,
KO in there.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's a Jarl in there as well.
Another Syndra.
All right, looks like we're getting started.
All right.
Turn one here, we
Oh,
see
Dallas is
a
playing the Arl. See, I just to toot my own horn. Like with Ira, I get excited playing into Jarls because I just typically do not lose against Jarls, and I played Dallas on his setup, and it was close, but he got me. So he's a good Jarl pilot. I'll
All
give him
right.
that.
We see Michael coming out, turn
Hey,
one,
look at Trot
just
along.
full gas, sent a dagger, two head jabs, flicked a dagger.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to be able to starve David of graveyard earth cards on this one. So just pumping what you can as hard as possible. probably not the worst idea here.
Yeah, and Michael actually able to leak 3 damage or more than
5.
5 damage this turn.
Yeah,
That's pretty impressive
for
for
turn
turn
0.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, don't throw away that flick knives.
Yeah, you're gonna need that. And he got both of his daggers back.
Yeah, we only used one. We swung with one and then we flicked it.
Gotcha.
Um, but yeah, 5 damage on turn 0 is very it's a very good way to start the game.
See if he can keep that momentum up.
However, David did get to put quite a few Earth cards in his graveyard, so for
Yeah.
future decomposes, he's kind of set up right now.
We kind of figured that was gonna happen no matter
Yeah,
what, though. He's gonna block. Michael can't play the long game here.
yeah. It looks like there's a fruits and a felling in there,
2
and then two
trot.
trot-longs. All right, pitching this plow under.
I've heard of tapping cards, but that's new to me. Although we're gonna be doing a lot of the fake tapping here with high seas
Yeah,
coming out, right?
yeah. Tapping is now a mechanic.
What do they call it? So they don't
I
break IP.
is it not just tapping? I think it's well, there's a symbol for it,
It's a
but
symbol.
yeah,
So this it's the symbol formerly known as tapping.
because yeah, I guess they technically haven't named it yet.
What do people get? Is that behind? People still guessing from before?
The maybe because I had it.
It must be slow.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like the chat is like people
do
still
this.
yelling out things, but yeah, that seems behind.
There we go. All right, so Rune Chant into Rune Rager, and then we're just setting up a card in Arsenal.
It is called tapping. Thought that was a copyrighted term by the game that shall be named.
Maybe it's not. Yeah,
Maybe not.
maybe it's free to use. All
All
right,
right.
we found a blue, which means we get to use these daggers for stabbing instead of throwing.
Stabbing is fun.
Kind of annoying to like you don't really want to block these, when you
Yeah.
when you find a blue, it's like you almost like get free damage, two free
Mhm.
damage through. Brand with Cinderclaw, going to turn the next thing Draconic. So if there's another art of Dragon Fire, we could potentially turn that on. The nice thing about Flick Knives in Syndra is keeping your Mask of Momentum links active.
Oh, so powerful.
So we blocked out the third hit, but the Flick Knives is going to keep this active. So now this 1 for 5 coming in is going to threaten a
Threaten
mask
mask.
trigger.
Yep.
Michael does still have a card in hand, so even if he does draw the card, he was going to have an arsenal anyways. I doubt this is going to be any sort of reaction. If anything, it looks like a lava burst. Um, so not the biggest thing on this turn, but still pretty important.
I've actually started blocking out Syndra's first dagger because it's like if you want to keep that alive, you got to flick the dagger you haven't swung yet.
Yeah.
You know, so it's been working all right, but yeah, Syndra's in general though just can go so wide and just flick knives is rough.
Well, we set up the lava burst in Arsenal, and I think we're gonna see a plow under for 2 here. Um,
So much for the arsenal.
our first to decompose, but we still get to get rid of the arsenal. And David didn't know that there was a lava burst there, but plow undering that lava burst is pretty strong.
It's that yeah. I think based on the sequencing out of that, since Michael didn't throw something prior to that, knowing it felt like he's going to keep it, and if he's keeping it for a reason.
You have to imagine you're either taking an ender, because you can't play 2 enders in the same turn,
Yep,
or a starter.
yep,
And either one that you take from Syndra, probably pretty strong.
yep. So he obviously just was gifted the plow under, but I think that was a no-brainer to play it.
And we have another blue in hand, which means that we get to do a bit more stabbing. So coming in for 1 go again. These are kind of annoying to block. Looks like we're just taking it.
Yeah, I
Michael,
think out of all the ninjas, Mask is maybe Zen or Benji, but Mask gets so much value out of Syndra.
I think so too. I think she uses it the most effectively. And we're going to be flicking this knife here, and the second chain link is still live. So now this Blaze Headlong is threatening 4 go again on hit
And see,
draw card.
that's I get fishing out the I just don't get blocking on the second swing anymore.
Oh,
Like I don't
this is not go again. We haven't played a red card yet. So this is just 4
yet.
damage, draw card. But David's still respecting it. And I think that last card in Michael's hand is another blue.
Mm.
So there wouldn't have been a red card to play, but it looks like we decided to put it in Arsenal.
Oh, one of those plow hunters is gone, so might be safe.
And we just see a Tunic Reaping Blade on David's end. Oh, I think that was. Is that card called Dragon Power? The one that if it's Draconic, it buffs itself? So instead of a 1 for 3, I think it turns into a 1 for 5.
I think so. You
That's
use a fealty on it, or is it?
You have to either use a fealty or follow it with a brand of Cinderclaw. So if that is what it is, then that is not the worst blue to put in Arsenal. Yeah, yeah, it
Yeah.
looks like it was a Dragon Power they put in there. And we see a Poison Blade come in.
Well, that's
This
interesting.
is a 1 for 3 go again, and while it's on the chain link, daggers on hit will be dealing 1 extra point of health damage. So now these daggers, you kind of maybe want to block them because
Yeah,
if he takes this hit, it's 2 damage total.
and so he's gonna have to put something else first though, or he's not gonna be able to afford getting his daggers back. But when he does get the daggers back, he can swing them again.
Yeah, so what we could see here is a follow-up attack, flicking the kunai,
Yep,
and then buying back the daggers and swinging
swinging
both of them
twice.
again.
Yeah, so that's four. Then the flick.
We do see this brand with Cinderclaw though. So yep. Oh, it was a Art of Dragon Fire,
Okay.
not a Dragon Power. Um, Turning this Draconic, it's going to deal 2 damage to David, and it's coming in for 5. I have to imagine we're going to see a flick here,
Yep.
and there it is.
So then the daggers are gone, but he's got enough draconic chain links to freely use his ability, get the two daggers back, which this is going to be threatening another four.
Well, no go again on the Art of Dragon Fire. So unfortunately, we are probably just going to be arsenaling our last
Okay.
card.
Okay. Yep. That could have been crazy if you had to
Yeah.
trot along.
Or Blood Runs Deep is the other one
Oh
that
yeah,
throws the
yeah.
daggers. That would have been really good.
But still, getting them down to 24. You got to think you're on borrowed time here, though. David easily could start stacking up these Earth cards in his Vanish.
He has been leaking a bit of damage though. CNC, Michael just deciding to take it, loses his Art of Dragon Blood.
He's got to
Ooh,
like what he has in
and
his hand.
I think there is a Blood Runs Deep in hand. Um, I see Blood Runs Deep. I see Blue Brand. I wonder if we're going to set up this Blood Runs Deep and maybe try to set up a power turn.
So you swing, and
Yeah, you go
then
dagger, dagger, Blood Runs Deep. You throw both daggers,
yeah,
and then with Syndra, you can buy them back, swing them again. So
so that's six value out of the daggers, and the blood runs deep.
Blood Runs Deep usually at its best paired with a
There
Spreading
it is.
Flames.
Oh no, you switched.
So this is a hot on their heels. So just coming in for 3. It does have go again because there are multiple Draconic Chain Links. We're going to keep this Mask of Momentum chain active by flicking the dagger.
There's the blood runs
And
deep.
looks like he's just deciding to play the Blood Runs Deep. So flicking the other
He brought
dagger.
it out earlier and then took it back. It's
This is coming in for 2. Regardless of whether or not David blocks this, we're preserving the mask. So there could be an additional attack following this to threaten the draw. Does he want to give Michael a card?
See, my favorite part about running Mask of Momentum isn't that it gives you the card, it's that it threatens that it gives you the card.
The threat of
The
drawing a
threat
card.
in itself
Yeah.
is so powerful.
Looks like we're posturing to block with a CNC. David deep in the tank.
There's the CNC. So, and it is still alive then, so
Yep.
it could still threaten Mask.
Syndra activation gets our daggers back, and we have a follow-up attack, Art of Dragon Blood. This is a 0 for 4. It will not have go again, but it is threatening this mask trigger.
And there's the Earthbound to cover it and give you the
Yep,
Decompose.
clean 4 block. David doing a pretty good job of denying the mask of momentum.
I mean,
Uh,
in general, David's been playing his D-Rex at just the perfect times.
Now he only has 1 card left in hand, so let's see what he can do. And we're just going to see a CMH pitched coming in for 3, doing his best to keep life totals close.
With how wide Cinder can go, taking a card out of hand typically feels pretty good.
Now, Michael blocking with the Dragon Scalers could indicate that he has a hand where he wants to use them. Very strong card, ability to give something go again, and potentially, if it's a weapon, I think he gets to swing again.
Pitching mouth
Oh,
throw daggers.
here's Spreading Flames. So this is gonna bump up the kunai to 2 apiece.
That's another one where it's like you gotta kind of have to block it out. It's just a lot of added up damage if you
Yeah,
ignore it.
this could be a pretty high damage turn.
When you flick the that, does it still give it the two, or is it?
No,
It's still
yeah.
one because
So
it's just that's what the
Flick Knives
flick knives
says
does. Yeah.
it deals 1 damage. But now these 2 damage daggers looking pretty good. And if we wanted to make the most out of these daggers, we could flick one of them, use Syndra to buy it back, and then swing it again.
Yep.
Hot on their heels, coming in for 3. Oh, 4, because of the
The plus
Spreading
one to
Flames.
spreading. Yeah.
Very strong card.
Ooh. Oh, so he's trying to end it out right
Yeah,
here.
David
That
wanting
out of everything, that's probably the time to do it, right?
Breaking Point would have been a really good chain ender there.
Yep.
So heads up play. We're going to see the flick. We're going to see the Syndra buyback. And we're not gonna use the vest for the extra resource to swing the dagger. We're just gonna end on 1 dagger.
Yep. And he wasn't able to get both because the other one was still stuck on the chain because he wouldn't be able to end break the chain because that was all
Yeah,
reactions to
he would
that last one.
lose his chain links if he did that, and then
Yeah.
wouldn't be able to activate Syndra. And we're just gonna see David convert this blue to 4 damage. I feel like Michael almost doesn't care. I think he just wants to continue to be aggressive.
Yep.
So we took the rune chant and we took 3 damage.
So you don't have to worry about him flicking a dagger here.
Ooh, there's another blood runs deep. So what we could see on this turn is follow-up attack, flick the dagger on that chain link,
Yep.
follow-up attack, activate Syndra to get both daggers back, and then you can Blood Runs Deep to flick both daggers again.
That adds up. Very
Yeah,
good.
Syndra doing a really good job of presenting that. I've seen people refer to it as true damage
Hmm.
that like you can't really interact with outside of prevention effects.
Yeah.
Um,
So going down to low health totals against that is very dangerous.
very.
You'd have to just have your shelters, and you can't arsenal the shelters because you can't discard them. Like you can use them as a D react, but you can't use
You can't use the ability.
the ability, which is powerful against Syndra.
All right, we see the dagger flicked.
That's the fancy sink below again.
Burning Blade Dance coming in. If this hits, it has the flick effect attached to it, but currently no daggers in play. Syndra activation, get the daggers back. Okay, we are arsenaling the Blood Runs Deep this
He
time.
wants a big next
I
turn.
think he wants a big turn. I'm not sure what David is sitting on in Arsenal. I don't think I've seen him flash it. But
That's a good way
just
to disrupt.
electing to come in
Oh,
with a felling. Looks like 3 Earth cards put in the banish zone, so we are online. This could be a good turning point for the Florian.
well, he loses a card. Michael loses a card, but he still has a lot of juice there for a pretty big turn.
Yeah, but the way that Michael's been playing, it looks like he's just electing to take that 8 damage, so down to 11. If David can keep a couple cards in hand and preserve his life total, Michael is running out of life total pretty quickly.
This is going to have to be the big one.
So Ignite coming in for 2 go again. His next Draconic activated ability or card will cost 1 less. So we could see a free Kunai potentially.
Because he's got a. Well, is he going to want to get. Did he have a blood runs deep in there, or what was in his arsenal?
He does have the Blood Runs Deep, so that could cost. Well, right now it costs 1,
But you would want
and
that
then
to come out before the daggers, right?
well, you can send both daggers, play the Blood Runs Deep to flick them on the chain link, and then buy them back if you wanted to.
But blood runs deep is what gives them +1, right? So wouldn't you want that in front of the daggers?
Um, does it give them +1? I thought it just flicked them.
Yeah, you're right. You're
Yeah, I
right.
think it
So
just throws them,
he needs to use them first, then flick them basically,
and then you
buy them
can
back,
buy them
then
back
swing with
and
them
use
again,
them
and then
again.
use flick knives.
Yep.
That could be good. That could add up.
So Ignite discounting this kunai.
All the while, I mean, if David can't give him a card draw here, that would be devastating. He doesn't have Face Purgatory anymore, so it's hard to disrupt his hand at this point.
He's not really looking like he wants to be blocking.
A give and take? Is that what he said it was in the arsenal? We know he has give and take.
All right, display loyalty. This is just a head jab.
Problem with give and take is David hasn't really had the opportunity to use the stuff that he would have gotten. It's
Right.
not. It's kind of inopportune. It's almost stuck down there. I'd say he needs a D-react down there so he can actually start taking tempo back.
I wonder if David, I haven't seen it, but I wonder if he's holding a channel
Mount Heroic.
Mount Heroic and he's trying to keep these cards in hand to be able to send these go agains. All right, flicked dagger, and in response, David pops his well grounded. So we are completely denying the mask chain link here. Blood runs deep, going to send the last dagger, which is going to get eaten by the well grounded. And if I'm not mistaken, that last card in Michael's hand might be an ignite.
David's
This
doing a good
could
job shutting him down here.
this could be David's turning point. Michael gets back both daggers, but if we can slam a CMH here, play the give and take, there's a swarming in hand as well.
It was a good time to use the well grounded. I mean that stopped Michael in his tracks, and he's got enough cards to actually push something here.
There's no CMH, so just making some rune chance. But we're probably going to see the swarming and the give and take sent here. Oh, it's a rune rager. So coming in for 3 and 2. No AB on Michael's side, so these rune chants are just connecting. The more cards that Michael has to give up here, the harder it's going to be for him to close out the game.
And the rough part too is even if you like 10 is still a lot of health when you got somebody that just swims and D-reacts.
Yeah, someone that likes to block. So this swarming's coming in for 4, and at the very least, you can imagine a reaping blade is going to follow this. So 7 total damage being represented. I think now is a good time to
Yeah,
give up the mask.
there's the give and take.
And this uses his last resource. Tunic is still up, so he could follow this with a Reaping Blade.
Let's go again.
It has go
Yep.
again. Very strong pivot turn for David.
Putting 4 deep on the board with 10 health left, like that's insane.
Michael's gonna have to, at minimum, give up, I think, 2 cards. He can put that Concealed Blade down, take 1 down to 3, but then he still has to put something in front of the Reaping Blade. He could be really greedy about it and give up the vest to go to 1.
So what does that he put on top of his deck then?
So
Is
it
it
looks like he
the
chose
weapon?
the Arcane Seeds Life,
Okay,
which he won't be able to get in life because of the Reaping Blade effect, but it is 4 rune chance on its own.
that is a lot.
And with no AB on
Yeah,
Michael's
that's
side,
death.
that is death.
So this is basically it's this or nothing at this
Oh,
point.
did David chose not to swing the Reaping Blade?
Yeah,
I wonder why.
he might figure he's got it on the AB here, and he needs to just
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. Potentially looking at a scenario where he has to give up 3 cards and he's saving the Tunic trigger to go Arcane Seeds Reaping Blade.
right.
That would
That would
be
make
that would be
sense.
my guess. Is
He's hedging his bets.
yeah,
He doesn't want to get cocky.
making sure that if he gives up too many cards from hand, he won't be able to swing. So guaranteeing that he has the Reaping Blade. All right, this should use up the last of the resources for Michael. 4 go again. There is a card in Arsenal. Oh, we used the vest, so there's still 1 more floating. So block that out cleanly. Can we use this last card? We can. It is a 1 for 5. It's not Draconic, so the effect is not active.
That's not enough.
David can very easily take this damage and go for the kill next turn.
Would Michael be running
Shelters?
shelters?
I'm not sure.
Because I think that's the only way he survives this at this point.
There's also sometimes Calming Breeze is in the list. For the mirror, I don't think he would have brought it in against David. I don't think there would be an out. I don't see a world where there is.
So David can just comfortably throw whatever he wants in front of this as long as he can generate that. He even gives up the gloves.
Yep, so David's still taking 5 here. He's gonna drop to 3. And I imagine we're gonna see Grasp make 2 rune chance, Arcane Seeds make 4 rune chance, and then swing Reaping Blade for 6 rune chance and 3 physical. And that should be the end of the game.
There
Oh,
it is.
maybe he's not holding a blue.
Yep,
Okay.
that's it.
Oh, it was a swarming. Okay.
Yep.
Wow. Not how I expected that matchup to go. Michael was doing a really good job of leaking damage that entire game, and I feel like there was just 1 turn where it was a bit weaker, and
David coming out
David,
with 4 wide on keeping what, 1 card in hand and 1 in arsenal? It's like, geez.
that was impressive. That was a really good game
It
to
was a
watch.
perfectly placed purgatory too.
So David now 4-0 as Florian. All right. Well, let's come back to us.
All right. That's still heavy representation from Syndra here.
Yeah.
I feel like that was just very well piloted and patient Florian doing what they do best, which is delay, delay, delay.
So we know there's a 3-1 Syndra now. There were, I think, 3 2-1s.
Mhm.
If they win theirs, there would also be 3-1. So they're still towards the top tables, depending on how this round goes.
Just statistically, I'm sure we're going to see at least 1 Syndra in our top 8.
I would think so. I would think so. All right. Well, that one actually went faster than I expected. we still have a game that we're going to play. And then we'll have just a little bit of a longer break than the last couple rounds. So we got through all 3 rounds of the optical zoom. So all that's left is going to be 3 rounds of your Codex of
Now
Misprints.
talk this up, so I better actually deliver here.
All right.
As
Are you
like I
ready?
said, I'm good at the deducing, right? That they've even said in chat. I'm good at
Yes.
deducing stuff, and the tough part is when I don't know the specifics of certain cards. So
So we're going to play our game
this is
for
a fun
this
game,
round.
though.
We'll do round 5. At the end of round 5, there will be another round of this game, and then we will do our last giveaway. And then we'll go into the top 8. So
Sounds good.
let's go ahead and jump over here.
Not
Oh,
that
not that
one.
one. This one.
Yeah.
Okay, so the way this works, I'm going to show you a card,
Hmm.
and there is something wrong with the card, and you need to let me know what it is. Things that you're not working for or not looking for.
Your terrible fonts.
Yeah, you're not paying attention to the font. The font is going to be different. I don't have access to the LSS font. You're not looking at borders.
Okay.
Um, Borders, they're all going to be generic
Okay.
because I am too lazy to.
Go find the actual cards.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
So everything is
It's
going to
about
look
the attack,
generic.
the defense, the
You're
text.
looking at text, you're looking at pitch, you're looking at cost, attack defense,
All right.
all of that. So, can you let me know whether or not this is a real Flesh and Blood card?
I'm gonna say yes.
You think this is a real Flesh and Blood card?
Yes.
This is a fake card. Uh, Famously, Heart of Yendal is legendary.
This is what I have to work with. You're right. I knew that too.
All right, you ready for the next one?
All right. Yep.
If it makes you feel any better, Geo got it wrong too.
All right. Good.
All right, next card. Is this a real Flesh and Blood card?
Is it legendary?
Oh, you know what? A couple people in chat got it wrong. All right.
Now everybody knows. Ooh, Spinal Crush. 5 cost 9. I don't think Spinal Crush is 5.
I don't know. I don't play Guardian.
What? That's literally what you play. If Spinal Crush deals 4 or more damage to a hero, action cards, activated abilities, and attacks that control lose and can't go again during their next action phase.
Oh, side note, I will say I'm not going to be as pedantic as Crush not being properly bolded.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I figured that comes with the font. Um, 5 for 9. Like I keep going back to the cost. I feel like it's like a 4 or a 3, but 3 would be nuts. But so are Guardians. All right, I'm gonna just lock it in as being the cost is wrong.
This is a real card.
Guardians suck.
Yeah, this is a good card too.
It is a very good card.
All right, you ready for the next one?
0 for 2. Let's go. Arc Lightning.
Tell me about this card. Again, we're not paying attention to borders for anyone in chat.
Whenever you go again this turn, deal 1 arcane damage to any target. The next action card you play this is go again. Go again.
Looks like a pretty good card to me.
Is isn't Arc Lightning a 2-block?
Arc Lightning is a 2-block.
Hey! All
Good
right.
job.
Let's go.
Cusco got that one.
There we go.
All right, we have 2 more. You ready?
Yep.
Tell me about this card.
I'm sure. Well, you know what the problem is Jen played Hatchet Dory,
She did.
so
So you wouldn't have seen this
I don't
one.
have a lot of experience with Dawnblade. Um, do you think it's a yellow?
Hmm.
It's pretty common, I think. Is it a 0 cost? No. I think I'm gonna say this one's real.
All right, locking it in.
Yep.
I will tell you what, this card would be terrible if it read this way, because it is an action that is missing go again. And I will tell you, a lot of people in chat also got that wrong.
Because you wouldn't be able to swing the Dawn Blade.
You would not be able to swing the Dawn Blade after playing this
Yeah,
card.
you're mean.
All right, last one. You ready?
These cheats.
I
These
love this
cheats.
game.
This is so fun.
Last card.
All right. See, I don't know Ranger that well. Look at target hero's hand and arsenal. Beginning of the next end phase, they discard all cards in their hand and destroy all cards in there. Oh, that one.
Yeah, this is that
A card,
that
reveal it,
Riptide
put it in
card.
your hand, and then shuffle. Is this isn't the one where it's actually like you look for the trap card, then you banish it, and you can play it until the end of.
No, that's an
No.
assassin. That's one of the Arachnes.
Oh, okay, okay. Never mind then. Um,
Ooh, check out it. Bro, I have never read a Riptide card in my life.
clearly I haven't been planning for the worst. So it's an action. Uh, it's
Chat doing a really good job on this one. I'm surprised.
wait, is it? It shouldn't be an action. Is it an instant? Because it doesn't have go again either.
We're locking in.
I'm at least gonna say it's fake.
Okay. But you don't know why?
I feel like it's a weird ender.
Okay. It is fake.
Okay.
You get to search your deck for 3 trap cards, reveal them, and then you shuffle.
Two from your hand into your
Yeah.
deck. Okay. Because then you can choose the one you want.
Yeah.
All right.
So, a little bit better than the one
Well,
that we were looking at.
well, I mean, I was right in feeling that that's not a very good ender, but now the whole three traps thing kind of
Yeah.
changes things.
All right. That was it for that one, for
All
that
right.
round.
So I got
So
what, one, two, one? I mean,
you got
I
one.
can't count that last one.
You got well, no, yeah.
A lot one.
You got Arc Lightning.
I'm a 20% kind of person. Hey, I got Arc Lightning twice. Yeah,
Twice.
apparently I know Arc Lightning.
All right, so we have 2 more rounds of that. There are only 5 rounds of Swiss, so
If this is our long one, we can
maybe
do
at the
another
end
one
of
right.
round 5,
What are we doing
because
now?
well, at the end of
Oh,
round
because of the
5, we're
quick
gonna have the break
delay
between
here.
yeah.
Okay, all right,
So
I'll
we'll
allow it.
do 2 rounds of it at the end of round 5.
Heck yeah.
All right. Well, we have let's check our timer here. We have about 15 minutes left before the next round, so we are going to go on a quick break.
Okay,
I'm going to try to get a little bit of food really quick,
food's good.
and
We have food
then
here. You should come
you
eat
do
some
have
food.
food, and then we'll be back in about 15, 20 minutes for the last round of Swiss.
Sounds good.
We will see you guys shortly. All right, we are back for the last round of Swiss. You
Yes.
wanted stabbing, I got you
I
stabbing.
like stabbing. What
We
kind of
have
stabbing do we have?
we have a Syndromere.
A syndrome
So
here.
this one's probably going to go by quick.
Okay.
Um, I believe
More time for fun games.
I believe one of these players is looking at a win-in.
Okay.
The other one is on the fence. Like if they win, it's possible that they could get ninth,
Mm.
but they might squeak in at eighth. So we're gonna have Chase, who is again one of our
Hold
locals.
on. Oh, hey, no. You too could come have meat and cheese trays if you come to Oddwillows in 5 hours and play.
So I believe Patrick, I think his name is Patrick, right? Or Syndra. Let's see.
Terpstra? Yep.
Yep. So Patrick is 3-1 right now.
Okay.
Chase is X2. So if Patrick wins, he ends 4-1 and makes it in. If he loses, he's 3-2, and then again he might bubble. So
Okay. We'll see. Anything can happen.
anything can happen. Let's go ahead and jump over to our players. I believe they're just finishing shuffling up right
This is
now.
going to be a really quick game.
It's going to be a quick one,
Not a
which
lot of blocking going on, I'm
not a lot
sure.
of blocking. We will need to wait a little bit before we start the top eight, but we have a couple games and we have a giveaway, so
Yep, absolutely.
don't disappear after this game is over.
And this is Wisconsin, so our cheese is always fresh.
That's true.
I mean, technically it's moldy,
Did you
but
know?
that's.
Did you know that California tried to steal cheese from Wisconsin?
Yeah, I heard
Did you hear
about
about
that.
that? The whole
Yeah.
like happy cows come from
Yeah.
California.
Yeah.
Stupid,
Stupid.
stupid.
Absolutely.
There's no cheese
You can't
curds
take that
in
from us.
Wisconsin
I know,
or
right?
in California.
Well, you got the Canadians trying to take our cheese curds
Yeah,
with the poutine and stuff. I'm like, gotta have the squeaky cheese curds.
yeah.
Yeah,
All right, let's see
absolutely.
where they're at.
We have Culver's.
I actually don't like
You
Culver's.
don't like Culver's? What's wrong
I
with
don't think
you?
it's that good. All
You've
right.
been wrong before.
Um, Syndromere equipment looks pretty mirrored. I believe that's pretty standard. I don't think
Yeah.
that would change too much for a mirror.
Clearly, Patrick is at a disadvantage because of the white border on his Mask of Momentum.
True, and
So
his daggers are facing the same way.
it's going to be really tough to come back from that.
Yeah, I think the psychological damage alone.
Anytime
Yeah.
my air conditioner kicks on, the lights flicker and everybody like freaks out.
Oh, that's funny. All right, looks like Chase is going first. I didn't see whether or not he chose to go first or if Patrick won the roll and made him go first. I have to imagine you want to be going second because you want to be the first person pulling cards from your opponent's hand on
Yeah,
defense, right?
yeah.
That tends to be how
Unless you just
aggro.
really, really want to get some sort of head start, or maybe hoping that they have to throw away a really good hand.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. I want to ask them afterwards if that was intentional or not. See some early daggers come down, ignite, discounting the first one, flicking the second one.
At least playing into Syndra, I feel like I have more options as to how to counter them, but I still struggle with Fang because it's just doesn't matter really if you block the stuff up.
This is a really good play on
Oh,
Chase's part. Mask of Momentum live on this chain link.
draw
We
two.
blocked three. Ancestral, gonna draw a card, buff it to 4. On hit, draw from Mask.
Oh boy,
3 cards in hand right now. That was a great ancestral empowerment.
I love that card.
Yeah. And now we have a mark on Patrick, so the next hit is going to make a fealty.
Fealty, of course, with Syndra being really good at those cards that say if this is draconic, something
Yeah,
happens, or making something.
less important than it is in Fang,
Yeah,
but still has use. Those 1 for 5s very strong, especially when they turn draconic. And this Art of Dragon Blood is draconic because it followed the brand. So the next 3 draconic attacks will cost 1 less. If he has one of those 1 for 5s in hand, um, he could potentially.
You guys
does he have
get
the
yours
fealty yet?
back
He
or
doesn't have the fealty yet.
okay?
But this breaking point is free. So this is coming in for 5.
That's just pure value right there.
That was a lot of leaked damage.
Oh yeah, and this is still turn 0.
This is turn 0.
Giving up a mask momentum on turn 0 just feels bad.
Yeah, it looks like Patrick took the 4 from the Art of Dragon Blood and now is likely wanting to block this breaking point.
Yeah.
So 10 damage came through on turn
Now
0.
that would have been absolutely sick on a normal turn, but of course he'll be able to redraw. But still, 10.
I have to imagine if you're Chase, you're feeling pretty good about that.
That was a great opener. It still could go any way because now Patrick gets to start ripping cards out of Chase's hand, right?
But with a 10-point life lead, I mean, Chase doesn't need to do too much blocking.
It could though get into his head in that when it's time to block, they might not they might not they might take the risk, I
I
should
think
say.
I think this mark should have been taken off. We took the damage from the yeah, it looks like they're catching it.
Okay, cool.
Chase should have a fealty.
This game is amazing. I don't know if it's MOH PK. The sequencing is awesome. I just absolutely love this game. This isn't really a game I like to come home and from a hard day at work and relax with. This is a game where you want to do amazing things against a
If
group of really
you
great people.
yeah, if you enjoy playing even like semi-competitively, I think this game really rewards that. Um I like to describe it as fantasy MMA.
I like
That's
that.
what the
Yeah,
game feels like.
fantasy MMA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Patrick coming in with a Spreading Flames. Not able to start the turn with it, but potentially going to buff the next couple of attacks afterwards.
Yeah, I really that there can be a psychological aspect of being so high on life lead too, is that you might be more willing to take risks, maybe underblock certain things, and it could run away from you. I mean, it only takes one really good mask turn for Patrick to just be right back into this.
And Patrick used 2 of his 3 Blood Splatter Vest counters this turn. He used the first one on the Flick to get the Spreading Flames. He used the second one on the Blood Runs Deep to get a resource here. I think we're going to see him buy back the daggers. And
Oh, we
then
got a judge call.
I wonder I wonder if this was the missed fealty
Mm,
because they took the mark token off, but they didn't. Oh, maybe not. Well, we'll let them resolve this, and then we'll jump back to them when they're ready.
sure.
Just to give them, any sort of privacy that may be needed. We don't really know what the call is,
Mm.
how they're going to try to resolve it. Uh, but yeah, I mean, definitely explosive start to the game.
This round's gonna be done in like 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, maybe it was a mask trigger, mask on the spreading flames. I don't think Chase blocked the spreading flames, and with the
Was it
flick,
a missed trigger then?
I think it would be a missed trigger. So I don't know if they're
Oh,
gonna be able to draw the card. Um, yeah, I think likely that's what it was. So they're just finishing up right now. We'll
yep.
we'll see how they resolve this. Yeah, great game though. Chase did a really good job turn 0. He still has 3 cards left in his hand right now. He used one of them to block with the defense reaction.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what he can do.
I get it fixed.
Yeah, I believe it looks like okay, well let's jump back. There was a bit of a rewind. Patrick picked back up the Blood Runs Deep. The dagger went back into his weapon slot, and it looks like he was allowed to draw a card.
Okay.
So no
Honestly,
information.
even if I was Chase 2, I would be like, if I
Yeah.
had the choice to be like, yeah, let him run it back. That's big in this game too, in this community is you want to play against somebody playing at their best, and if it's just something silly like that, where it's just oops, let them run it back, especially if it didn't change the way that they would really play it out.
Yep. And this Blood Runs Deep coming in for 3, because of the spreading flames. Also, sometimes there's just extra nerves playing on camera.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
you're You got bright lights around you.
Hmm.
You know people are watching you. I could see it. So
It happens.
definitely no judgment. Flick Knives coming in for two, buffed off the Spreading Flames. With this extra card that we drew, we can actually pitch into these
Say flick
kunai now.
knives.
Or sorry, kunai.
Kunai.
Kunai
Yeah,
coming in
he
for two.
flicked over here. That's why I got the mask trick.
So now we don't need to use that vest in order to
Hmm.
make the resource. Um, I'm surprised we didn't swing both of them though. That's two extra damage left on the table from the second one. Maybe he didn't want to end his turn with zero daggers equipped.
Possibly. Yeah.
Um, but I feel like
He
with
had
the
the
spreading
resources to
flames,
split the other one.
yeah, he did.
Cause okay.
Fire Tenant Strike first. I love this card. It's a head jab and it gives your next Draconic attack +1.
Mm.
So it's a 0 for 3, but really it's a 0 for 4 because
And it's not a conditional either.
no,
It's
just
just
next Draconic.
you know there will be another draconic attack.
Yeah, I like this card a lot. So now this Brand with Cinderclaw coming in for 4. 4 go again. This is a
Hitting it
Blaze
at
Headlong.
the break point. Is this the on hit mark?
Nope, this is going to make his next attack Draconic.
Okay, gotcha.
So if he has another one of those 1 for 5s, potentially could play that. But it's just a Rabble, and Rabble reveals Blaze Headlong, so this is a 0 for 4. Oh, and it looks like Patrick really quickly said no blocks. Maybe he didn't think about the mask trigger, so that let him draw this Blaze Headlong and send it for 4.
Huh. He must really like what he's got in his hand.
Oh,
They haven't updated the health
yeah,
yet.
let's see. I think, okay,
There we go.
we were a little bit behind on our end. A lot of damage taken by Patrick there.
This is to be a big turn for Patrick to swing this around because if he stalls out on this one, it's gonna be rough.
Spreading Flames is a good way to start. Coming in for 3 go again, gonna buff his Draconic attacks if he can sequence them in the correct order. Oh, and I think I see a Loyalty from Beyond the Grave in Chase's hand. So that is a pretty clean block on the Spreading Flames. Yep, it's gonna deny his first Mask of Momentum chain link. But we
But
have
he's got
another
another one.
Ancestral.
Yeah.
So bumped to 4,
All
we get to
right.
redraw. So Mask Chain Link 1 is there. Kunai, this is going to be for 2 because of the Spreading Flames.
And he wouldn't be able to flick to keep this one alive, though.
He would not. He only has the 1 dagger.
Yep. So
Um,
he's choosing to take.
choosing to take. If I was Chase there,
I would have blocked
I
that,
would have
but
put the
yeah.
boots in front of it.
Yeah. Because now he can flick.
Now he can flick to keep this chain link active.
Yep.
So Burning Blade Dance coming in for 3,
Threatening mask.
threatening mask. Yeah, I think not blocking with. Oh, the boots wouldn't have worked because of Spreading Flames.
Oh,
Kunai's for
it
2.
has to be two. If it's for two. Yep. I still think a block there would have been warranted, but
I agree
I
because
guess
he wouldn't be able to flick.
so. He got the mask draw.
It looks like it.
Yep. But he's got the life leak too, so maybe he can absorb something like that. But we'll see how deep Patrick can go with this.
We send an endear. What is this one called? Something devotion. Enduring devotion.
I think it's enduring. No, that's demonstrate devotion.
Demonstrate devotion. Okay.
Control two or more draconic chain links. This gets go again. When this attacks here, create a fealty token. 1 for 4.
Chose not to play it. Instead,
Okay.
we activated Syndrome. These daggers got bought back. We had the 2 floating, so we can send them. They're 2 damage apiece.
And he's putting the boots in front of him for 1.
Yep. So he blocked 1.
Suppose you don't have to worry about mask anymore. Now it's just value.
Yep. Representing 4 damage here. There should be a fealty. Doesn't need a hit, right?
Uh, it just says when it attacks.
Yeah, so there should be a fealty created here.
We like miss triggers, don't we?
And then ending on a 0 for 4. And Chase looks like he's just prepared to take it. He went down to 9. Let's
Still
see.
not down and out though, but this gap is closing quickly.
I feel like letting Patrick draw was a pretty big slip up.
He's got to like what he's got though to risk going down to 9 here. So it has to be a big response, or it was not worth it.
I mean, starting by pitching a card is not great.
That's not a good sign.
You really don't want to be paying for these kunai with a red. Ideally, you want a blue or resources from the vest.
Yeah.
But I think maybe he's just missing a good starter.
So it can flick to keep it alive.
Yep. And we do see that. And then a brand with Cinderclaw. So just a 0 for 3. But if this hits, we do have the mask.
You got gear available. Yeah, you know he has no response to it. That was kind of a weak response for the amount of damage Chase took there. That might have been an oopsie on the allowing the draw there. So there should be a fealty token for Patrick, but we're not seeing it. So they've gone well beyond that now.
All right. So we found one of the blues. That's definitely where we want to be with these daggers. However, the hand, not great. Um, he can use the last 2 resources to get a dagger back. He can play this
Ooh,
Blood Runs
shelter.
Deep.
That's
So
a pretty good time to use shelter.
if he plays this Blood Runs Deep, it costs him 1. He'll flick the dagger on the chain link. And then he would be able to activate Syndra for 1 resource, which is the one remaining there, and buy them both back. Very weak turn, and Chase isn't going to need to really
Yeah, he was able to basically
use
close it out
one
with
card to
just
stop the whole turn.
yeah. But you gotta use what you got though, right? Like
Yeah.
if he didn't have a shelter though, that could have easily added up to 3 simple
Well,
damage.
Patrick did block with a card to prevent the draw
Yeah,
on the last turn. I think I would have been okay with him giving up Mask and maybe Vest there.
like actually throwing him in front of it.
Yeah, giving
Yeah,
3 block on armor and keeping the extra card in hand and
the threat of
potentially
the mass triggers are going to get smaller and smaller here
when life totals are
when
this
life
low,
totals are this low for sure.
maybe an extra card in hand would have allowed him to be a bit more aggressive that turn. All right, Fire Tenant coming in for 3 go again.
Anything special?
This is the one that will buff the next Draconic by 1.
Oh yeah, the 0 for basically 4.
Yep. And it looks like there's a Ronin Renegade in hand and a Snatch. Oh, Chase flicking here.
Just trying to push damage.
Maybe.
He might not have the resources to really effectively use the daggers. Oh, he's might be using it to get the resource though.
Yeah, I think he's just going to be using this to swing a second dagger.
Yeah, because he needed the resource to do it, but he didn't want to have to pitch out of his hand to do it. So that makes sense.
And we see the vest deployed. Oh, yes, this is getting buffed, so probably don't want to block with the vest. I could see giving the mask here still.
Yep.
And then we know that following this, there's a Ronin Renegade, so another head jab. And then Chase is likely going to end on a snatch.
Which is a great ender. It's like I dare you to let it hit. Give me an arsenal.
I think mask is the block here. Okay, blocking with the display loyalty. 3 go again.
He's taking a lot of cards here. Like, well, he
Oh,
took 1, but I don't see him taking the rest of this.
mask is offline, so that is good to know. Choosing to give up the vest and take
Life
two.
preservation, which would have been rough because you see this 0 for 4 come out with an unhit. That would have been a great place for the vest.
Yeah, that would have been a really nice spot to block three, and then one on the vest. We'll see how he chooses to navigate this.
My assumption it's going to be block 3 to preserve, give the card up, feel bad.
Yeah, I'm very curious what Chase's losses were in this event because it seems like he's played this really well. His turn zero was really impressive. All right, and
There
now
we
we're
go.
giving up the
Yeah,
mask.
there probably would have been a better time to do that sooner.
I believe we have two cards left in hand.
Yeah, I really think that Chase is kind of controlling the narrative here.
Ignite, not a bad starter. We're gonna get a free kunai out of this. Didn't quite get a peek of that last card. I think it's probably
Chase can take this though.
a head jab variant.
Because is he going to be able to? He doesn't have mask anymore to threaten, so like he could just
Correct.
take the damage here and then throw full hand back. Yeah, throw some of the unneeded gear in front of it now. That's
Yep.
not bad. Who cares? Okay.
Ooh, Blaze Headlong. Good ender. Not representing card draw though. So if he really wanted to, he could put his own mask in front of this to save some life.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be a little worried about how low you're letting your health total get because Flick Knives dealing that true damage is pretty strong.
Absolutely. Like, if you think you can get him in 2 turns, maybe you can drop him down to 2, but you definitely don't want to throw your flick knives at this point either in front of it.
No, I think that should be the last piece of equipment that you block with if you need to.
He could probably give up mask here, but he must be feeling like he's going to go really wide. Yeah, okay, there we go.
Yeah, block mask, go to
Preserve some of that.
three. It seems like a great spot to lose it. And with three cards left in hand,
I feel like this is going to be a big
four
one here.
cards, four
Yeah,
cards in
4
hand.
cards in hand. This is going to be big. So Brand with Cinder.
I think this is going to be Chase's game. It's looking very good for him.
I just don't see disruption coming from Patrick, so Chase is going to run away with it. He's just going to take tempo, and even if he lives through this, he's not going to have a response. And then the flick knives will eventually get him down.
There's an Ancestral Empowerment,
Ooh.
Heart of Dragon Blood.
Well, there you go. Chose to block with the 2 instead of the 3. Take the 1. Gives him the card draw. Those ancestrals are just so huge at this point in the game. When you have tempo, anyways.
Oh, this Art of Dragon Blood is going to be very strong here. Brand with Cinderclaw turning it Draconic. So the next three Draconic attacks will cost one less. And I believe he was holding the Enduring Devotion, the
The
1 for 4.
uh,
Demonstrate Devotion.
demonstrate.
Yep, here
Yeah.
it is. So
Yep.
that this is free because of the Art of Dragon Blood.
So a 0 for 4, and it has 2 or more draconic chain links, so
Yep.
it gets go again and creates the fealty.
And there's a fealty on board.
And he didn't forget his trigger. And he's not done yet. I mean, he could still get daggers back too.
Yeah.
And he still has flip knives. So you got dagger, and flip knives. That's 3 damage there. So whatever's in his hand just really has to push through 2.
It looks like we took damage from the Demonstrate Devotion, but they didn't update the life totals yet. Okay, here we go. All right, so
Yeah.
3 all. Burning Blade Dance coming in for 3.
And then he's got dagger and flick knives. How many cards in hand?
I think it's just one. and it's a 2 block.
Yep, that's gonna be rough. Oh, he didn't have the resources to throw the one more dagger. Okay.
No, yeah, he was short.
But again, taking tempo, coming right back out with another hand of four. This is gonna be.
Did he flick though?
I don't think he did.
Did he? I think he might have missed the
He might have missed
flick.
the flick. It would have been easy damage. But
Oh,
still.
starting with another Art of Dragon Blood, turning it Draconic with the fealty. This is going to reduce the cost of Draconic. So if he's holding more Demonstrate Devotions or Breaking Points, anything like that, those now become free. We're going to see potentially a 3 block come down, but with leaking the damage and Flick Knives, Patrick not looking like he's in a good spot. Yep, there's another Demonstrate Devotion.
Just those 0-4s or whatever are
Yeah.
just gonna get you.
Oh, double strike. That is rough right
A
now.
double strike. Ah, there it is. Yep.
That double strike, very good right there.
Oh man.
And we see Chase take it. I don't know if Chase is able to make it in top 8. It's going to be really close. Patrick, if he won, I believe, would have gotten his spot in. Chase could bubble out. So it will be interesting to see where he lands there. That game took longer than I
I mean,
expected.
if you think about it though, when you're a 2-2 against the 3-1 and you win against the 3-1, you get a bit more of a boost on your positioning potentially.
It is all up to the gem gods.
It's up to the
No
gem
one, no
gods.
one can say. All right. Well, let's jump back to us.
All right.
Yeah, that took longer than I expected. I thought we were going to be looking at like a 10-minute, 15-minute game.
Yeah, yeah.
But we used about
Little bit of missed triggers there.
we used about 25 minutes there.
I don't think they
Um,
necessarily influenced the match all that much, but Chase just never seemed like he was out of control of that.
he seemed very comfortable in the entire game.
Yeah, coming
Like
out with that just instant opener,
he knew what he wanted to
it felt
do,
good.
and he executed his game plan.
Mhm.
So, we have a couple games that we're going to play. We have 2 rounds of our Codex of
Heck yeah.
Misprints.
Heck yeah.
And then after that, we are going to be doing a giveaway. We're not going to announce what we're giving away. We're going to wait until we get to that point. So,
Hmm.
we're going to play a couple rounds, stick around for the giveaway, and then we're going to take a bit of a break before top 8. So
Get ready for Let's See Ben struggle.
let's go ahead and jump into it here. So if you weren't here from before, this is a game that we like to play in between rounds. Um, we are going to show a card, and you need to let me know whether or not it is a real Flesh and Blood card or if it is a fake Flesh and Blood card. Things that
Right.
you are going to be looking for are going to be text,
Mhm.
uh, pitch, cost, and the wording on the card.
And
Um,
block.
and block and
The relevant data is what we're looking
correct.
at here.
So essentially things that you're not looking for. The
Pictures.
font. You're not looking for font,
Yeah.
and you're not looking for the card border.
And there's never an instance where you would put the wrong photo in there, right?
You're not looking for font, and you're not
Oh,
looking for card border.
got a clue. All right.
Everything else is fair
Everything
game.
else is fair game. Okay. I like
Are
this.
you
My deduction is ready to go.
are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
All right, let's minimize chat.
Oh yeah,
You
can't
don't
get
get
the
help.
cheaters. No help. No
All
help.
right. Can you let me know whether or not this is a real Flesh and Blood card?
Earth defense reaction.
It is an Earth Defense reaction.
Carapace. It's a 0 cost. Basically a 0 for 4 defense. You may banish 2 Earth cards and an action card from your graveyard. And it is 4, so it's a red. I feel like that's a real card.
This is indeed a real card. You got it.
Let's go. Coming out of the gate strong.
All right, next one.
Did the
Is
chat get that one?
the Kuzco got it.
Okay.
All
Thanks.
right.
Good
Is
job.
this a real card? Have you seen this card before?
Um,
I think it was an expansion slot card.
I have one of the playmats,
Oh, okay.
a Flicker
Yeah,
Trick
yeah.
playmat. I thought it looked pretty cool. This is defending a non-illusionist tag. Yeah. Wait, why is the phantasm just? Isn't it when this is defended by and it should be on an attack? Isn't that's not how does phantasm work on the opposite direction, like the opposite way?
I'm gonna give it to you.
All right, like
On the defense reaction, it is called Mirage. It's essentially Phantasm for
it's
defense
phantasm
reaction,
for defense.
but it's
Okay.
called Mirage.
I was like, that's not what phantasm is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
No, we'll take it.
okay,
We'll take it.
all right. Hey, 2 for 2.
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right, you ready for the next one?
It was just the previous were warm-ups. All right, let's go.
Rob, do you just sit at your computer and manically laugh as you make this? I definitely do. These are so much fun to make.
Oh, boosters. You play this. You may banish the top card of your deck. If it's a Bacchanal, discard this. Let's go again. Don't you have to banish for boost?
No,
It's not.
it's
It
optional.
is a
Yeah,
May. Okay. Um, this isn't like a weird like. Oh, this is actually 0 to 50, right?
I'll give it to you.
Is that what it is? Yes. Yes.
All right.
You'll get a ticket for that.
All
That's
right.
awesome.
You ready?
All right.
Next card.
Cast Bones.
Fell out of favor a little bit, but
Yeah.
might be good again. There's a card that came out or is coming out in high seas that's gonna be really good for KO. Chat caught onto that one too.
I'm feeling good now. I gotta ruin it now. Reveal cards on top of your deck in a random order. If you control 6 or more might tokens, create an agility token.
What are we thinking?
This is a turn ender? Well, I suppose you would probably try and get some action points. Wouldn't it need go again, though? Like,
Let's lock it in.
doesn't this have go again?
Is that what you're locking in?
God, I hate you so much. It's either that or it's 5 cards of your deck.
Okay,
Like,
but you think it's fake?
I think it's fake.
Okay, this is a real card.
Yeah.
It is. It is a turn ender because KO is able to go again, go again.
Yeah.
End
Yeah.
on this. Also, you want to end your turn with this because the mites and the
The
agilities pop on your next
next
turn.
turn. Yep.
So,
Yep. Yep.
all
All
right,
right. Well, I'm terrible.
it's okay. It's okay. You're doing pretty good.
Okay.
Next one.
This is the last one?
No, we're gonna do all of
Oh,
them. So,
or I mean, last one of the set of
last one
five.
of this set of five.
Yeah. So I better know this. Flick Flack. If the next card you defend with this turn. Is it this chain?
Are you locking that in?
I think so.
So we're locking in that it's fake and it should be this chain.
Yeah.
You're wrong.
Unplayed
Yeah, this is a real card.
Now this is embarrassing. Cast Bones I can understand.
You know what's embarrassing?
This is embarrassing.
Elon Musk in the chat said it should be +1, not +2.
Well, I knew that was wrong. Because it's you turn your 3s into 5s, and
Yeah.
that's the whole point of it being good.
All right, we got 5 more, and then we'll do our giveaway.
I'm embarrassed by that one.
All right, you ready?
I the flick flack one that gets tricky is when you do double flick flack because technically one flick flack dissolves the other flick flack's ability.
Right.
So that's where it gets kind of weird. But I for some reason thought it was still on the chain.
Well, what about this one?
Malefic Incantation, yellow.
You a big Vincent guy?
Not really. I'm actually enjoying playing against Vincent right
Okay,
now.
so
I've been
you've
doing
seen this
very
card a
well.
lot.
I've seen it. I've seen it. A lot of definitely the reds for sure. Um, but as I alluded to earlier, Vincent is one of those ones where I have to keep asking, what does that do?
Oh, so then
So,
you should know because you ask multiple times.
no, because I forget. That's the point. It enters the arena with two Doom counters. Then destroy it. Once per turn, when you play an attack action and attack action cards. Well, it's
Oh,
already because of the typo fake.
that's just a me thing.
Okay.
Attack action card.
Remove a Doom counter from this. If you do, create a room chant token. They actually called Doom counters? They actually call them Doom counters? That's
I'll give it to you.
it's not a Doom counter, is
They're
it?
verse counters.
First counters, because it's an incantation.
Yeah,
That's what I was locking in on. Is it's where the heck does this Doom counter come from?
yeah, yeah. I thought I could
All right,
get you with that
let's
one.
go. Let's
All
go.
right, next.
Zap. What a terrible action card.
This was Arcane Rising, man. That whole set was terrible.
Oh my god. I mean, just to make it worse, I would say it's like a 2 block, just to make it even more worthless. Like, but 0 block or 0 cost blue 3 wizard action, deal 1 arcane damage to any target. Ew. I mean, if it was an instant, cool.
Yeah, I mean that would be great
That would be
for a
great.
wizard.
Yeah, but I think it's real, and I think it's just garbage.
It is not real.
Uh,
This text,
tell me the text makes it better.
this is the text for Aether Dart. Zap can only target heroes. Aether Dart can target any hero or any target.
You tricky. Still garbage. You're tricky though.
Yeah, I love it. All right, next one.
So it made it worse.
Yeah, Zap is terrible.
That's absolutely
You play Aether Dart if you're playing anything.
all right. Premeditate. Next time an attack action card hits a hero this turn, create a ponder token. The next attack action card you play from Arsenal this turn gets +3. Go again, 2 block, generic action.
It's a really popular Azalea card.
It is. It is. My gut's probably wrong, but like the first thing I think is, isn't it +4?
You're locking in.
Sure.
It is plus 3. This one's real.
The value in terms of 0 cost, it makes sense for it to be
A
3 plus
0 for
ponder.
4 would be
0 for 4 would
insane.
be nuts. But the problem is sometimes Ranger just does that. Like they have these insane things that they can add to their one arrow.
Did you see the new card, the block card, the spoiler?
Yeah.
That card's nuts.
So am I really far off in
That's a
thinking that they
0
might
for
just give that to a Ranger?
7. All right, you ready?
All
We
right.
have 2 more.
I'm falling off the train. Reinforce the line.
You seen this card much?
Not much. I've seen it.
It was an older sideboard piece.
Yeah.
Sometimes still gets played.
Target defending action card gets plus.
Very good into Azalea. Anything with Dominate.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I feel like it being an instant though, it either goes up to 5 or down to 3. If it was just target attack action card gets +3, that's probably garbage, which would be why I probably never see it. 5 would be great, but is it 4? And it only works on defending action cards. Should it just be defending card and not defending action cards?
I don't know, should it?
You know, help. I think it's fake.
You think it's fake?
I think it's fake, and I think that it's either going to be not just action cards,
Okay.
or it's going to be a difference on the defense. So I'm hedging my bets.
Okay. Am I going to give it to you because you're hedging your bets?
You're not going to give it to me? Or you
Am
are?
I going to give it to you? It only targets attack action cards.
Okay, so
I'll give you
okay.
half a point.
Half a point. I'll
I'll give
take
you
my
half a
half.
point. All right, last one.
But I can see why nobody would use it.
I mean, it's good. It's good when Azalea is good because when she dominates her arrows, it's a way to
Yeah,
sneak through extra damage, especially if you have like a defense reaction in
sure,
Arsenal.
sure.
Like you can
Yeah,
block a lot. All right, last one, and then we're gonna do our giveaway. So don't
excellent.
go anywhere.
Is
Is this
chat in
card?
agony right now? Like, God, he's such an idiot.
I feel like chat's having fun right now. Is this card real or fake?
Okay, this may only be played if it's the first action of your turn. Isn't it the first chain link? Can you play another action before this and then have your first chain link be Oath of Loyalty?
Can you?
You may only play cards that are draconic. Go again. 0 for 4. Draconic attack action. Go again. I know it's a 0 for 4.
It's a very good card.
I'm hung up on the action versus chain link. But I just don't remember the card very well, unfortunately. I just know it has to be the first thing that comes out typically in terms of attacking. I just don't remember if you can do something to buff it.
What are we locking in?
I'm gonna say it's fake.
You say it's fake
Yeah.
for what reason?
The reason I'm giving is
Chain link.
the chain link.
Okay, you're wrong. It is fake. However, it is not a draconic attack action. It's a draconic action attack.
I should have caught that.
Everybody in chat got it wrong. I will
Draconic
tell you that.
attack
Not a single person
action.
in chat got it correct. It is a draconic action attack.
Draconic attack. Yeah. I should have gotten that. I should have gotten that. That's a sneaky one, dude.
That's a sneaky
That's a
one.
sneaky.
I wanted the
You
last one to
pulled a
be.
sneaky.
I wanted the last one to be a little.
But you know what? Now I know
Hold on.
that you can't play an action before
Let
with
me
a
just,
look.
let me just pull this up. All right. Well, let's I looked at that and was wondering why it looked weird. Well,
Subliminally,
you
we're right.
Warlock Bear, you didn't actually submit a guess, so you can just say that you were right.
Yeah, in your head.
I'm definitely out here cheesing you guys.
Oh man,
I love this game, and it's
it's so
so
fun.
fun
I love it.
to change like the smallest things.
Oh,
Oh, it's great. Okay, back to us. We're gonna be doing our giveaway. So in round three, we gave away a Max Nitro, and Riku in our chat, one of our mods, he actually won it. So this is going to be going to Norway.
heck yeah.
And now, staying on theme, we are going to be giving away a Rainbow Foil Master Cog. This card went up quite a bit in value recently. I think it's like 80 something
Because
bucks.
we got some crazy mechanologist cog stuff going on
Yeah.
here.
And
Let's
yeah,
go.
especially in the new hero,
Heck yeah.
in Puffin is her
Puff,
name?
puff. Yeah.
Getting extra crank counters could be
Mm-hmm.
pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna do the same thing that we did last time. Don't put any guesses in chat until you see Oddwillows in chat say start guessing. We're gonna open up a pack of heavy hitters, and you guys are gonna guess the rainbow foil.
That's not heavy hitters.
Bright lights. We're gonna do bright lights. You're gonna guess the rainbow
That pack
foil
is fake.
in bright lights. If there's any spice in this pack, if there's any like Marvel, were there any Marvels in this set? There weren't. Anything good in this is gonna go with the Master Cog. Um, the giveaway is open to anybody, so regardless of what country you're in, you can go ahead and participate. Let's go ahead and open
What
this
is
up.
marbles?
Oh yeah, they're the equipment.
Yeah.
The equipment marbles. That's right. All right, you ready? Take a look. Take a look. All right. No spice in the pack, but we have our rainbow foil.
See, you're doing everybody else's service by pulling garbage.
All right, go ahead and post when you're ready. And we are going to be going based off of the order that we see it on our end. You might see it differently on your end depending on your internet connection. So just know that we're going to go based off of what we can see. That's the most fair way for us to do it.
I definitely think that a good internet connection is important.
Well, it's just sometimes depending on your internet, like your message might come through before someone else's on your end, but
Hmm.
on our end, theirs might come through first. In a few seconds, we will give a hint. No one has gotten it yet. All right, your first hint. Surprise, surprise, it's a Met card.
Hey, what a hint! What a hint!
Um, it's hard to do hints for this set.
There it
Oh,
is.
who got it?
That would be a J Turbo.
J Turbo. That is my wife.
Really?
Do we allow that? Do we allow that? That's really funny.
That's hilarious.
I mean, technically, she's allowed to
I
play.
guess.
She wouldn't have known what it is. I don't know. I
I feel
feel a
like you
little.
should. Is she still here or is she at home?
No, she's at home.
Oh, I was gonna say she
That's
should
why.
come in
Like,
here
she
and like
wouldn't have
have to
known
give
what it
like a
is.
bonus thing.
Broke your wife.
That's funny.
I don't know. I feel like we should redo it.
Do I need to go get another pack?
Think
I'm gonna go
so.
grab another pack. We could totally screw with people and do the hunted JP. You want to do hunted JP?
No, we won't know what the card
I'm.
is.
But half the battle will be us figuring it out at the same time as them.
Go get Go get another bright lights
All
pack.
right, all right, all right.
I'm sorry, Jess. I think that's a little unfair. I'll buy you a couple packs to make up for it. That's so funny. All right, we're gonna do it again. Seriously, we just shut the stream down. Too many issues. Probably at home cackling right now. All right, so same thing. Ben's gonna post in the chat when you can start guessing.
And the previous guesses do not count.
If we see her guess it again, we'll just wait for the next person.
It wasn't even guess, Gundler. What is he talking
No,
about?
she said, "Oh, we didn't say what it is."
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah. She said data link.
It was
It
data
was
link.
data link.
Yeah. I was kind of hinting a little bit with my good
Yeah,
internet
yeah,
connection.
yeah. All right.
So,
All right, you got it.
any gas in this
No
one?
gas in
No,
this
still no
pack.
gas.
Yeah. But go ahead
All
and let
right.
them know when they can start. Good luck, everybody. So funny.
Sorry, Jess.
All right. Keep an eye out.
Do 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 do. It's not data link this time. Do 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 do. Boop do boop boop boo do do.
Give a hint in a few seconds. It is a 3 block. Give you guys. Oh, there it is.
Oh, who was it?
Elon Musk. No, 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 no.
You
Just
better
kidding.
not.
Just kidding. It was the
I
wrong.
will go get
It
another
was the
pack.
wrong one. It was the wrong one.
It wasn't the right one?
No.
Okay. Still going. Still going.
Oh, these are going really fast.
Holy cow. Now everyone's scrolling up to Elon's.
Oh, that one. It's close, but that's not it.
Everyone just stopped to scroll up. and, then, and then here comes
A
the.
lot of these are really close. I think people are getting the name wrong.
Well, because they're saying real cards.
Um,
Because
it
that does exist in multiple
it is two
instances.
words, and it has the scrap rule.
There it is.
Where?
I saw Ross get
Ross
it
Raptor?
right before
Yep.
Elon.
Yep. I have it on my
That's
end too.
nuts.
Geo got it. It is Scrap Harvester. A lot of people were saying Scrap Compactor and Scrap Prospector. I don't know if those are different cards, but it
They
is
are.
not the name of
Yep.
this card. So
Yep. That was close.
good job to Geo. Geo is a local to the store. So
Yay!
I'm just
And he
gonna
can't collect it because he's in
he's in
Taiwan.
Taipei.
Taipei.
So I'm just gonna leave that with you.
All right.
He can pick it up on his next shift.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you for everyone
Gio,
that
get back to work.
that played. That was definitely a lot of fun. Um, okay, so Riku says those are other ones. Okay, so they were guessing other
Yeah.
cards
Yeah.
technically.
So it was
Um,
close. It was
let's
close.
see where we're at as far as time.
Elias, you're not allowed to win anymore.
Okay, so it looks like this round is ending in about 2 minutes. And
That's good
then
use of time.
it was,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was good. It was good.
We're gonna have the deck checks. They're gonna announce top eight. Probably gonna be some photos taken. And then I would imagine it is 3:45 ish right now. Probably gonna be in total about a 45-minute break, maybe
Yeah,
an
so
hour.
with the deck checks, and then we also here at Oddwillows do giveaways of product and stuff like that for all attendees.
That's true. So I would
So
expect us to be back in about an hour and 15 minutes.
maybe
A
that, maybe just
little
sometimes you go
sooner.
fast. A little
Yeah.
bit less crowd this time, so there's less decks to go through.
So check back in at 4:30 CST. We'll post in the chat about how much longer we expect it to be.
Okay, sounds good.
And then yeah, we'll jump into our top eight games and we'll go from there.
And to be fair to Elias, he was second
He was.
on our side.
Also, I forgot to shill at all for this stream.
Oh,
If you're enjoying the stream, please consider subscribing. I would really like to hit 1,000 followers.
how
That
close
would
are
be
you?
great. I'm at like 841 right now.
Oh, so
There's
close.
100 people watching right now, so if you're not subscribed, hit the button if you're enjoying it. Um, I like to stream these RTNs and ProQuests whenever the season comes
That's
around.
better than
So
us.
if you enjoy watching extra
I mean,
coverage,
subscribe just for the games.
yeah,
I
just
mean, who cares about Flesh and Blood? Let's play
it'll
games.
it'll let you know when we go live during those seasons. So
Awesome.
yeah, we will be back. Again, check back in about 45 minutes. We'll let you know about how much longer we expect to be. All right.
Sounds like they're doing announcements right now.
Yeah, yeah. So
All right,
we're gonna
see
head
you
out there. See you guys soon. All right, we are back. We're going to be jumping into our top eight pretty soon. But before we do, our judge was willing to open up his judge pack on stream. So let's gonna jump over to the table and see what he opens. I'm just going to pop out really quick and let him know he can go.
He's unmuted. Hello.
Yep,
How long have you been here?
we're opening up the judge pack right now.
Oh, excellent. He's got the judge sign there and everything.
Let's see what he gets. Oh, I don't know if he knows that we can't hear him.
Oh, he's talking.
Yeah. What is that? Is that one of the?
That's a Zen state.
Yeah, that's one of the Met cards, right?
I'm gonna go ask him.
Is that the dampener? No. Something. I think it's a ram stop card.
Heavy rotary.
Every rotary ram stop, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
He's like, it's a miss.
All right. Well, our players are going to be starting right now. We're actually back earlier than we expected to be.
They decided that they don't like breaks.
They didn't want to break,
It's fine.
and we did a pretty quick deck check. So our first match of top eight is going to be Florian and Verdance.
How's their breakdown looking?
So top eight, we are looking at three Syndras, two Florians, a Verdance. Maybe it was four Syndras. Here, you have it.
Well, I mean, I need the I don't have the top eight listed here.
Well, no, but you can pull it up in Gem.
Oh yeah, I have a laptop in front of me. I swear to God, I know what I'm doing,
So
everybody. This is great.
the matchups that I know is the Florian Verdance. There's a Syndra mirror, Syndra versus Florian, and I can't remember the last match.
I don't know if they've done the cut yet, but I can tell you from the standing sheet. Um, so that was David in first place with
Verdance Fang is the other one.
Okay, cool. Well, it's better than it just being all Syndras and Florians.
Can confirm Oddwillow's judge packs are misses.
Sorry, Sage.
All right, so our top eight in order: David on Florian, first place.
Lee on Florian.
Second on Florian.
Yep.
Connor third on Syndra.
Okay.
Alex fourth on, I believe this is our Verdance, correct?
Truel is Verdance. Yep.
And then fifth, Brian. This should be our Fang.
Fang. Yep.
Sixth, Michael on
Syndra.
Syndra. We saw him on stream.
Yep.
Seventh, April on Verdance, which we're going to be watching right now.
Both Verdances made it to the end.
Both Verdances made it in.
A very riveting match.
Yeah.
Very golf match.
And then eighth, Quentin on Syndra.
Yeah.
So we're watching.
So out of all of them, our only hometown hero here is Quentin on Syndra. So let's go, Quentin.
Yeah.
No bias.
Lee, local to the Milwaukee area.
Yes.
April came up from Chicago.
So if we're talking about just Wisconsin people, then yay.
I'm told this should be a very interesting matchup. Don't really know if either one is necessarily favored. I think it's going to be very skill intensive. It'll be interesting to see how they play. I did have a chance to talk to April.
Mm-hmm.
She is not on health potions, so we were wondering that earlier.
Yeah.
Alex was on health potions. April not on health potions, but she makes up for it by being on those fertile grounds.
Yeah, and that popped off right when it needed to.
I believe the reasoning for that is a little bit more flexibility to combo on your opponent's turn,
which is what chat was saying too. With it seems like that's actually the direction people are starting to go with that.
We can get rid of not that. Get rid of that. So they are going to be shuffling up. They are going to have a chance to look at each other's deck lists because we are doing a streamed event. don't want any sort of like unfair advantage if, you know, after a certain round, one of these players was able to, you know, pop into the stream and watch some games.
Yeah.
Maybe they saw their opponents, you know, what they're playing.
Hmm.
So for that reason, we're doing open deck lists. They get to kind of see what the other person could be presenting, and then decide from there. Overall, though, kind of a quick event. It's only four
Yeah,
o'clock for us right now.
that's awesome. I might be able to mow the lawn today.
And with all these Syndras in the top eight and Fang, all these draconic heroes,
Hmm.
some of these matches might go by pretty quick.
New is gone.
New, yeah, the new
Yeah,
didn't make it.
didn't make it. Apparently, he was listening in on parts of the stream and heard what I was saying about him. So he's a good guy.
Yeah, Andre's a good guy.
Yeah.
He comes to a decent amount of the Milwaukee events.
Oh, very cool. Very cool.
Yeah,
First time he's been in this store, and it's we have a decent handful of newcomers here, which is awesome. It's always good to see.
I'm excited to be back. Not this Friday, but next Friday for the pre-release.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that should be a lot of fun.
is it already 2 Fridays?
Yeah, this Friday is the
That's crazy.
23rd.
We do have signups for pre-release active now. There's plenty of spots left because I think everyone is just kind of waiting and seeing, but we're not taking prepayment on pre-release, so just get in there, get your name on the list, and you'll be good to go. We got our allocations in. They weren't too bad, but I wish they were higher,
I
of
think
course.
everybody is facing that a little bit,
Especially
unfortunately.
since they don't give you the guaranteed allocations now for pre-release,
Yeah,
so you have to take it out of what you've been allocated for sale. So we'll see how it goes, but I am so stoked for High Seas.
yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Bands tomorrow.
Ooh,
Any
buy CYB. Let's go.
any
Scared to see
guesses?
CYB's gone.
You think
Yeah,
CYB?
I think CYB could be
Okay.
gone.
I don't think they're going to get rid of CIB. It seemed like when they talked about it last, it was almost like a pet card for them. It seemed like they really liked it and what
Yeah.
it does for the format. So I don't see it going.
Well, they've been wrong before.
This is true. This is true. They have printed Duskblade. I
So what does MinMax have like that they like Duskblade so much? I see
it's
all their shirts say
it's just
unbanned Duskblade
it's a
meme
Peter thing.
status.
Peter
Okay.
from MinMax. It's his
Okay.
thing.
Gotcha.
I was on the fence of them banning Scepter of Pain for a long time. However, the recent Florian decks and the ones that we've seen today, they're not even on Scepter. They're just running Reaping Blade. So like banning Scepter, does it even do anything to Florian? Like
From what I'm, so we're talking about the dirty Florian where you
the
stack up
stacking.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it sounds from what I've been hearing, it's just it needs something a little bit more to really cook off. So like it's dangerous and it's annoying when it works and it's boring to play against, but
I can see them banning Scepter as a precaution
yeah,
because you don't want that deck to be the top of the
they
meta.
they give them one more thing and it's gonna just go
But I
nuts.
think that there's going to be something else that leaves from Florian because again, if you just ban Scepter right now,
Yeah.
this list that Lee's playing, this list that David's playing, they don't care at all.
No, they
Nothing
don't.
changes about their list,
Yeah.
and it's still strong. So something else may have to go. Could they ban Reaping Blade?
No.
If they ban Reaping Blade,
But are they banning to
Florian,
change the meta or are they banning to fix a broken mechanic?
I think, I think it would be a ban to bring the deck down in power level.
I don't know if they would really truly do that. I feel like most of their bands have historically been trying to fix a broken card or fix a broken mechanic that is outside of their norm. I don't know if they're big on just banning just to bring something down that's powerful necessarily.
My tinfoil hat theory
Yeah.
is Reaping Blade,
Okay.
and they force Florian to play Nebula Blade or the Rotwood. And then you kind of have to be on Tunic in order to do the turns where you want Grasp into weapon. But we'll see. No one knows.
Yeah. We'll see.
They did say it was going to be a big shakeup,
You know what
so
they're gonna do is they're gonna ban Whelming Gust Wave just piss us
just
off.
to kick Katsu
Just to
while he's
kick
down.
Katsu while he's down. Yeah. They're
Yeah,
gonna get rid of Harmonized Kadachi. Like,
they
oh, terrible card,
they
right?
said it's going to be a pretty big shakeup, so we could see quite a few cards banned. It could be a similar book burning type situation. We won't know until tomorrow. I'm excited to see it. I think Scepter over Reaping is correct. If they ban Reaping, you just play Scepter. If they hit both, Florian's dead. Oh, Nebula Blade is LL. That's correct. So yeah, they if they banned Reaping, you would have to play the Rotwood.
Hmm.
So or Dread Scythe is the other option, right? Um, I don't know. We'll see. I think that Florian being able to convert these blues into 4 at any point and then 5 in the late game is very strong.
But is it broken?
If they feel like he is speed running to LL too quickly, I could see them wanting to slow him down a little bit.
Hmm. Interesting.
So I'm excited to see what happens. We'll find out tomorrow. It looks like our players are just about ready. Decks are presented. Lee is the higher seed.
Oh, oh,
The disrespect.
oh.
So Lee gets the choice of who goes first here. It'd be interesting to see what he chooses. I He knows April's deck, so he knows that there's no.
So he's using a scythe?
He has Dread Sight.
Dread
What
scythe.
is that?
Hey.
He knows there's no healing potions, so having April go first might not be the end of the world. Just like she's not going to really set up anything, but it looks like he did choose to take the first play. Ooh, and setting up an early Channel Not Heroic, that is going to be exciting.
I still think CYB needs to go. Just-
I think they just need to unban the blues.
I mean, admittedly, though, I kind of don't mind CYB as Ira because I play a lot of mid range, and so when somebody's not
Oh,
hitting me in the face,
that
I
was
kind of like that.
a fun exchange. So I think April discarded 2 Fruits of the Forest to gain some life.
Huh.
And
And that was on Lee's turn, then, right?
oh, maybe not, because then she would be at 44. She may have just discarded the 1. I'm curious as to why there's 2 cards in her graveyard then. I didn't quite catch what happened on that. It looked like she discarded 2 to gain 2 life each. Either way, we have a channel coming down, and then a Surgeon Aethertide, followed by Destructive Aethertide. So this should be coming in for 2. Lee will need to pitch another card in order to prevent the on hit of destroying his
The
arsenal.
scythe prevents the extra HP gain.
Scythe.
I'm gonna look up Dread Scythe.
Oh, maybe it was it just a misplay on April's end then?
Or it only allowed 1 instead of 2. Whenever you attack with Dread Scythe, deal 1 arcane damage to the defending hero. A hero dealt damage by Dread Scythe can't gain health during the next action phase.
Okay, so it looks like life totals just weren't updated correctly.
Okay,
So April
they
is
got
at
the 2.
44.
Okay.
Because when you attack with Dread Scythe, you can respond to the arcane and gain the 4 life. And
Yeah,
then the Dread Scythe text doesn't
but
matter.
that was
So
done on Lee's turn, so they got the HP gain on Lee's turn and not on their turn.
correct.
Yeah. So it should be at 44.
So that explains the 2 cards in April's graveyard right now. It was 2 fruits. She is at 44.
Which, if you held on to those, then you wouldn't be able to use them because they hit with the Dread Scythe, right?
I don't think Lee attacked.
Oh, he didn't
Yeah.
attack. Okay, cool. So Dread Scythe wasn't even in play.
Yeah, I think he just set up the CMH and then April took her turn. Um, Lee playing a Malefic and then he just passed.
It was
I don't
turn 0. So
did he got
just now,
0 value out of his CMH?
are you telling me that I have to start paying attention?
I don't think. Yeah, Lee didn't get any value out of the CMH. He didn't send a single attack while it was in his hand.
We do have the Millennium Tree.
Yep, amping the Surgent, and then
Oh, that old trick.
we get the pump fake.
See, now the pump fake is really good, like because you're not going into another Verdance.
Yeah.
So, like, pump fake all you
Uh,
want.
2 Earth cards gonna be put to the bottom, so Tree is gonna stick around. Lee, I believe 1 card in hand. We can convert this into 4 with our. Oh, we can't. We already have a rune chant, so we just gained 2 life here. All right, and there's another tree in April's hand. Need to be a little careful with how loud we're talking because the players aren't too far from us and the room is more empty than it was during Swiss.
That is true. It is very quiet in there now.
Yeah.
So
So tree established, amp 3 on enter, playing this pulsing aether, amp 6 on it, so 10 damage coming through. Lee, it looks like presented AB 3, so he can pitch a blue and take 7 here. Instead, looks like he's over pitching quite a bit of reds in his hand. I see a felling, swarming, and a command and conquer.
that was a big hit.
That was a big hit. And one of these trees will still stick around. And Lee just deciding to send this attack here. So the one rune chant and then Dread Scythe is going to be presenting one arcane. So 1, 1, and 3.
And of course, robbing the health gain would only be a plus for him, assuming it hits.
Now, does the on hit last until the end of April's turn or just this turn?
Their next action phase.
Oh, so it
So it
would
would be
affect.
the entirety of April's turn. She would be unable to gain health,
Very strong.
which I could see why maybe if Lee knew that there were verdance is in play, maybe that was a decision. Uh, Not sure if it's sideboarded or if that's their main weapon, but
So April elected to take the arcane, both the rune chant and the dread scythe. So not planning on gaining any life here, um, but blocked out the dread scythe with the ring of roses. So doesn't feel like she needs the extra value generated by ring of roses in this matchup. Maybe
mm-hmm.
one arcane damage coming through. Are we going to see? Oh, sorry, 4 arcane damage
Because
because
of
of
the
the
Millennium
tree.
Tree. Yeah.
We're going to see a pump fake.
Is it really a pump fake if you just do it every turn? I mean, it's like amp, 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 and counter strike or counter or command counter. Jesus, two different games.
We see the fertile ground into a scalding. So this time it was a arcane spell. Only 1 damage came through on the Surgent, so this is coming in for 3. And April, I believe the last card left in her hand was a So Tomorrow. Pretty good card to play early on.
Mm-hmm.
Gets you 1 Earth card in hand. She should be able to get to 4. I don't think she does, though.
I could see just a good push with the amp here, right? Or
So Tomorrow, gonna put a tree back on the bottom. That's a very good target. She's gonna draw a card because it came from Banish. And then this is her first Earth card in Banish.
mm,
Ooh, April's holding Scour. Scour, there's 3 targets on the board right now. We could really cripple Lee's ability here.
Scour being the destruction of the auras, right?
Yep, we could hit the Malefic and the 2 rune chants. And I think that's what we're going to see.
Oh, Lisa, that just
That is, ooh, that is a great play by April. I'm curious though. There are 2 evergreens in April's pitch zone. Why would we not keep one to put in Arsenal? Because even with the 1 red that we pitched, that would still be enough to keep Tree around. So I'm surprised we're pitching both of them away and not arsenaling one.
what are they going to use the extra two float for?
There's currently nothing because Scour doesn't have Go Again and she has no instance available to her. So I'm unsure why we wouldn't have just arsenaled the Evergreen. Evergreen is where you want, or Arsenal is where you want Evergreen anyways, because when you attack with it from Arsenal, it goes on the bottom.
Hmm.
So it almost feels like we're kind of missing out on a free,
Seems like they really wanted Tree for one more.
but you would have still had
They
Tree
would have had that
because there were
anyways.
3
Okay.
other Earth cards in the pitch. All right, draw back up.
Looks like there was a felling in there.
I did see a felling. Lee notably found a Summersfall, so that is going to tuck the tree to the bottom, which honestly, kind of okay with that because the tree doesn't get destroyed. It's just going to come back later. Coming in for 6, I could see. Ooh, Mike is cutting out. I could see, blocking a couple cards and then just sending the felling. But instead, looks like we're just going to take the 6. E strike. Oh, this is going to be E strike go again into a felling.
Mm,
Very,
that's a presentation right there if I ever
very,
seen one.
very strong. We'll see how Lee wants to block this. He's in the tank. I see another CMH in his hand.
You're gonna toss the CMH and the what else is that behind
I
it?
think I see a plow under. I think there might have been an Arcane Seeds life, and I couldn't quite get a look at the last one. Either way, a lot of 3 blocks in his hand.
And one of them's gonna go away because of the felling.
Well, he doesn't know that yet.
No, he doesn't. Nobody tell him.
All right, deep in the tank here. Luckily, in top 8, untimed rounds.
Hmm.
Still need to play at a reasonable pace, but he has time to think. Oh,
Oh,
pretty
that
pretty heads up play.
that might have been a
Um,
good decision there.
luckily we can just get rid of this blue here and then save
Still have enough, or
save the
just save
felling
it.
for the arsenal.
But it shut the turn down.
It did shut the turn down.
That's not a bad idea.
That was a very well timed faceberg.
Did he still have his plow under, or did he get rid of it?
He should still have it because he blocked with the
Because then he
blue.
could potentially just take that felling out.
Yeah, he blocked with blue tilling and CMH.
First seed
First seed was
was
David
David Brunner
on
with
Florian.
Florian.
He was playing against Quinton, who was 8th seed on Syndra.
Yep. Let's go, Quinn.
I mean, we're on the second cycle strip. David's second cycle.
Let's go, Quinn. We can be opposites. It's okay. You can cheer for David, and I'll cheer for my hometown hero, Quinn.
All right, so we played Arcane Seeds, generate 2 Rune Chants, and then E Strike for, I would imagine, 7. So presenting 9 damage here. April taking the 2 Rune Chants, giving 2 cards, take another 1. And I think we get the opportunity for. Oh, that's another felling. There's still one in Arsenal.
Oh,
So potentially back to back here.
oh.
3 Earth into the Banish.
And
So
that's gonna
this
turn.
it'll turn the felling on. She just got to 4.
Yeah.
Verdance still needs 4 more, so the next decompose will not get to 8.
So she's
The
at 4
the
now.
most we can get to is 7 on the next one. Yeah, we're at
Gotcha.
4 right now. Lee had a Seeds of Tomorrow, tucked his card with the 3 block, cleanly blocking out 8 here.
I could easily see you just taking this damage or just throwing a simple 3 in front of it and then just hitting him again.
Yeah, it definitely depends on what April wants to do with this hand. Quite a bit of blues. Looks like we're taking the 1. I think what we might see is not getting great value off the felling, probably bottoming a card, and then either setting up this E-Pot in Arsenal or maybe one of the blues.
Oh, are we going for because then this plus the felling would be
This
turning it
plus the
on.
felling will turn it on.
Okay. So using the scythe actually to drive more. I like it.
Yeah, so 6 in banish right now. Yeah, so I think what we'll see is felling, bottoming the non E-Pot. Oh, she could also keep the scour.
There's the felling.
It just depends on whether or not she thinks. Whether or not she thinks Lee's going to set up more Malefics, more rune chance. Okay, bottoming the Scour. So we're setting up the E-Pot in Arsenal. If Lee takes an off turn, we can just spend our turn deploying E-Pot.
Yeah.
All right, Lee blocking out. I believe no cards left in hand as well. So he's just passing back. April gets to come back with 4 cards. I see 2 Rampant Growth Lives, but no life gain to power those.
But we are turned on now,
We are
so
turned on.
the Verdance is flipped.
All right, pitching 1, activating Surgent.
Would have been nice to have that Ring of Roses from earlier.
Lee taking the 1, letting the buff happen. We meld. So gain 1 on the Verdance. That will trigger, deal an additional 1 arcane damage.
She
And
pitched for.
now this Pulsing Aether coming in for 5. Lee has 2 floating.
So the surging only adds the plus onto the card itself, not onto her trigger.
Correct. It does not work on Verdance's triggers. Lee gives up an extra card to block the full AB3. 2 coming through. We should see him dropping to 27 here. And it looks like the Verdance IP'd a card. Kept to the Plow Under. We see an attack for 1 and 3. 1 card in Lee's hand could be a Dread Scythe follow-up. Oh,
Oh,
just
double Rune Rager.
double Rune Rager.
Put the damage out as much as you can, I guess. I don't know. How far is Lee towards getting turned on his side?
I think there's only 3 right now.
Oof.
And we see Tree established into a melded Pulsing Aether Life. The Verdance trigger going to gain 1 life. The amp from this will go onto the Verdance trigger. So we're looking at 4. Oh, did she? Oh, she elected to gain the life but not trigger Verdance. So
To put it on the 7
to
or the
go taller,
okay.
because Lee would have been able to.
So Verdance's trigger is a May then?
It is a May whether or not you want the arcane damage to go through.
Okay.
It looks like April put the Earth card on the bottom without declaring that she was channeling the Millennium Tree.
Okay.
So Tree no longer on board.
Each strike. We're looking at just pushing damage or go
Choose go
again.
again.
All right.
Um,
Got a card in Arsenal.
I think there might have been another Epot in hand, so we
Wasn't it Epot in Arsenal
there's
from
still one
earlier?
in Arsenal, yeah.
Okay. So then you can end it with getting an Epot
But
out
we
there.
have one in hand as well, so we're just going to deploy that one. Arsenal, the new one.
Yeah. Information is power, I guess.
Yeah. Ooh, a tree of his own, and then just passing. So 5 card hand for April. We'll see how she wants to use it. We can send the Surgent and do a bit of a pump fake.
I feel like she's in a really good position right now. Lee just needs to try and preserve as much as possible, but it's going to get untenable here really quick, especially as April gets closer to an action combo.
All right, so using the Sotomaro, putting the Felling on the bottom of the deck. No card draw because it was played from hand. And we might just see Surgent into one of these, or it would be CNC at this point. The tree went away because it looks like the channel was not declared.
Was that a miss?
Yes, technically.
Okay.
Technically, you need to declare that you are channeling and putting an earth card on the bottom, and I don't think that occurred.
Okay. So I'll put it on the bottom before declaring, and then it's like, well, that goes away.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
because the channel would happen before any other cards
Yeah,
went to the bottom. So if you just ended your turn and put all the cards on the bottom, you are essentially skipping the step
makes
where
sense.
the channel happens. Thinking on this block here, how important is that arsenal card?
Did you see what it is at all?
Couldn't catch a peek. We know that there's still an E-Pot in April's arsenal. Yeah, really stumped here. That is not six. Okay, throwing the gloves in.
Is he gonna get the mite from that then?
Yep, he'll get
Yep.
one. Florian not online yet. Now, ideally, we'd be putting two Earth cards in pitch this turn. But with E-Strike being one of our plays, that's going to bottom one of the only two cards left in hand. So
That Millennium Tree is gonna go away.
we know Millennium Tree is going to go away.
Why was it only coming out for 6?
Uh, the Might gave
Oh,
it
it
plus
got
one.
buffed by the
Yeah.
mite. You're right.
So
So,
this is for go again. And then I imagine we're going to see the Dread Scythe activated here.
yep.
The one arcane damage going to get the amp, so 4 and 3. Looks like maybe electing to take the 4 down to 16 and then blocking the Dread Scythe. I think we're going to see this Valley deployed. Felling coming through for 8.
That disruption is so powerful. And Lee still has not been able to get his ability turned on yet. So April's just continuing to put value out, but Lee's starting to get a little bit quick with the reverse hits here. That use of the Millennium on the last one for the Dread Scythe was solid.
We see him block for 5. He's taking 3 down to 19. 3 cards left in hand on his end. And it looks like it's just a Cadaverous Tilling. Coming in for 8. Respectable. Looks like April's hand maybe not ideal. Not a lot that she can do to pressure back. All right, so we're just choosing to block out the 8. We're probably going to see the E-Pot
I would think so, especially
deployed,
with the Ponder out there. Yeah.
and then just going to Arsenal. Yep, looks like we're going to Arsenal the Rampant Growth. So IP'd from the Ponder token, but not the end of the world.
Didn't take the damage, though. That's key.
Lee does get the full 4 card hand, though.
It could be a bit of a tempo shift, but I think April, knowing that that's going to come, is getting prepped up for the big turn. Just waiting for the right cards.
So I think what Lee could do here, if he wanted to, is activate Grasp, make a Rune Chant, play Flourish, and then play this Cadaverous. Instead, looking like he's pitching the Flourish. Are we online? don't
I don't think he
think we
is.
are. 2 damage coming through.
So I think he's at 6, right? Devers Tilling does cost 3. You looking back to see what he pitched?
All right, looks like April coming in with a plow under here. Yeah, unfortunately I missed the pitch on Lee's end. No, okay, I went back. He pitched a blue flourish, so no issues there.
Okay, cool. All right.
Life total is very close. April just needs to find the right combination of cards to potentially combo Lee out here. Lee sending a Summer's Fall, but there's no auras from the bottom, so no decompose. And April just sending an Evergreen, so just 7 damage. This would mean that she reached her pitch stack, right? We saw 2 of these pitch together, unless she's running 3,
Could be running 3.
but we may see another one in her hand right now. So maybe she's on 3.
I think I
Oh,
just saw one come out.
there's another one.
So that definitely would be pitch stack then. So now I guess it comes down to how well April pitched it.
I'm going to make her bottom a card. Looks like she's reaching for the Evergreen.
When did he lose an Arsenal?
I might have missed that as I was looking back.
Let's see.
All right, see some cards come down to block. Looks like we're blocking out 8, no damage taken. 1 card left for April. What can we do? Are we? Oh, we're just passing. Yeah, so it's Lee played Seeds. That's why the Arsenal went away. All right, Lee plays a tree. Makes a couple rune chants. Looks like Florian is online. We made 2.
Yep. So he can get up very dangerous now.
So we have 4, 1, and 6.
That's a good presentation.
It's a lot of damage. I didn't see what April Arsenal, but it's been there for a while. Is it still the rampant growth from
Yeah.
like quite a few turns ago?
Yeah. I think so.
I believe I see the fertile ground in April's hand, so setting up to potentially combo.
Like it could be worth taking the risk here.
Well, you would need to block enough to not lose the rampant
Yeah,
growth.
that's true. That's true.
We have April in the tank.
That's a tough decision. How does the how's the rampant growth play into the combo?
So she wants to keep this fertile ground, and she needs blues. And essentially, what's going to happen is she is going to gain 5 off the fertile ground, and then each rampant growth will add extra amp. So
Okay.
the first one will gain a life and then
Uh-huh.
amp 6. The second one will gain a life and then amp 7.
Yep.
But you need enough blues to fuel that. She does have the epots, so there is a little bit of cushion there. Um, the downside is she has a blue in hand, she has the fertile ground. The other two cards that she could block with, one of them is a 2 block, one of them is a 3 block. So that will not cover up the CNC. And they're both reds, and that means that there is 5 damage, arcane damage coming through as well. So it looks like we are preventing using the only blue left in hand. And then I think we're going to see the non-fertile grounds come down to block, add the chest to it, block out the 6. So we still have the fertile ground in hand. We still have the rampant growth in arsenal.
How much AB is April presenting? AB2?
AB3.
AB3, okay.
So April is just looking for Lee to do essentially nothing. If she can ignore his
Please
turn,
brick.
then she might be able to just combo right now.
Yeah.
And yet
Tree is still out.
it looks like she drew another rampant growth. So she just has the natural combo in hand. She just needs to be able to ignore this. The plow under is a little rough.
But she's got the she's got the rampant growth in her hand now, right? Like another
She
one.
does. She's also thinking maybe about comboing now because
You can do it before the trigger for
you
Lavender.
can do it before the trigger. She has Storm Striders.
Okay.
So she can amp a total of 14 plus her spell.
She wouldn't get the damage output from her ability since it's not her turn, but she can still combo out and potentially just drop the bomb here. Yeah.
So double rampant growth. So this should be an amp for 14. We can let one of these fully resolve, use the hat to buy it back.
Whew.
So our epot needs to go to activating boots and play the wizard spell in our hand. I didn't get a look at the last card, but if it's a spell that costs 0 or 1 and does arcane damage, then I think April wins right here. It's a Scour.
Oh.
Yep, Scour destroys the rune chance. It is amped by
Oh.
20. What would that be? 24? 22? And Lee just cannot prevent enough damage.
So April just holding out to get that perfect
Just
hand,
waiting for the
just
combo.
waiting for the opportunity to respond.
That was a really good game to watch.
That was huge. I mean, April had to kind of wait for that hand to show up, but hitting second cycle and then getting the hand that just probably was just smart pitch stacking right there.
That was awesome. Yeah, it's 23 damage. It was getting amped for 22. Destroying the rune chant deals 1. Um, yeah, that was awesome.
Well
Let's
played,
yeah,
and
well
that's
played.
an upset too.
Yeah.
Seventh taking down the second.
7 plus 8 plus 8. Yeah. All right, let's come back to us. We are probably just going to be taking a really quick break. That was probably the longest of the matches. So
Mm-hmm.
let's see how the other people did. Then we will be back in 5 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, it should be
Yeah, less than
pretty
that.
quick.
We'll see you guys soon.
Yep.
All right, we are back. We have a Florian, no, not Florian, Fang Syndra matchup.
Ooh.
And then on the other side of the bracket, Verdance is playing a Syndra. So two
What happened
Syndras,
to all the Florians?
they lost.
Holy cow.
So two Syndras made it into top four, and then a Fang and a Verdance. We're going to watch the Fang versus the Syndra. The Fang is the higher seed at fifth. Quinton, the
So we
eighth
had the
seed.
eighth seed beat the first seed.
We did.
I guess if there's anything that can fight against the Florian, Syndra has the option, right?
Yeah, so this should be a fast one. I think honestly, both of them might be a little faster, even though the Verdance is
Mhm.
playing the Syndra. That one might go pretty quickly because the Verdance isn't going to have a lot of breathing room, so
No, no,
they need
I don't know if they'll have the opportunity to really build up a combo either.
yeah they need to end the game quickly, or they might get ended quickly. So we'll see what happens.
So
Um,
you're telling me my hometown hero, Quentin, has a chance,
he
and
has a
your
chance.
hometown, the second cycle hero, just walked out the door.
Is this our top four standings?
Yeah, so we got
I think this was reported incorrectly because Brian is playing right now.
Brian versus who?
Ryan is playing
Connor?
Quinton. We might need to check that really quick. Do you want to go check with the judge?
Yeah.
All right. We will be right back. We just want to make sure that this gets reported correctly. I'm pretty sure Brian is playing right now, but it shows that he was eliminated. So bear with us. We'll be right back.
Right. So, just conferred with the judge. It was a misrepresentation on Gem. However, it does not actually change the pairings at all because the pairings are based on the bracketing and
Right.
not
Right.
necessarily their standings anymore.
Okay.
So it's still good. They're playing the right people. So it wasn't going to be like Quentin in April,
Correct. Yeah. Just
based on
want to make
brackets.
sure that he's still in Gem because if he wins this one, he needs to play.
Yeah.
He needs to play the finals,
Yep.
and then he needs to be able to get those LL points if he
There
wins.
we go.
So
It's fixed now.
just want to make sure that we caught that.
Sweet.
But let's go ahead and jump back over to the table then. Our
Sounds good.
players should be about ready to start.
That's crazy. I love that card. That sleeve.
Yep, we got that Geo representation on
I'm
stream.
sure Gio's still in chat.
He is. He
Yeah.
he sent the last message not too long ago. So if
All right,
I
so Syndra and Fang.
yeah, Syndra Fang.
Interesting.
If I heard correctly, as they were setting up at the table, I believe Brian said that he would like to go second. He has the higher seed, so he gets the choice.
Hmm.
So I believe he's making Quinton go first.
So in this matchup, obviously, when they're designing the set, they kind of think about these two heroes against each other. How's the balance look between them?
That is a good question. Syndra has the ability to come out of the gate hot and quick. She's a ninja.
Especially if you can
She's
keep the warrior from turning
Yep.
on fealty.
Whereas Fang needs to build up those fealty. He
What is this like setup with the diggers?
both of them are doing it.
Yeah.
He needs time to set up those fealty, and if he takes too long, if he's not able to find what
Hmm.
he needs quick enough, his damage output may just not be enough. So I think this matchup might be dependent on how quickly he can generate these fealty.
So it's balls in his court because Quentin's just gonna keep smoking out there, trying to get these mass triggers and things like that, doing everything he's supposed to do. And if Brian just doesn't find what he needs to get the fealty, he's gonna be perpetually behind.
Dynamo is going to be really good in this matchup because
Hmm.
they're going to blank a dagger every turn, and as long as Brian's attacking twice, they're going to refresh themselves. All right, we see a block come down. There are still 2 cards left in hand that Brian can block with. Get a little bit of free true damage from the Blood Runs Deep. Flick both those daggers at him. 1 card left for Quentin.
Dabbing daggers, I love that.
Syndra re-equipping the daggers, and it looks like we're just going to set up an arsenal. So only 2 damage leaked, not the 10 that we saw
Yeah.
last time Syndra was on screen.
Uh-huh.
So not too bad.
But it
Looks
gets
like
set up with an arsenal though, so
it looks like
sometimes it can be good.
Brian picked up a Hunt's End.
Mm.
Not a card you want to see early.
Nope.
You need, I believe it's 4 fealty in order to play that card. Or it's 3 and
That's
it
a red,
buffs by
right?
4.
So you
Yeah.
can't even pitch it for much.
So he's quite far away from being able to make use of this card, and we're going to see it get pitched.
Yeah.
That is not something that you want in hand right now. Let's see how Quentin decides to block here, if at all. We can use this glint for go again,
Hmm.
and it looks like that's going to happen.
So instead of buffing it using Draconic, he's gonna just give it go again.
And then instead of playing the blaze, we're pitching it for the dagger, because that's going to let us refresh the dynamos.
So generally a very weak turn.
Very.
Very weak turn, but at least he
Um,
gets the defense back from the
we
Dynamos.
and we set up a defense reaction in Arsenal.
Hmm.
But we have made 0 progress in setting up fealty tokens, which is not looking good.
Yeah. And Quentin's gonna come out with his arsenal and a
Working with
full hand.
a 5 card hand this turn, right? He blocked nothing. Or did he block?
I don't
No,
think he
I
did.
don't think he did.
Yeah.
So yeah, 5 card hand from Quentin. This could be a lot of damage. I think I like blocking with dynamos here, just to deny the first chain link,
Yeah.
make them have
That's
to.
my favorite thing, right? Make them have to flick that first one if they do it, or they're just gonna take the zero on that.
But Brian looks like maybe he just wants to take the damage. Hot on their heels, coming in for 3.
And it's a flick capable because he's got a dagger on
The
the
combat
chain
chain.
now, so easily keep that alive. There's gonna be a hard push for a mass trigger here. There's a D react though in Arsenal, as you said, right?
There is, yeah. There's a shelter from the storm. Another Hunt's End drawn.
Oh,
You really don't want to be seeing those that early.
and oh man, a throw dagger. So not only is he keeping the chain alive, but drawing a card off of it too.
Yeah, that's a rough one because Flick is still.
I'm assuming he's throwing the dagger that's already on the chain. Yeah,
It
get
looks
that
like
out
it.
of there.
So Flick is still an option.
Yeah, absolutely. He could just keep it going as long as it needs to.
So if Brian tries to block out this chain link,
Yeah.
we still have Flick to
Which
keep
is
it
why
active.
he wouldn't be throwing the dagger now because you can't flick the dagger that's already there against
Right.
itself. So he needs to be able to do the rest of the cards to get through to the mass trigger.
And we see Quentin point at his mask, letting him know, this is threatening
Threatening
a,
it. Yeah.
a card draw.
So he's going to keep it alive with
Yep.
the dagger. Okay.
Very good turn from Quinton so far. Dragon Power. This
Threatening
is
mask.
not Draconic. It is Threatening Mask. It doesn't have Go Again. So the card draw here doesn't matter too much. It is really just a
Unless he
selection.
can do something with the card that's in his hand still.
I wouldn't know what it could be.
Draconic Instant of some
It's
sort.
hard to make it Draconic when it's on the combat chain. I don't think there's a reason. I don't think
Otherwise
there's a way to.
he could just be trying to bait the yeah, he could have been just trying to bait the mask draw, being like, all right, I have something. The mask draw will be bad for you, but uh I guess at worst there he would have just chose between the two cards which one goes in that arsenal, which is sometimes a good thing to have that option.
All right, dagger coming in. Brian's holding a scar tissue. So if Quinton says no blocks, he can play the scar tissue. It will on hit mark Quinton, which will get him a step towards making his first fealty,
Hmm.
but he won't make the fealty. It
Hmm.
just gets him
It
closer.
puts him on notice that there's a fealty eventually
Yep.
coming.
And we see the scar tissue come down, so this should buff it to 3 total. And Quinton will become marked. Not draconic, so this will not get go again. And it looks like Brian's choosing to pay into grains here as well.
And he didn't have to use dynamos last turn, and did he?
He chose not to
Chose not to.
because he knew on this turn he wasn't going to be able to
Yeah,
attack twice.
it's a good heads up play.
I think I saw an Oath of Loyalty, which is a draconic attack action. I think I saw a Blade Flurry from Brian, holding his cards very close, making it hard for us to see what might be coming. Clinton pitching this red to swing a dagger is an interesting start. To me, that indicates that maybe he doesn't have a starter in his hand. No
Hmm.
natural head jab with go again.
Yep.
Not ideal, not how you want to be starting these turns, but it is an option if you need it. The 1 damage comes through, and Quinton chooses to use his first vest counter,
Which makes sense. If you're pitching reds, you probably need the pitch.
and we see why. Demonstrate Devotion coming in for 4. This should be making a fealty. Let's see
She's
if.
going to effectively have more fealties than Brian will be. That's not a good sign.
And 2 cards left.
Shelter.
This is a great spot for the shelter, but we
Yep.
can always flick. Oh, we see a Rake over the coals. This is a very strong card. Draconic attacks on the combat chain are going to get +1. So we come over for 1, and now this next attack is going to be threatening a mask trigger. And we choose to make the Dragon Power Draconic. So
Hmm.
normally when it's Draconic, it's a 1 for 5.
Hmm.
But because of the Rake over the coals, it's also getting +1. So it's a 1 for 6. Threatening mask.
And then he's going to flick knives to keep that alive.
But with no go again, our turn ends there.
Yep.
Notably, though, I think that's the third Hunt's End that Brian has seen.
Oh, man. And
He,
he's never going to be able to get down to pitch stack, most likely.
I believe he blocked with 2 and he had to pitch 1 on turn 1. Quentin trying to show off his hand here.
Yeah, man.
I think he was trying to put it in front of Brian's face cam.
That's funny.
All right, Brian starts off with an Oath of Loyalty. 4 go again. Block for 3 come down.
So then he finally gets a
He will
fealty.
finally get his first fealty. And what is the follow up? Blaze Headlong for 4. 2 card 8. Not bad.
Not bad, not bad.
It's not doing what Fang wants to be doing. He wants to be making and threatening fealties, but
And he wants to be swinging his daggers.
it is above rate.
I guess the question is the hand that Quentin was showing off, do you think that's good or bad?
It looked like he had a smile on his face, so I feel like it would be good.
Playing the mind games? Aw, ancestral empowerment. You hate to see it.
Maybe it was bad because he's
Yeah.
blocking with it. All right, we end on a dagger for one, 32 all. Despite Brian struggling to get his game plan going, he's done a good job of keeping his life total high,
Mm-hmm.
while chipping down Quentin's.
Just been still robbing Quentin of mask triggers.
Because as soon as he goes online, his damage potential goes through the roof.
Yeah. So he just needs to delay, 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 delay.
I see another card that is capable of marking in Brian's hand.
Good use of the dynamos. So flicking dagger on the existing dagger that wasn't blocked, just to, I guess, push the damage.
Yeah, it looks like
Dagger, dagger, dagger.
looks like Quentin just setting up here.
Yeah.
So let's see how many fealty we can get
Yeah.
on the
It's
board here.
fealty or disruption would be big here because Quentin's clearly setting up for something big. I've never said the words declare no blocks more than when I'm playing against a Fang
All right, so I believe this is affirm loyalty, buffing it by two, and then the dagger getting the +1.
and
So
go
four
again.
go again. Choosing to pay into the vigor.
Giving +1 to his next attack.
Yep, activating the Brave Forge. Pitching the four, the Drakai, and coming in for two. One card left in Brian's hand.
Any arsenal?
Looks like he chose to Arsenal. That was a
He could be setting up arsenal
interesting
with
way
the
to
vigor.
play that turn because
Yeah.
if you really wanted to, you could have discarded the tip off to mark Quentin and then play the for the Drakai to generate a loyalty or a fealty. If the for the Drakai then hits, now that he's marked, he makes another fealty. He could have potentially gone to three that turn, but instead chose to do a bit more of a setup
I'd be a little worried
turn.
about what Quentin's coming out with this one too, because he's set up for this one.
All right, we're blocking the Ignite with Grains.
Hmm.
Ignite making the Kunai free.
Yeah, Quentin has not really been putting together the big, huge like turns that I think he needs to bring Brian down. What round do you think this is right now? This is like six, turn
Six
six.
or seven, maybe.
That's getting really late against a Fang,
Yeah, as much as Brian was stumbling, I think Quinton needed all gas.
and he didn't have it. He just didn't have the cards he needed, I guess.
I think we're going to see potentially a situation where Brian hits the three fealty at some point in the mid game and could run away with it.
Oh yeah, it could go south really quick. We saw some really nice little digs from Quentin there that just couldn't turn into much. It's just been smart blocking from Brian so far.
And this turn mask is just completely denied.
Hmm. And the hand fix. There we go. So he's getting a card draw off that.
He is, but he's not leaking any damage because we were already over blocking
Oh yeah.
with the sink below.
The other top four was the Verdance
Syndra
or Syndra.
Verdance.
Yeah, Syndra Verdance. So all of the Florians fell out.
All right, looks like Brian taking the two off the brand. Quinton just setting up an arsenal. Not,
That wasn't really the power turn we were looking for.
yeah, not a lot of damage leaked there.
But one card in hand, I think, for Brian.
I think it's three.
Really, three?
He blocked with equipment
Oh yeah.
and
And he's starting with his
two D
vigor.
reacts.
Wow.
I believe the middle card is a pledge fealty, so that'll get us to two fealty. We just need a way to get a third.
Yeah, this is going way too slow, I think, for Quentin.
Oh, and we have the scar tissue on hit mark, and the four the Jakai in the hand is going to make a fealty when it attacks a marked hero. So Brian's online.
That didn't take much.
Yeah, he was able to do that very well. He's at four now, so he even has one to spare. He can turn something draconic if he needs to. We're
Yeah,
gonna see
Brian's in a really good position now.
we're gonna see a lot of damage come through here.
So Quentin's just needs that big turn if he's going to be able to set any sort of tempo here.
And pitching a red is not
That's not a good sign.
that's not what we want to see here.
Maybe if he gets the hit, he could do his chess piece again. But
And coming in with a head jab, hot on their heels for three.
you like those head jab hot on the heels, huh?
They're all just head jabs. There's zero for three go agains. All right, giving up an extra card that we maybe didn't need. No, they're hot on their heels. I believe there's one card left for Quinton and a card in Arsenal. All right, blood runs deep. Deal some true damage. And this should mean that the next attack threatens Mask.
I don't think we had any Dorinthia today.
Zero Dory.
No. No Iris either, much to my chagrin.
Yeah, I think the
Yeah,
only.
I thought the blocking with the Saber Bloodshed was a little curious too. I'm interested to see what he has instead of that. Like, you think he'd keep that, but maybe he doesn't have a way to mark.
All right, we're ending on a Lava Burst for five. Five threatening a card draw.
Not bad, not bad.
Not bad at all. Fang does a decent job of working off of two card hands
Hmm.
once he's online. So I could see him potentially wanting to respect this. Slippies?
One?
Just one, yeah.
Just one.
One Slippy, one Marionette.
Yep.
All right, so we see the for the Jakai come in with the Crown of Providence. So just want to deny that card draw.
I'm sure my wife would love to see Dory's come back to punish Syndra's.
Well, it's hard when their glistening steel blades don't have Kogan. All right.
Hey, wait a minute. It's from earlier.
All right, let's see what Brian can do here. Fang online, two cards in hand.
And let the games begin. The easy damage now.
Pledge fealty, just building up that reserve. And we see Searing Gaze.
And he's just taking it.
Yep, so on hit mark, refresh the dynamos. Decent salvo of damage, and Quinton wanted to keep all cards in his hand.
Hmm.
And I think
Which I don't blame him
he
because
kind of needs
he
to.
needs to press the gas now or it's done. Like he can't survive for long.
He really needs a big turn here to try to turn the game. Otherwise, I don't think it's looking good for him.
telling you, man, those dynamos are that's such a good card against ninjas. Just pisses me off.
All right, Rand with Cinderclaw. Just another head jab.
And this is just good, solid blocking. I mean, yeah, you got your whole hand. I'm just gonna block it out.
We're gonna flick. This is just our first chain link though,
Yeah,
so we still need to present two more attacks if we want to threaten mask.
that's the devotion.
Oh my god, I forget the name every time. Demonstrate Devotion.
Demonstrate devotion,
Demonstrate Devotion, making a fealty, coming in for 4.
which for with all of his equipment on the board, for is feasible to get hit.
Yep, that's a breakpoint. Should keep a mask link active. Brian taking the 4. Blaze Headlong for 4, threatening another card draw.
Do I go again from that?
It does have a go again.
So now you gotta give something up.
Or you let him have the card. And it looks like he is. Is this a card we can play? Or do we set it up in Arsenal? Activate Syndra. Looks like we're going to set up for another turn.
Whew.
So not a bad turn from Quinton. He got life totals pretty close.
Equipment's kind of worse for wear now.
On 3 cards with the Hunt's End's gone, I don't think Brian can surprise kill Quinton. Looks like we're going to Scar Tissue. I think I saw him tick down a fealty, making this Draconic. It looks like it is. So bumping up to 5 on hit mark.
So he took it.
Coming in with the other one. I wonder if we're going to see the Long Whisker go into the arsenal. Or if we're going to use it now in order to swing again. Because we can go +2 attack again.
Hmm.
That'll bump this stagger to 4, go again, and he can swing it again. And then the Scar Tissue in hand could potentially bump the next one.
That's a lot of damage.
I don't think it's enough to kill Quinton, though, because if he really needs to, he can block with Mask. Life totals are low enough that he might not get the value from it anymore.
Hmm.
And he,
But you make him give up a bunch of stuff out of his hand, and he's just not pushing anything back at you. Nothing reliable, anyways. Air conditioner turned
not
on.
again. It looks like we see Quinton reaching for equipment. I think I would put the mask in front of this if it were me. But it looks like he's putting the vest. All right, Long Whisker. We're choosing +2, and I have to imagine it's attack again.
Hmm.
And then with the go again, swinging for another 1. Again, with all the Hunt's Ends gone, I don't think there's any way for this to
To just straight up kill
not,
against the
yeah,
mask.
not with the mask blocking. I think this is pretty safe. Scar Tissue. I think this only puts it to 3. I'm surprised we didn't just Arsenal the Scar Tissue. Um, I'm not sure why we played it there. But
He might just be wanting to push everything he possibly can.
Quinton did not block with a single card in hand.
This is basically the make or break, but Brian's got a full hand to block with, and he's got dynamos up.
Starting with Spreading Flames is looking decent.
He didn't pitch a red.
He didn't pitch a red also. This is potentially the turn that we've been waiting for.
This is the head jab.
This is technically a head jab. Well, it's not a 0 for 3, but it is a 3 go again. Oh, with a rake over the coals.
Hmm.
So now everything's buffed by 2. This is a dagger
Oh
for
boy.
3. I think this is what we've been waiting for.
And that first one then hit, so this well, he doesn't have mask anymore, so he doesn't have to worry about it. But this is gonna be lots of daggers going off here.
Yeah, this spreading flames should have gone to 4. I don't know if did Brian take the damage?
I saw him take damage.
Okay,
Yeah.
he took the 1,
Yep.
and it looks like he chose to take 3 off of this kunai. Burning Blade Dance. This is going to be for. This is for 4. It needed to be 1 chain link further to get the Spreading Flames buff. But yeah, what we could see here is flick on the kunai, buy them back, attack
Hmm.
again.
Is it for 2 each or 3 each?
They'll be for 3 each.
Woo! That's
And
some
then
damage.
whatever this last card is,
Like maybe like a 1 for 5 or something?
if we end on a
And with a flick knives in there?
what's the card? Lava Burst for 7? Sounds pretty good.
Mm, that could be a winner right there.
There's also an interesting play that Quentin can make. He can use his boots to target one of these kunai to be able to attack again. And if I'm not mistaken, I think does it reduce the cost of the
Which boots are
weapon?
those again?
Dragon Scale or Flight Path.
I think they do. So you pay 3, destroy this. Target Draconic attack gets go again. If it's a weapon or ally attack, you may attack with it an additional time this turn. This ability costs 1 less to
Okay,
activate for each Draconic. So you
so
can
it
play the Dragon Scalers for free.
it doesn't discount the kunai.
Yeah. They
All
still got some
right,
pitch in there.
this is looking like a very good turn for Quentin.
And he was able to crack through a lot of that gear earlier. So this is big.
I really want to know what that last card is in Quentin's hand. He's giving the signature Quentin smirk.
Yeah, man.
He knows something we don't. What are we thinking here? 2 cards? 2 cards coming down. I think we're gonna see the knife flicked here. Taking Brian to 6. Syndra, buy them back
Hmm. So he would have to pitch to throw the second dagger
to
then,
throw
right?
the second one.
Yeah.
The first
But
one,
if he's got like a blue or something like that, he could throw 3 daggers now, right?
he could. Yeah, he could throw the second one and then Dragon Scaler for the third one. But it looks like it's just a.
Yeah.
He
Wow.
had a no block in hand. He was holding a
Wow.
pledge fealty.
This game, man, like you go down to 2, but you're never truly out. You
That was not how I expected that game to go.
I thought once Brian turned it up, but you know what though? Not having those Hunt's ends really hurt him
That
big time.
was an
Unbelievable.
insane game to watch.
Quentin
I
pulling it out.
I am blown away that he won on that turn. The spreading flames with the rake over the coals was wild.
Ah, it was manufactured, man. That's awesome.
That was like a finals worthy
Yet
game.
another upset too. Like holy
Yeah.
cow.
Yeah, Quentin, our 8th seed, just plowing through these people. Let's come back to us here. We'll have to check on the Verdant's
It'll probably go pretty
Syndra
quick
game. I'm
here.
not
Yeah.
sure if they're done or not yet. So
Like we said, this is gonna go quick with all these Syndras. I
we're uh we're gonna take a quick
I mean, if Quentin goes up against Verdance, he's got a really good shot at that.
yeah,
Syndra versus Verdance,
yeah.
like
We're gonna take a quick 5 minute break. We'll see if the other game's finished. See how long until we come back.
I don't remember the
Um,
last time I've seen an eighth seed take an entire.
I need to shill more. If you guys
Oh,
are enjoying, please subscribe. Trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. We're at last I checked, we're at 841. I haven't
let's
checked recently.
go.
But yeah, I like to put on these ProQuest and RTN streams, so always at least two of them.
We love having
So
you out here,
yeah,
Oddwillows.
if you want to watch more of this, hit the subscribe button. That way you know when the next season comes around.
Heck yeah.
All right, we will be back.
See you soon for the finals.
All right, so not a long break. We are going to be
As expected.
jumping right into our finals. We have a Syndra mirror.
Yeah.
So the Verdants lost to the Syndra,
Hmm.
and then Quinton, who we just
Which I
saw,
guess we
won.
weren't too surprised by.
I feel like
That's a tough one.
it's a tough one. Hard for the Verdants because there's so much pressure, but like doable if the right hands line up.
Hmm.
But yeah, this is going to be maybe a really quick
Oh,
finals.
yeah.
Syndrome Mirror, they're probably both going to just rush each other down.
And
Um,
obviously, I'm not supposed to show bias, but I mean, come on. Quinn's our local hometown hero. Let's go, Quinton!
yeah, so
That means you got to cheer for Connor.
Connor is our other Syndra, and he's a really good Syndra. I've seen him play Syndra before. Do we know what seeding he ended up in?
Let me take.
I believe he's the higher seed.
He is the highest. Well, he has to be because
Oh yeah,
Quinton's
Quinton was
eighth.
eighth, right? Just curious where he kind of landed there.
Let me look at the standings. Third,
Okay,
third seed. Yep.
okay, so third seed, pretty good. Um, but yeah, I mean, can Quinton come back from eighth seed and just win the
I
whole
mean, when
thing?
you're hot, you're hot.
Yeah,
Like he clearly made some really good decisions there at the end. He knew when it was time to take the risk. I know that there was questions about the helmets and stuff. The only thing I can think about with Crown of Providence is the just the hand fix, the ability to hand fix. But you can't bring stuff back from the dead when you're so Hunt's ends are all in the
right.
graveyard, so it's rough.
All right, well, let's go ahead and jump to our
Oh,
players.
we're not allowed to show bias as a commentator. All right, I'm back to being a TO then. Is that work?
Let's go ahead and jump back. I think they're going to be starting soon. They're probably just finishing up sideboarding, so let's see where they are at. Um, Probably they had a chance to review each other's deck lists,
Hmm.
so I'm curious how close their lists are to each other and whether or not there is any tech on either side that the other wants to bring in. But yeah, Syndra in the finals, not really what I expected. Um, I
You thought it was
expected
going to be Florian the whole
I
way.
expected the Florians to make it further.
Isn't Syndra like a natural enemy to Florian though?
It is, and I think
Yeah,
that's why a lot of people brought it.
yeah.
Um,
It was good decision making.
David would have lost to Quinton.
Yeah,
So yeah, Quinton bringing the Predator to Florian and being successful with it.
and it's not like he just decided to switch to Syndra on a whim either. Like he's been playing it since Hunted came out, and he's been really digging it, kicking butt at our armories with it, and
Yeah.
he 3-0s constantly. Very like internally skilled, if you know what I mean. Like the guy's his head's in the right spot when he is putting the cards down.
So the nice thing is, no matter who wins this game, Syndra gets LL points.
Is that what you're hoping for?
I mean that's going to happen
That seems
because
like bias to me.
it
You're
it is
cheering it on.
it is two Syndras.
Yeah.
So no matter who wins, Syndra gets LL points. Pummel Syndra is Quinton on his famous.
He could be. He could be.
I didn't get a chance to look at his deck list. If he is, Connor would know about it.
Yeah.
He has a chance to look at his deck
Yeah.
list. Um, Quinton,
You know, it's funny though, is because he could have him in his sideboard, but not bring him. But anytime you see him sitting there with 2 pitch left, you gotta wonder.
I don't think I saw the proper cards in Quinton's list in the last round for it to be Pummel Syndra. I didn't see any of the compounding angers.
Mm,
I didn't see, CNCs, although those could have been sided out. I feel like there would have been signs. So I don't think he's on the Pummel list. I think he's on a more
it is
traditional
fun
Syndra
watching him
list.
play some Pummel though. Like he inspired me to want to maybe do Pummel Ira just to see what would happen. I mean, if I just ran a whole bunch of like 2 for 6s and 1 for 5s, and then threw some pummels in there, bring a little bit more
Um,
blues.
I'm with Dave the Pyro on this one. I think Syndra is going to win this game.
I don't know if I can agree with that. Maybe if they're lucky, maybe if they try really hard, Syndra will win.
All right, let's see how this goes.
Suddenly Zuko's back. Surprise, surprise to nobody. We're seeing identical hardware.
Although only one of our players are dabbing with their
Yeah,
daggers.
they're all facing the same direction though, like poking to the left.
Oh, and Connor, uh, starting at a disadvantage with the white border mask.
Oh, yeah, we saw. You know what? I called it. I called it. That was. I don't know, man. It's something about that history pack one mask. I run a history pack one mask, and I lose all the time. So naturally,
That explains it.
that explains so much.
And Connor, it looks like he elected to have Quinton go first, just like we saw in the last game. Man, I'm still getting over that last game. That last
That
turn
was
was
so
wild.
close. I mean, really, ultimately, you can come down to this no hunt ends like that because you had them all right in the beginning. You called it from the instant, like the get go. It was just all of his power cards are on the bottom of his graveyard. I don't mind the lack of bling because, like I said, I run white border too. I'm just saying that's the only difference in the tech, and therefore it's a disadvantage.
Yeah, the rainbow foil is nice because with these streamlights, you hit it at
Hmm.
the right angle, it goes into your opponent's eyes,
Yep, yep,
and
absolutely.
you just have a slight advantage.
Yeah, this is how you get uh home field advantage here is because we can point the lights in a perfect way to bling it off of Quentin's cards right into Connor's eyes.
Did Quinton just give Connor a mask trigger? Quinton must have a busted hand in order to just fully no block three chain links in a row and let Connor draw a card. Fire Tenant, strike first. Next Draconic is going to get +1. You have to imagine that that last card is playable.
So Connor's just gonna push for damage as much as he possibly can.
Are we going to see a Lava Burst, perhaps? No, we got a resource, so it's a breaking point. And that is going to threaten Quinton's arsenal. So this hand that he
Disruption.
decided to save, took all this damage for, is now being disrupted.
Oof. What would have sucked even worse is if that came out of the draw too.
That feels awful.
He was
That is,
he was gambling there, especially if that's a key thing in the arsenal too that he just needed to have.
yeah, this means that we took all that damage for what is probably going to end up being
A mid turn.
a medium level power turn.
He's saving that arsenal.
That is unfortunate, but that is what happens when you gamble. Sometimes it doesn't work.
Yeah.
We see Connor pick up a lava burst.
0 for 3 go again.
0 for 3 go again. And 0 for 3 go again. Threatening a mask.
Is that what was in his arsenal?
Um, I am unsure which one it was. I didn't quite see.
Because I know he held on. He had the ancestral empowerment. I didn't see what the other one he blocked with was.
It was a concealed blade. So
So he was
that
gonna go for
hand wasn't even
dagger.
amazing. That's a lot of damage to take for a handful of head jabs.
Yeah,
All right,
interesting.
so Connor giving up the lava burst, and that's a 0 for 3 go again. Into a 0 for 3 go again.
Really? It's the exact same. Well, I shouldn't say exact same, but Jesus. Oh, I love that card.
Into a 0 for 3. No, go again.
It's sometimes a 0 for 4 go again if he throws a
Sometimes.
dagger. It's one of my favorite cards, especially off of pain in the backside that you'd hit with. Oh, chef's kiss. And with Ira doing the 0 for 4, threatening 5.
No, that was a heads up block for Quinton.
Yeah.
He blocked for 4. because if he only blocked for 3, Connor would be able to flick a dagger,
Yeah,
buff it to 4, and draw a card off the mask. So you kind of have to block 4 in that case,
yeah.
or Connor, kind of gets him and gets a free arsenal.
Well,
But Quinton
Quentin's
played
got
around
some
it.
cards in his hand now, but he's still fighting from way behind on that. That mass draw was rough. He's gonna be thinking about that round for a while if he doesn't end up pulling this off.
All right, keeping this chain link active. Blaze Headlong for 4, threatening a mask trigger. 1 card left in Quinton's hand,
Giving him the trigger.
giving him the trigger.
See if that goes the opposite direction here. He could get his daggers back.
Hot on
Power,
their
like, show me
heels.
what you got.
0 for 3 go again.
Get those daggers back.
And I
Or a
think we're just
dagger.
going to see an arsenal. Nope, just going to play it out. Oh, Salt the Wound. Pretty good here. Getting
How many
plus,
hits? One, two,
it should be +4 because
three,
of the flick
four,
on the second chain.
five, wouldn't it be? Because he, oh no, I counted the fealty, so plus four. That that was pretty good.
Yeah, that
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 was pretty
is
good.
not a bad turn.
Not a bad turn at all.
Connor kept all 4 cards, so definitely looking to end this game quickly.
And not only, keeping all four cards and giving him the mass trigger, so taking those big risks. Let's see if his pays off better than Quentin's risk earlier.
I have to imagine that we're going to see Mask used to block within the next turn or two.
Yeah.
Life totals are dropping quickly, and once you get to around 13,
Yeah.
12, or less life, you kind of just don't need Mask anymore. Saw Quentin pick up the blood spatter,
Making him
just
flick the knives.
using it as a 1 block rather than getting any resources from it this game.
He knows he needs to keep his hand for a push. I think the only thing that could really stop Connor on this one is some sort of disruption, but I don't know what he would have.
So Mask currently being threatened. I do feel like it is maybe a turn too early to use your own Mask to block. Wrath of Retribution coming down as the blocking card is pretty significant. That card has a lot of power behind it. So Quentin choosing to give that up, I'm surprised he didn't want to save that. And Connor ending on a 1 for 5. I believe this is the Art of the Dragon scale. On hit, I think he gets to put a -1 counter on a piece of equipment.
Every
Um,
little piece of block matters in this. That's a
do you
lot.
want to double check that for me?
What is it?
Art of Dragon scale. Art of the Dragon.
When this attacks, if it is draconic, it gets when this hits a hero, put a -1 counter on an equipment they control.
Yeah.
Then, if it has 0, destroy it.
Oh, so
So it could actually take a piece of equipment
it could
home.
take the Dragon Scalers potentially,
Yeah.
and it looks like Quentin is putting his flick knives in front of it. But
I would think the mask is the next thing to go then, because if you can't keep your chains alive, there's no need for mask.
blocking with the flick knives is interesting. I feel like you need that piece of equipment to make this deck function. And Connor wasn't presenting lethal. I mean, Quentin would be at 12 if he chose not to block with flick knives. I guess if he doesn't block with flick knives, Connor puts the counter on flick knives and blows it up.
I suppose that makes sense. Yeah. If he wasn't planning on fully blocking it, then it would just lose its health anyways and die. That makes sense. It was probably either that or mask. It's like a fork in chess where it's like you're gonna lose one or the other. Well, he put the -1 on the mask just now. Never mind.
Just to prevent some extra blocking potential on Quinton's end.
Yeah. But no matter what, he was losing flick knives.
Yeah. I have to I have to feel like Connor is slightly ahead here.
I feel like he is because he's got tempo. Quentin keeps getting knocked down, and he has far less equipment.
All right, we see another 0 for 3 go again come down.
Taking it. Oh, he's adding one. Okay, drawing. I think I was a scar for scar. I saw.
I think that was
Or
a take the
or
tempo.
take. No. Oh, we playing this game now. I think it was the That's a ravenous rabble, right?
Yep, that's a rabble for 3 because we revealed the yellow, but I'm pretty sure he flashed to take the tempo, which is a spicy include.
Are you sure it's not salt the wounds?
I'm pretty sure it was a take the tempo. And he has the one floating,
That is true.
which he generated off of vest. So
Yeah,
that leads me to believe that it is a 1 for 5.
and he's got the chain links he needs to get the bonus from it.
Yep, and this rabble is currently threatening a card draw, but even if Quinton blocks this for 3, Flick Knives has not been used yet.
Yep,
So the take the tempo will be threatening its own effect
and a mask.
and a mask. This may just be too much for Quinton to come back from. Yep. Flick the kunai and end
You're
on
right.
take the
All
tempo.
right, I concede. You're right.
It looks like we did make this Draconic in order to activate Syndra's ability at the end of this, because
Yeah.
this is our third Draconic chain link. We'll get both daggers back. I feel like Quinton has to block this, but it just puts him so far behind. Connor would generate too much value if this hits,
The only way I think Quentin comes back from this is if there's a brick involved.
which is hard to do in Syndra. Like
Yeah,
everything is a 0 for 3 go again. We just see him play the rake over the coals, buffs his draconic attacks for the turn. He passes, not wanting a no block in his hand
smart.
on this upcoming turn.
Oh, he's laughing. That doesn't look good. He doesn't like what he picked up.
Do you know what that is?
The mark?
The card that he just played. It's a 0 for 3 go again.
Oh, shut up.
Brand with Cinderclaw
Brandon Singer.
into display loyalty,
Yeah.
which is another 0 for 3 go again. And we're getting to that point where like we need to start putting cards in front of them.
Yeah.
Keep the chain link open.
Maybe just 4 turns later, Flick Knives will just rake it down.
Making a resource here with the chest indicates that there is a 1 for 5 that we
There's
want to
the
be playing.
dagger hit from the thing, so it's going to be a 0 for 4. Go
Yep.
again.
2 cards in front. Oh, just using the resource on Kunai and then assault the wound. That is
GG.
game. As predicted, Syndra wins this one.
Didn't see that coming whatsoever.
That was a
I
well played
I
game.
think that
We
Connor
get a tip of the
Connor's
hat from Quinton.
Connor's disruption at the perfect time after Quentin just took like 20 damage.
That was a good finals. That was
It was
a
good.
good game to watch. I was wanting Quinton to take it just for the upset story of
Yeah,
eighth
well,
seed taking the whole thing,
that would have
but
been so good.
Connor played well.
Very much so.
I do think that that turn early on where Quinton gave up
It just put him too far
the card
behind.
draw
Yeah.
for almost nothing with the breaking point coming after,
Yep.
maybe a little bit too hard to come back from.
Absolutely.
Do you want to go over there and check with them to see if they plan on opening the gold foil?
I'll go check.
All right. Stick around for a little bit longer. We'll see if Connor is interested in opening the gold foil on camera. And if he is, we will show that to you guys. If not, oh, it looks like he is. Almost missed it. All right. Let's see what he gets.
He's opening it
He's
right
opening it
now.
right now. All right.
With
It's a
no.
flesh and blood card.
Didn't see that coming.
It is a flesh and blood card, and it's a 9+. Iris of
Iris?
Reality, not the best. It's okay.
You wouldn't call it a miss, though, would you?
I would call it a miss.
Oh,
All
what's with
right.
Oddwillow's luck here, man?
All right. Well, that is going to be it for our stream for tonight. I'm going to show one last time. If you enjoyed the stream, if you're interested in watching more local coverage, please consider subscribing to the channel. I really want to hit 1,000 this year. I feel like that's my personal goal.
Do it.
Shout out to Oddwillows for having me. I always love doing these streams here. They're so much fun. Can't wait for it's probably going to be RTN season next, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, we got a pre-release coming up. We're obviously not streaming it,
No.
but it's going to be a fun party. But yeah, probably our TN season for the next casted.
Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. And if you subscribe to the channel, you'll get a notification when I schedule the next one, and you'll know to come back and watch it. So
Heck yeah.
hopefully you guys had a good time. And we will see you around.